Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Who's on time today, everybody? Hey, let's go, everybody. I rested up, ready to rock and roll. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to play this awesome game behind me. Look at this timing, everybody. Right here, 7 Days to Die. One of my favorite games of all time. And we're ready to rock. Bam, we're already in the game. Sitting in a cul-de-sac right now, everybody. I see these cul-de-sacs all the time. Every time I go flying by these various areas. And I'm like, one of these days, I'm going to build a base right in the middle of that cul-de-sac and build a really super OP base. Well, guess what? Today is that day. We've already done some preliminary work on the base where we went in and we knocked around 5,000 blocks out. Showed you how to do it easy mode in the previous episode where we went and we cut out the sides, we cut out the middle, then we cut the bottom, and all of it cascaded down. And basically we got all the way from the surface level all the way down to bedrock that we can go ahead and utilize, which is going to be awesome, everybody. Going to be amazing. Very, very fun. And since we basically built it right where the cul-de-sac is, that actual what do they call it? Asphalt. There we go. That asphalt goes all the way down and the stone goes all the way down. So we can actually use the strength of that stone to help build our underground base, which is pretty awesome. And for the very first time, everybody, a completely round Kismet kill box, which we figured out. Very fun to figure that out, everybody. I can't wait to give you a little bit of a tour. But first, let's go ahead and say hello to everybody in the chat. We're going to get into it. Paul, I see you there, Paul, very diligently, always at the top of the stream. Always appreciate you, Paul. Thanks for bringing in that Kismet love train right over there. Oh, man, so good after you have some sleep, everybody, and that pain has subsided now, finally. Just today, everybody, as it fully subsided, and I'm up and ready to do my thing, so pretty cool. Hope to get back to normal schedule. I swear, every time I just start to get like back in the groove, it's like something happens. But you see, I never give up, everybody. I never give up. I just keep doing my thing. I woke up like in the middle of the day, and I thought, well, you know what? I see who's on Twitch. Because I listen to Twitch or I watch Twitch all the time, and so or YouTube, one or the other. Mostly Twitch, though. And I saw my buddy Joe was on over there at Ditch. A very, very cool and a good friend of mine. Always makes me laugh. Really has a talent, everybody. Really has a talent for comedy and for having a good time playing games and stuff. Used to be with Bearded Guys Gaming as well. He was in there playing some Windrose, and that's one of the ones I've had on my list for a while, hopefully to get around to. Again, very much my kind of game, very much like a 7 Days to Die, but with pirates, where you're trying to survive, you're trying to build up your character, you're trying to, and then you can build out your base and all that kind of stuff. I love those type of games. Those are 100% my wheelhouse kind of thing. And so I thought, well, I'll watch and see what he did. And I try not to make it the Kismet show. Every time I come into someone's stream, everybody who knows me, it's like, oh, Kismet's in the channel. I try to just come in and say hi very stealthily and then just usually lurk. A lot of times I'll actually be sitting in the stream. They don't even know I'm in there. I don't even say anything. I'm a big lurker in multiple streams. Sometimes I'll have multiple streams up at the same time because people will be AFK or whatever it is. So I was over there and man, I was having the best time. He was all over the place doing all sorts of stuff, just having the greatest time. We were going on and on about whether chili is chili without beans. I thought that was a good one in the chat. He was going on and on about it. I think you got to have beans to have chili. Some people like chili without beans because I grew up on fast food, everybody. So of course the most famous chili in my world would be Wendy's chili, right? That's where you would get your proper chili. Not the East Coast chili, though. I don't know what it is about fast food that you get, like, east of the Mississippi that's terrible, except for, like, what is that? Like, Whataburger. They're really good, and there's another one that's really good. But other than that, everybody, like, the normal fast food, which actually tastes way better in the West Coast than it does in the East Coast. And Wendy's is one of those places. Or maybe I just got a bad Wendy's by me. I don't know. Because their food is terrible. If you go out west, man, and I went there recently, when we went to California and then went to Hawaii to go surfing, that one last wave project we did, which went completely off the rails and couldn't use it, didn't have any internet. I was trying to stream on my birthday. It was just a nightmare, as normal, which is a standard Kismet stream. Right off the rails it goes. But yeah, I tried Wendy's again. Really good. Really good in the West Coast. I don't know. Maybe I just got a bad one, everybody. Yeah, just having a great time, and it was funny. I was taking a drink of my water with my thing while I was watching, and I was trying to go back to sleep. I was trying to rest so I'd come back and stream with you guys. And so I had taken a big drink of water, and he always like screams like he's in trouble, and he almost made me spit my water out, everybody. That's how funny he is over there. I appreciate him over there. Again, I appreciate Joe and Matt over there. They've always been really awesome to me, and I consider them good friends here in the stream. So I just had the funnest time, everybody. And then I was trying to go to sleep. I couldn't go to sleep because I was enjoying the stream so much, and that's okay. I wouldn't have been asleep anyway, everybody. But yeah, he was having a great time. I definitely want to try to get that going. I'll probably play it solo first and just get the gist of it. And then might create a mega server. We'd create a mega server via G Portal because they have servers for Windrose and get all that going. So we'll see. I'll work on it. Again, no promises, everybody. I only got so much time in the day. And again, I'm doing these mega playthroughs that are so incredibly massive that is difficult to get them done. I always start these big projects, everybody, and I thought, man, I'm not like 1,000 hours in, and I'm just getting started, everybody. I'm 1,000 hours in on those playthroughs, and I'm like, dang, I got a whole lot to do, man. I got massive stuff to do. Like Satisfactory, everybody. I'm playing only 1 day a week, and it's like 1,000 hours in already on that playthrough. But we're going to go ahead and do it here. Now, we're not that many hours in on this solo playthrough. And again, I like to try new things that challenge me, everybody, especially when it comes to building and building bases. And they really have scaled up the game in such a way that makes the game awesome, everybody. I really have been enjoying the updated 7 Days to Die. I think they really got their groove back again in 2.0, 2.5 especially, and now in 2.6. Of course, we got 3.0 on the horizon for 7 Days to Die. Really, really fun. But I do want to try to finish 7 Days to Die playthrough so we could go off and play another game like Windrose or revisit Valheim or Enshrouded or a whole bunch of the games that we have played. And you'll see actually a bunch of games come by here. I played every single one of these you see go by behind me, everybody. This actually scrolls for 5 minutes. I know, that's a lot of games. I actually have the list of all the games that I played on stream, and some of them I missed because I was streaming, and then I would play one game, and then I'd play another. But now I separate them. So one, I can remember what the heck I streamed, which games it was. So someone says, Kismet, have you played insert name of game like Stardew Valley? I'll be, yeah, me and my crew on the very first year, everybody, we got $500,000 in Stardew Valley. That's the power of teamwork, everybody. It's unmatched when you have that power of teamwork. Now, if you missed it last night, we did play some 7 Days to Die again with my crew, and it was awesome. I had the greatest time, everybody. I did come in late. I was so tired because I had done a 10-hour stream of Vaster Near. Before that, I thought, well, I've already rested, so if I rest a couple hours, I'll be fine. I woke up around 9 p.m. I thought, well, I just lay down for another 30 minutes. And so, no, it was like 2.5 hours. I slept through all my alarms. I usually set multiple alarms as well. Nope, slept through it. But we did have a lot of fun, and man, the zombies were just swarming, man. They were so swarming because we were pushing game stage 2,000, everybody. I don't think I've ever seen game stage 2,000, anybody at game stage 2,000. I don't know. It's crazy, man. We are really doing well in that playthrough. And I'm also doing amazing in here. And again, I'm doing all my OP stuff, everybody. So I'm going to show you all my gaming secrets tonight. We're going to have a good time. That's for sure. We got Seth coming in. Let me know everything is working. Thank you very much for those ones. I appreciate that. Seth also bringing in that hype, and as well as Space Bungee as well. Thanks for that hype right there. We got the G in the chat. What's up, Rotisserie G? Always keeping us good with the ammo. We're going to do some fun ammo stuff today, some base building stuff. As well. I'm going to show you some of my massively OP stuff that we're about to do here in the desert biome. Because we just moved to the desert biome. Our goal is to move here by day 110. We're at 108, so we got to get cooking. But we already kind of moved in a little bit, and I think we got to go back for some more stuff in a bit. We got Paul in there also bringing the one. Hey, there's also Matt right there from Bearded Guys Gaming. There he is. What's up, Matt? Always good to see you, man. Appreciate you being here in the stream. Oh, man, I was laughing. I was having such a great time with you and Joe hanging out in his chat there. Again, I miss his streams because he usually streams the time in which I'm sleeping. But I had woken up and I was like, who's on right now? I was like, oh, Joe's on. What's he doing? Oh, Windrose. Oh, I want to play that one. And it's funny because it's like whenever something like shows up, he's like, ah! And he goes running like me. I do the same thing. We're like, ah, mobs, run away. We have that in common. They seem to surprise us every single time. They come out of nowhere, those little sneaky guys. As well. What up, Space Budgie? Thank you very much again for the ones as well. Rotisserie G bringing in the ones. WFO bringing those ones in over at on YouTube. By the way, if you are a member on YouTube, by the way, you get a bunch of emotes over there, including A1, which is what I call it, the actual A and then the word one. You get those emotes over there. So if you want to have that one emote, that's how you can do it. Become a member over there on YouTube as well. Hello, glad you're doing well. Yes, I'm doing much better. See, when you get my age, everybody, you get a little nervous because, like, my dizziness, everybody, that came on, and I thought, it would pass, or I go to the doctor, and the doctor would help me. But it's never gone away. So, you see, when my age, you start having hip pain, you think, oh my God, this hip pain is going to last forever now. You don't know if it's going to go away or not anymore. And that's a really sucky thing about getting older, right? Because when you're young, you think, I broke my arm, it'll heal, I'll be fine. Right? That's when you're young. But when you're old, you're like, that may never go away. That may never be fixed. You're kind of more in the know of that sometimes things don't go away, which sucks. But my dizziness is better. Just took a lot of hard work on my end. And then, of course, figuring out that I was suffocating to death was a big bonus. No thanks to most of my doctors who were useless. There we go. Kismet coming in, showing that love. Hey, thank you very much. What's up, Crimson Knight? Much love to you. Thanks for chilling out in the channel. Appreciate you. That's Mr. Not You bringing that love lurker train. Always appreciate you. That's Mr. Not You. How you doing tonight? There you go. Have to be the beans. I know, right? He was reading something out about Texas and the fact that Texas considers it without beans. I've known a lot of people from Texas, everybody. You tell them you don't put no beans in your chili, they're going to say you get out to state. I'm telling you. Without beans, it's meat stew. I think that's my opinion. But we could get in a big old battle about it. Because he doesn't like otters. Joe doesn't like otters. He doesn't like beans. He's like me, though. He doesn't like watermelon either. I don't like watermelon, not because of the taste, not because it isn't awesome and refreshing, which it is, but it always, to me, when I'm eating it, it feels like I'm chewing on a sponge. I don't like the texture of watermelon. I like the taste of it. I do like the watermelon taste. Like, you take watermelon flavor and put it like in water, I'll be like, that's good, yeah. But I just don't like the texture of watermelon. Very weird. I also don't like the texture of cotton balls, too, because I have very sensitive fingers. So I know it's kind of weird how everybody's unique in certain ways, right? There's things they like and things they don't like, and that's great, everybody. Again, we can like the same stuff and we can dislike different stuff, right? That's okay. You can be uniquely you. It's okay. You like what you like. Again, give people the freedom to like and dislike what they like. If he's not into beans, well, there you go. And again, I don't know. I think beans are awesome. I think beans are great, especially like just brown beans or refried beans are really good. Not really much into black beans, but I've had them before. It's not really my thing. But I don't know. I've had that my whole life. I can't think of not having it, especially when you're having like a burrito, or you're having like you go to like a place like what's that place called? Salsaritas or something like that, and you have yourself a little tray with all of that. I don't know. That seems wild, but again, hey, you do you, bro. Crimson Knight again with the much love. Thank you so much. You finished one. I haven't finished any of these games. I'm still going. I'm still going on every one of these playthroughs. I gotta really get cooking here. Kismet is the best. Oh, thank you, Crimson Knight. Thank you so much for that. Oh, look at that cool love animation there. I like that, Whis. Very nice. Thanks for coming in and showing that love. And thank you for the follow there, Lee Kwan. If I'm getting your name right, I appreciate you following over there on Trovo. Now, if you guys are new to my stream, you might notice that I'm in my vault office. That's right, I do play a lot of Fallout, everybody. So I do have actually multiple offices for different games. Most of the time, I'm here in my vault office, even if I'm not playing Fallout. I don't know. I just this is like I've been having the same theme of my office, though I've upgraded it many times over the years and made 3D animations. My fish even swim along here. You'll see them go by every now and again. I'm always into the very small detail, everybody. All the little details that happen. Oh, yeah, there they go. See them swimming? Right there. I'm always into these tiny details that only I'm going to notice. By the way, also, look, you can see the front of the vault door right here. This is actually live right here. Little vault door thing there as well. Again, I love all those details. By the way, the panel in front of me actually has the full panel with a whole bunch of stuff in it that you can't see. That's how much detail, even if you don't see it on stream, I still added the detail of my panel. And again, my name is Kismet. I am the gamer tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years, everybody. I've been gaming. I've played all the games, all the different types of genres. Now, not every single one, because again, you only have so much time in the day. But I have played a lot of them, from long MMOs where we played for years and years and together with my crew, the Teamwork Tycoons. As well as I played all the way back to the original first console, the Magnavox Odyssey, which is basically just a little white square that you move around the screen. Kind of like you see in Pong, everybody, except for without the paddles, just the little puck part. That's pretty much how old school I am. I've played all of the gaming systems from Atari to Commodore. Also, very old school stuff like Nintendo and the original Nintendo, all the Nintendos after that. Xbox, PlayStation, you name it. One of my favorite one was the original PlayStation and playing some GTA, the top-down GTA, because what we would do is we'd have a rule, and because I'm a cool boss, everybody, after work we have PlayStation, and we would project it up on the wall, so it was like a 70-inch TV, everybody, or a 100-inch TV. And it was like, that projector was like $10,000. It was pretty expensive to play it on that, because the bulb alone was like $500. But we would play it on there, and then we'd have to pass the controller. So if you crashed or you died or whatever, you then had to pass the controller to the next person would play, and you watch them play and whatever. And that's what we would do. We played pass the controller way back in the day. Played a lot of games. Diablo, the original Diablo. I actually have Diablo 2, two copies of it, still shrink wrapped in my garage. Never have gotten around to it yet. I don't know, maybe one of these days. I do love that Diablo-esque type of game. I really want to get to Path of Exile. That's the one I want to try. Path of Exile 2. Again, still in development. Very interested in playing that one as well. I have all these things on a list, everybody, but the first ones we got to keep going on our mega playthroughs because we're playing through 2.5, 2.6 now. Of 7 Days to Die. We're doing a nomadic playthrough where we are going from biome to biome. We're building up bases, and our bases are getting more and more elaborate as we go. Just having a great time, by the way. I really love 7 Days to Die. Incredibly fantastic game. In fact, let's go play it right now. Here we go. All right, here we are, everybody. Let's give you the quick tour to get started right here. First, of course, we got some storms because, you know, that's how it goes. See, we got some sound. All right, there we go. We do. Okay. So as you can see, everybody, we are in a bit of a cul-de-sac. We, of course, got a storm to start us off. These storms are massively obnoxious. They go off way too much. I actually finally turned it down on my team playthrough. But as you can see, everybody, I have this. And you guys are, that's glass right there. Yeah, that's glass. It's actually a very special glass from the Zillion Tower. You cannot actually choose the glass with your selection here, right? You can't just go in here and say, hey, I want to choose this bulletproof glass that I can upgrade all the way to the level of steel. That's right, you absolutely can. Like if we go look at this bulletproof glass, most bulletproof glass that you make is worth 3,000, right? But if I punch this, you can see it's 5,000. How is it 5,000? Again, what we did is we went over there and we used the ability to pick up the shape and also the style of that piece, right? And that means you can actually take that bulletproof glass, or really it's glass that can be going all the way up to steel. It's actually like a building block that you can upgrade, or you can just put down as concrete or as steel or as cobblestone, whatever you want to do. And you can see that we've actually used it here as the top part of the base. And we're going to go around and, of course, put some caps on the edge and whatnot. Now, again, this is our horde base. And then, of course, we're building a massively OP underground base. Now, I typically don't make underground bases anymore. And the reason why I don't do it is because they are so easy. But in this particular playthrough, I am showing you all the OP stuff. Now, look at this, everybody. We're going to go down in here, which we now have shelter from the storm. And we are working our way down. Now, it's a little hard to see because you have all the reflections, but that's actually multi-layered there, so I can actually upgrade all of this to steel, and it will be a steel level base, and so it'll be difficult for them, even bombers, if they do blow up there in Horde Night, to fall down here in the lower level, which is my production level. You do not want them to make it down here. And you can see this first level is pretty tall, right? This is very, very tall, and it's like that for a reason. We also are going to have a vent up here, which I thought I had put in. Have we put our vent in? Oh, yeah, it's the ladder. The ladder is the vent. So we put a vent here, which is basically this ladder right now. But if we go like this, you can see, oh my goodness, Kismet, that goes way down there. Yes, it goes all the way to bedrock. By the way, if you didn't know, if you go ahead and jump down, boop, there you go. You can land on those hay bales. Now, that's actually a little dangerous. You know why it's dangerous, everybody? Because I have exactly 0 deaths. That's right. I'm on game stage 361, level 97 right now, over 7,000 kills and 0 deaths. So you know Kismet is the one right here. And if I die, oh well, not doing a permadeath playthrough. I don't do permadeaths, but as you can see, everybody, we have done a nice, cleanly cut out base down here. And you can see it has a lot of light, natural light. If I turn that off, you can see I'm actually has 0 lights down here, but yet I have a lot of natural light. That's the best use of the glass, is so that we can have light on the different levels, right? It'll bring that light down. Now, what we want to do, of course, is build out our underground kind of complex or vault or whatever you want to call it. Down here, that'll help us basically produce resources and things like that. Now, the top one up here is going to be all my basic resources, you know, all my forges and whatnot. And as you can see, I have them stacked along the walls. And this allows me to, of course, take a good advantage of the vertical space of my base, which is what we are doing. I kind of feel like the game sounds are really far down. Oh, it's just me. It's just pushing the game sounds down. There we go. And as you can see, we do have a ton of various loot that we need to come over here and upgrade. I don't think I brought any steel in there, or did I? Where's some steel? So cool. So cool. I thought I heard some zombies. Oh, and I was right. I did. Over here. I did hear some zombies. What do you know? All right, Fred decided to show up. Yeah, it's weird. I don't have any steel. I'm definitely going to need that. You can see I brought a bunch of my mods, whatnot. I'm also rocking the dual M60, everybody, my new favorite thing. It is pretty awesome because then you have 240 bullets if you put your mods on there that you can fire. So you can just keep shooting and shooting and shooting. And, of course, have the combat shotgun as a backup right there. Let's lock and load all weapons. So we got that going. And again, you can see he's tried to come down there. Now, eventually, I'll actually replace this ladder with a vent, right? And that vent will be for some other stuff that we're going to do later on. But it doesn't look like I brought any steel. I did bring a lot of blocks and things. And we have a bit of bullets. There we go. But we do need to bring a lot of our stuff over here so we can upgrade these boxes. Let's just go through and make sure that I haven't put anything in these boxes. Normally, I will label them, even with a number like I've done. And these boxes are, typically I don't like to have boxes on the ground level, but we are going to really insulate the base against the onslaught of the zombies. I don't think I have anything over here. This is just us getting started. And then also I think we were going to create a quick drop. I think that's something we were going to do. So we can just drop from down below. Yeah, we got to go ahead and bring a bunch of our loot over. All right, so we're day 108. Let me go over here to my spreadsheet and see when's our next Horde night. 112. Okay, so we got a little bit of time. Now, I am playing on default settings, everybody. So looks like what we need is we need a bunch of steel so we can actually steel up these boxes. I guess we could just go ahead and start by doing this. There we go. This way, if the zombies come down here, they don't one-shot all of your boxes and then you're scrambling to pick up all your stuff. And again, we're just going to have our main production stuff right over here. And then we'll have some stuff over on this side. I suggest to upgrade your boxes as quick as you can. You can actually make your base out of the boxes, which we will do in this playthrough, by the way. I'll show you how to make a whole base utilizing your boxes. One of my favorite bases I've ever done is a modular base, which actually starts off at a certain size and then gets larger and larger as you go through. And we will also do that base, or a base like that one, in this playthrough. So we're going to go right up here through the center, and here we are, everybody, in the rounded Kismet kill box, the very first one I've ever done, and it is going to be a little scary because it's not going to be double-lined, and when it's not double-lined, it is a bit scary, though I could, I thought of this just after the stream last time, I could actually go in and double-line the inside here along this edge. Actually, we would probably need this one. Along this edge, if we wanted to, say something like this, and so they don't breach the interior part of the base. And then again, now this is just, you know, Kismet in a cage kind of thing, where we are stuck inside this area. We need the offset bars here, like this. So again, like it basically is going to shorten the area inside, like that. There we go. And again, we can use that. And then if they do breach, we could, of course, use our melee, which is, where is our double pole? The pole double is probably my favorite thing in the game. Do not use it vertically. They will glitch through it vertically. But if you do use it horizontally, this way, you can actually use it for melee. And again, I don't really need to do melee unless they start to breach that outer base. But I had this thought just afterwards, and since I'm remembering it, I should probably do it real quick before I forget. I say, before you forget stuff, everybody, make sure to get that going in there. And again, we got to do a lot of stuff. And again, as you go through the different biomes, of course, it's going to get more and more difficult game stage-wise. Your game stage is what's telling you how you're doing, and then also how strong that the zombies themselves are getting. And so this is really easy when you're doing these upper levels. You can just pick up the ones that you already did. Just holding down R, copy, shape, and rotation. Usually easier just to do the corners. The corners are always unique because they're in a unique direction. Like that. And then, of course, we have our upper level like this and like this. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's not very strong. Yeah, well, first thing you want to do is you want to get an idea of what you want first before you get too much into it. And that's pretty rock solid right there. That's a pretty solid double-lined base now. So I have the rounded out part and the squared in part. And then see, because I'm using, it's like a plate, everybody. So the space that it takes up is the full block. It does take up that full block, but you physically can get through there. The only drawback of the rounded kill box is also I can't hit the melees unless they break that outer part and they try to get to the interior part. Also up here we would have a bit of an issue, so we'd need to kind of rethink how we have these bars up here. I would probably use an L shape, except for in the corners would be kind of awkward. But use like an L-shaped thing like we're using down here, like this, but up here. Or I would rotate it like that. There we go. Just take that out in the corner, put it up there. But then, of course, you'd have the open side on the other side. So what you really need is one that is on 3 sides. So we could go in and we could tear this off. We could go and see if there is one. Now, there isn't always the piece that you need. It happens quite often. And again, you can go look for corners. And what you would need is a 3-sided corner, which is not, I don't think, in bars. I think I only have the L shape of the bars. But there are some 3-sided corners that I have used in the past. In fact, I probably have favorited those. Yeah, right here. So it calls it the corner 2 wall, but it's actually a what I call 3-sided corner. So I could put those up in those corners, and then of course I lose the ability to shoot through there, but it does secure those corners and also gives me a place to stand on the top of the kill box as well. So very cool, and as you can see, my ladder kind of continues through to my hatches here. Allows me to go up here, and then my hatches act as a backstop. And here we are. Now it's a beautiful day in the desert. Oh, and unless another storm's coming. Look at the sand going through, a little sandstorm. We're in a really big city over here, everybody. Look at the size of that desert city. That's a pretty big desert city. We are playing a 10K map. This is... Hey, Blitz in the chat. What's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. That's such a cool base. I really like your creative ideas, too. Yeah, again, I like to push myself. Again, I've played over 4,000 hours in 7 Days to Die, and I consider those rookie numbers. And every time I see this cul-de-sac, I'm like, one of these days I'm going to build me a rounded base in that cul-de-sac, and guess what? That day is today. Again, utilizing the Zillion Tower here, we want to upgrade all of this to steel. So we got to get busy, everybody. You can see also I'm using my turret over here. I love the turret, everybody. And somewhere there is my massively obnoxious drone. There he is right there. All right, follow me, you massively annoying drone, you. And then we're going to go ahead and find out where the heck my vehicle is. Do I have it? Oh, man, look at it. He's dropping those airdrops way the heck off over there. I probably put it in my stuff, yeah. Let's go see. Down we go. And really, I should, just for safety's sake, go over here and close that hatch so I don't fall all the way to the bottom. Though I do have some stuff there. Some thingies. Okay, where did I put? Now, I noticed that, by the way, it got more room. That's because I upgraded the box with iron. There it is. All right. And speaking of stuff, let's put all that stuff away. What else we got here? We're getting a little low on food. We need to think about that. Not going to use that. Not going to use that. Let's put this ammo out. There we go. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. And we can go ahead and refresh that a little bit with some more ammo. I see we should have our vehicles here. And see, I always like have this empty slot, and I was like, what the heck did I have in that slot? That's a problem with having a bad memory, everybody. For what the heck did I have in there, and what should be in that slot right now? Probably some blocks. Let's go ahead and put it in there. Very nice. All right, we got a lot of forge stuff to do and whatnot. But really what we need is we need that steel, and we can use that steel to upgrade our boxes to protect them. And then we need steel to upgrade this, because again, if a bomber comes in there, a bomber or two bombers can actually destroy concrete. So if they come in and blow up, we're in trouble. Also, you can see we're started to steel up the outside of this. And this actually was really tricky to do, because what you want to do is you want to do this, and then you flip it over and do the reverse of it on the second level, and then you flip it again, and then it does the next level, you flip it again, and it does the next level, which is really cool. But we definitely need to steel that up, because we are doing phenomenal, everybody. Again, 0 deaths. Game says 367, which is insane. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Ah, got me. Jeez. Ah, all right. They got the old man. Didn't even hear him walk up on me, everybody. Full on walked up on me. This is why I don't play scary games. See, I make an exception for 7 Days to Die, but he fully got me. I jumped out of my chair there. Holy mackerel. Wow. Okay, I guess that's the way that today is going to go. Now, my current base is over in the bird biome, so we got to kind of dip over there and pick up our stuff and start to bring our stuff over here. As we want to go ahead and try to move by day 110, but we've already moved kind of the bulk of our stuff, and now we just need to go back and forth. Now, I'm pretty much done with all of the perk books. I believe I have one more perk book left, and I've already done all the magazines, because in this particular playthrough, we are more focused on getting those skills, being able to get those skills as quick as possible. So we're working on our nerdy outfit. We're working on our intelligence line so we could get our 50% chance of getting 2 skill points. And then our nerdy outfit, which gives us another 50% chance. So that's a 100% chance every time you read one of those magazines to get 2 points instead of 1. So instead of getting 100 points, you only need 50 points, right? So instead of 1,000 points, you only need 500 points, right? So again, that really makes a difference. The more you scale that up, the more of a difference those 2 points make. So that's why I am so far right now. I'm absolutely crushing it. We'll go back and I'll show you my base over here by Trader Jen. Really fantastic base. I'll show you the Supercorn Cathedral, which we're going to have some fun doing. But it's kind of fun to build that underground base now that you have the auger, and just take the time to cut out all that underground and again let it cascade down. It's probably the best cascade I've ever done, everybody. Again, it was all the way from bedrock all the way to surface level, and it was around 5,000 blocks that did get cascaded down in one single move, by the way, everybody. I should probably highlight that. Thing. That actually turned out amazing. I'm going to make myself a note while I'm flying. Highlight Cascade Solo Run. There we go. Remind myself to do that, and 50% chance that might happen. I'm a busy guy. Yes, again, I do try to do different bases, and I try to do creative things in those bases. But we as a team actually stopped doing underground bases, and we've done massive underground bases, everybody, where we have, 100 or 500 forges and just really insane industrial complexes underneath the ground where you could just drive from the surface level down a ramp and end up in the base, and then had another ramp that went back up again. We've done some seriously large stuff. We've done massive underground vaults and things like in the side of mountains. And we've just taken over hundreds of POIs over gameplays. Now, on my solo playthrough, I'm doing from scratch builds, where I build everything from scratch and show you how to basically survive in the most efficient way. I'm all about efficiency, everybody, and flexing your economic power, right? So once you build up that economic power, there's nothing you can't do. And like, what is power is the first thing you got to figure out in a game. Some games don't have like a monetary system, right? Like in here, it's Dukes, where you have a monetary system. In Fallout, of course, is caps. and you get the idea, or credits in space games and whatnot. And some games, like Satisfactory, don't have a monetary thing. So what is the most economic thing that you can do? Well, it's power, because everything requires power in your factory. So if you have power and you have an excess amount of power, of course, you can produce whatever you want. And I think the coolest thing I think I've done in Satisfactory is not do a lot. See, everybody else does like, oh, I'm going to do this massive build with, 47 gigawatts or whatever it is of power. And I thought, well, wait a minute. What's the whole purpose of playing 7 Days to Die? Efficiency first, right? That's the whole theme of it, right? So why wouldn't it be more awesome if you could do it with 20,000 power? If you could basically finish the entire game and never need to exceed around 20,000 power. It's more like 22,000, but right in there. And that's what I did in my previous playthrough. I did the whole entire thing, 20,000 power, didn't need to make anything else. All I needed to do was to get to rocket fuel. That was it. You can finish the whole game, which is awesome. But we had done it. We proved it was possible. And now, of course, we're just scaling it up, and we're getting all the oil, and we're getting all the coal, and we're bringing it back to our base, and we're building a real awesome and very complex system of trains and stuff. And giant mega build blueprints that you can modularly snap them together, and all sorts of cool stuff. Just a whole nother level. But that's how I like to do my gameplay, but on a whole nother level that you don't see very often, right? Because most people are not as crazy as me, and they wouldn't spend all that time. But I think time is your most valuable asset, so spend it wisely, both in life and in game. I'm just going to dip. Close enough. All right, there we go. Welcome to the Kismet Kill Box here at Trader Jen's. Actually, I like being by Trader Jen. She's pretty sweet. This actually got some unique features that I haven't done in quite a long time, including a moat, everybody. Yeah, a moat is really awesome because when the zombies are coming running in to go to your base, they're going to try to jump down, and then they got to jump up, right? Especially if they're over on this side, which, of course, we have the water on the outside here. But be careful. You don't want them getting under your base and start smacking your base. So we did go in and grade this edge so that they can come up here. Then it takes some time to jump up. Then it takes some time to jump down, and then it takes some time to jump up, and then, of course, oh, I have it turned off. And then, of course, they're going to get zapped by the electric fence, but I currently have it turned off, apparently. And we got some cool stuff down in there, which we'll take a look at that here in a second. And, of course, we did add our turrets, our remote Kismet Kill Box. We're really going to go heavy on those in the new base. As well as you can see that we have an actual bomb wall and an electric fence in this base, everybody. So really going all out. We'll go ahead and pick up our gyro, just get out of our way. And we'll go down here. Now, one of the things that I typically do with the Kismet Kill Box is basically have yourself inside the box, and basically they'll come up and you can use your melee weapon to wipe them out. One of the easiest bases to build. But this actually is not the kill box. This is the bomb wall, which is a second layer that's offset from your main base. So again, if your bombers come in or your cops come in and they blow up, they're blowing up on the outside of the base. And you're like, well, Kismet, they might breach this outside. Well, actually, you do want them to breach the outside because the zombies will favor that spot that they actually breach. So if they do breach right here, they're all going to run right there. So that's awesome. So you just keep shooting in that spot, try to slow them down as much as you can, and then it just pigeonhole in that one spot, which is good. So it has that side effect of it as well. And one of the things I thought of recently in a previous playthrough is thought, well, wait a minute, I have all this space that's not being used. Why don't I use it for my farming? So you can see I actually have my farming plots. You can also see that I have these vents right here, which we'll take a look at when we go inside. But inside here is my 7x7 kill box, everybody. Probably one of the most easiest things you can build to absolutely dominate this game. Absolutely every single time. So what you do is you go 7x7, nice square. Because square is the most efficient thing based on square footage and your ability to move there. I can actually make it smaller. I have made mini kill boxes, which is pretty cool. Not as in quantity, but as in size, the mini version of it. Even smaller, which was a 4x4. Very, very small. I do like it to be a 7x7 because it makes it easy for your character to run around. Also makes it easy later when you have your turrets to basically go in and create yourself a little turret stand. Better if it's going the right way. There we go. Make yourself a little turret stand. You put your turret on there. Of course, your little robotic turret on there. And, of course, it'll shoot the zombies. Make sure you don't use this, though. Make sure you use concrete or whatnot. So it gives you enough room to put those turret stands down. And, even if you had a couple people in here, you'd be fine. Now, for my team, I do make a larger one, so we're not always running into each other. I definitely want to give enough space. And this gives me enough space to fight the zombies in multiple layers to watch out for bombers and cops as well. And then also this double pull really works great against mobs that are shooting you out of range. You see a cop coming at you. Guess what? You just dip behind this corner. It hit that corner, and it's instead of you. And then you can go ahead and wipe them out. And I typically fight them on the outside. Now, of course, if you would like to be a sniper or you like to just be up on the upper level, we also have the upper level ability here. We also have a relay right here, which is relaying our power into the corners for that electric fence. Let's turn our electric fence back on. Oh, it ran out of fuel. I can tell you already. I can see because it's not on. There we go. Boom. All right. Turn that back on. You can see we have an electric fence, and we also have hatches. So we can actually have powered hatches that, boom, opens up that electric fence. And we'll build electric fences. We've also set up our kill box in such a way that we're actually going to use blade traps. We're going to use electric fences. We're going to be using dart traps. We're going to be using, we're going all out on the traps, everybody. And, of course, the remote Kismet kill box, very much like that one over there. Very, very cool. But as you can see, basically that's our little electric cabinet there, and we have all of our various stuff here. Let's go back into the kill box here, everybody. And again, remember I did this with a stone axe, everybody. And came down here. Now there used to be a bunch of stuff right here, but of course I've taken it out and taken it to the other base. This is where all my production is. Down here, and we have our updated new dew collectors. Look at that, everybody. Ooh, mama, that's sweet. Right over here, and we're going to go ahead and try to pick this up. Notice that I cannot pick it up. Take all our jars out of here as well. I cannot pick it up, and the reason why I cannot pick it up, and I can pick these up over here, by the way. Let's go ahead and get all that out of there. Oh, I can't pick that one up. That was just a little too far, and that's because of where my my land claim is. You can only be so close to, your land claim can only be so close to the trader. And so some of this stuff I won't be able to pick up. Like right now, this is running out my forge here. I can turn this off, grab all of this. And so I won't be able to pick that up naturally as I normally would, and like I did with all my benches. That's why I put my chem stations on that side so I could access them. But let's go out and look at where my land claim block is. So just give you a general idea. It's way out here. Now, the best thing to do with your land claim block, if you are by the trader, is just to start to put it down, act like you're about to put it down, and start walking, and it will tell you the exact spot in which you can put it down. You can go ahead and activate it so you can see. Oh, it's inactive because I did my other land claim block. Oh, okay. Well, let's fix that. Let's take that out. I forgot. That's why I can't pick up that one in the corner, is because I put another one down. Again, this one becomes inactive when I put the other one down. Let me just show you here. There we go. And now you can see where the edge of that land claim block can go. Normally it's about 14, 15 away from the trader is the closest edge in which you can put stuff down and then come back and pick it up later. So we'll go inside and you'll see how it kind of splits the interior of the base. So if you want to make sure that you can pick stuff up, obviously you want to offset your base away from the thing. Now, doesn't really matter to me because I can go ahead and make more. But you can see, oh yes, it is beyond the dew collector. That's where that is. See, and right here I had all my stuff, benches and everything on that side because I turned this on so you can see where you can actually modify it later. And you can see that this bench is not there. So what we'll do is we'll take all the resources from this, right? We'll hit R, get all the output, and then we'll just use our auger to get those resources back. By the way, you can leave those resources in there and take it out, and that stuff will just drop on the ground. I don't like doing it because I'm old school. I've been playing the game for a very, very long time, and it didn't used to do that, so I don't trust it. And then one, of course, the best features of the underground base here, the Supercorn Cathedral. Look at the size of this bad boy, everybody. This is about 6 blocks down. Again, using that trillion tower bulletproof glass, which is as strong as steel, right up there. And of course, we've got our vents in here, which are venting all of our supercorn. That means that all of these are farm plots, everybody. So we'll take all that up and utilize that. Now, when you're moving your base, of course, what you want to do, of course, is gather all your stuff from previously. So we'll go over here, and I got to remember to set my other land claim block as the proper land claim block now. But we'll just turn this off so we don't have to look at this green stuff. And again, our goal is to try to get out of here by day 110. So we're going to have a lot of stuff to move to the new base. Now, at this point, everybody, I've got a whole bunch of stuff that is sorted into various boxes. But that sorting is going to get redone anyway. So there's no reason for me to go ahead and hold all this stuff in their proper boxes anymore. Best thing to do is just to take it and start combining this stuff, because you're going to want to move it in such a place where you can grab it and take off. By the way, these supports go all the way down to bedrock. And why do you want to put your supports all the way down to bedrock? So you know it is absolutely secure in the fact that it may still fall down. But that's the most sturdy way of doing a base, is to have that bedrock support, so you know that the blocks underneath it are not going to, like all of a sudden you're halfway down, it's a bunch of sand, and then bam, your base falls down for what you think is no reason, but it's really because you built your base on sand. That's not good. Not good for sure. All right, and again, we're just going to take everything and we're just going to start to fill all these top boxes here, so we no longer have to do anything with the lower boxes. And we'll put all this in our vehicle and stuff. So we're just going to grab all the water over here. And again, we don't have the ability to pick these up, so we're just going to have to sacrifice them. Oh, it did not like that. Oh, okay. It did not like that. Oh, I found a bug. I'm great at that. It basically said, nah, Kismet, you can't do that. That's basically what it said, because I was overburdened as well. All right, well, hey, we got a little exception come through. I just ignore those things when they pop up, by the way. Yeah, look, it doesn't even register that it's there anymore. That's wild. All right, and we'll get these out of here. Yep, there we go. Object reference not set to instance of an object. That's not good. But that's okay, as long as we got our stuff back. We'll just do it again. Oh, that one didn't do it as bad. But yeah, they actually didn't go away. Look at that. I found a problem, everybody. I'm always finding those issues. Always finding that stuff. All right, we got anything else in here? No. Now, you notice that I'm going to go ahead and put an X in here. That's going to tell me that, hey, I've cleaned out those boxes, though I always do come back and check them all again in a kind of a final run. But I'm just going to start mixing this with whatever I've already got in here. And I'm not really worried about it. Does it belong in that box anymore? More of just get it all to the top side. Actually, we should probably just make this easy on myself here. Oh, I put my blocks down. And just put the ladder all the way to the ground so I don't have to go back and forth.
We'll be closing soon, so make your final purchases.
Okay. So we're going to go down here, and normally I don't put the ladder all the way to the ground so I can run underneath it, so it's not like in my way. What the heck is going on? Whoa, okay. That's not good. All right, hold on. Let's go ahead and exit. Yeah, it's not showing me my blocks. I just put that block down and I couldn't see the block, so that's not good. Again, it's probably because of that error that we had. We'll log out, log back in, see if that fixes that. I find the number one way of doing something, everybody, is you just log out, you log back in, pretty much. And usually that clears up that kind of stuff. Remember, everybody's still a work in progress. They're still adding things and updating things, and things are going to go wrong. Yeah, there we go. See how I know things? Showing you all my secrets, everybody. Showing you all my gaming secrets. See, it actually did put that there. And then these should have vanished by now. Yep, there they go. So we know how to fix that. All right, jars down here. Jars are good. All right, and then we'll go ahead and do this. I don't think we even use these boxes. Again, when you're in a solo playthrough, but I do put a lot of stuff up above because I'm using that elsewhere. Oh, mama, look at all those resources. Holy mackerel.
We'll patch you up in the morning.
Thank you, Trader Jen. Just throw that in the garden. Again, just taking out all the stuff. And again, I'll prioritize what I take over first. But again, it doesn't matter now, because now everything needs to be moved. We have made our choice of our new base. What we really need is that steel, so I'll hunt that down here at some point, and we'll go like this. And what I do is I hit E to open up the thing, and then I'll hit R to grab everything out, and I know that it's empty. Because if it closes the box, that means that it grabbed everything that it could. So a great way of knowing. Oh, wow, we can actually probably stack some more of this stone. We can't stack clay, sadly, I don't think. At least from what I remember. Recipes. Yeah, you can't stack clay. But you can stack stone, which you can see I've done right here. You can do stacks of small stone. We'll go ahead and get that going. That just will make it a little bit easier for us to transport it as well. What do we got in here? All right, again, doesn't matter. Just mix it together. We'll sort it all when we get to the other side. Very nice. Just want to get it out of our little hobbit hole over here. Oh, mama, look at all that ammo. Lots and lots of ammo. Oh, I see a bird over there. I have no idea how I'm missing these shots. What the heck? You got to be kidding. There we go. Wiping them out. Wiping them out big time. All right, let's throw that all up in there. Now, I don't know why I get so many screamers, everybody. I'm playing with my crew. Even me and my crew, sometimes we have like 10, 20 people on the thing. We don't even get this many screamers. I got like feral screamers coming in. Look at this, into the kill box here. Get wrecked, lady. And of course, you want to take care of the screamers first, so they don't spawn more mobs. Somebody way out there. I don't reload, I just switch weapons. I might go to 3 M60s. M60s can shoot really far. Look at that, this is just from 2 screamers, everybody. That many mobs, like Horde Night starting up. Again, this moat is super OP because they get in the moat and they go down. Oh, they actually damaged my electric fence. That's a lot of mobs, everybody, for a solo playthrough. That's a lot of mobs for sure. Okay, now we got our little fence going there. Not worth my time to fix it because we're not going to be Horde Night here. We're going to be Horde Night at the other location, so we got to get cooking. When you're going up and down the stairs, everybody, you want to be doing something, eating food, reloading, doing all that kind of stuff as well. Yes, I can. In this particular base, I did not set it up where I can repair it from inside easily, but if I do go right here, I can go like this. I have a switch up above where I can go ahead and open this. But in the future, what I'm going to do is have the electric fence on the inside. Because I've done previous bases where I had it on the inside and I can just flip a switch, open it up, and repair it right there. That's actually a better option. The reason why I have the hatch out here, though, is that it's easier to connect from this one to the corner one. See, the corner one's a little tough to have hatches in the corner. Because you're trying to minimize the size of your protection of your electric fence. And so it's really the corner causes the problem. But the ones in the center, you can easily just put a hatch right there and do that because it's already lined on the outside. And then you have the hatch. The hatch is actually stronger than steel, everybody. If you ever notice that about a hatch, if you built your whole base, I have too much stuff on me. If you build your whole base out of hatches, it would be exceptionally strong. Let's put all this stuff down. There we go. Let's show you over here, everybody. We'll take this on out of here. And if you go to the hatch itself and you hit the hatch, you can see the hatch is 21,000. So it's actually twice as strong as steel, plus a little extra. So yeah, very wild if you think about it. So the actual steel hatch is the strongest item in the game, even more than anything else, because it's a single block that's 21,000 strong. So try it next time, everybody. Build your base out of them hatches. It's really expensive to do that. You're going to need a lot of resources. But there you go. But yeah, you can fix it from the inside. Even from there, I could go and just take my resources, whatever I did with them. I might have taken them already out of here. But what you need is some electrical parts and you need some forged iron. I think I moved it to the other base anyway. I don't see it in here. See, this is what happens when you start mixing your resources. Now you don't know where the heck they are. Yeah, I kind of feel like I already took them out of here. But it's not really worth my time to do that because I'm actually going to go through and pick up all the electric fences. I'm going to pick up all the turrets. I'm going to pick up all the stuff. And if I can't pick it up, then I'll probably just destroy it or leave it, one or the other. But what we want to do right now is just prep for some back and forth stuff we're about to do here. And again, we're just filling up all these boxes at the top with our general resources, just so we can clear out our boxes, and that'll give us a sense of how much stuff we need to go back and forth. They did add a more storage to your gyrocopter, which is awesome. Oh, actually, I didn't take anything out of that box. Which is awesome, so that you can actually transport more stuff with your gyrocopter. Wow, look at all these mods in here. And let's grab them. Actually, let's leave the mods. Leave the mods for now. We want to go to this one right here, miscellaneous crafting. We definitely need to get a ton of forged steel going. And then we'll just grab a bunch of that. The miscellaneous crafting, probably the most important box of all the boxes. And I could use some of this miscellaneous crafting to repair that. But again, if I pick it up, it actually repairs itself, by the way. And you can just put it back down if you wanted to do it that way. I think we're good. We got all these boxes full of stuff. All right, now we need to think about the priority. Now, I have the base tagged, or I thought I did. Apparently, we lost our base. Okay. So this is Tycoon HQ2, because we also built one in the forest biome. We're going burnt biome, then with desert, winter, and then, of course, the wasteland eventually. But our base is way over here. It's pretty far away from where we are. But what we can do is go ahead and just right-click on that base, and then that, of course, will show us where that is, about 5K away. And then this one's tracked, which is 2, and you actually have both of them tracked at the same time. So when we're going back and forth, we can easily orient ourselves if we get turned around or we're doing loops or whatever we're doing in our gyrocopter. So let's go ahead and put this down and start to prioritize what we want to bring. Now, the first thing, of course, is like I said, we want to bring some of that steel. Also, we would probably want to bring some stuff to get our forges started, right? Look at all those dukes just sitting in there, everybody. Speaking of dukes, we probably got a ton of dukes in there, which I'm going to show you how to make just an infinite amount of dukes as well, everybody. We'll get into that. We'll get into all of that. But really, the things that we want are the things that are going to help us get our production going, which would be our duke collector stuff as well. And over here, we have some water and food and all that stuff, meds. A lot of great stuff there. But eventually, we need it all. So we're just going to go ahead and start with the stuff we know we need first. Over here, we can see we have a bunch of ammo as well. I believe we already took our ammo over there. But we'll go ahead and start with our ammo here as well. Put all that in there. Let's see. Any food that we want to do. We'll go ahead and do this. And this. There we go. And then we'll bring a bit of our water. And we got a lot of coffee in there. And then just kind of a spattering of your various meds that you might need, because the zombie's going to be up in your business. And we're starting to buy all of our candy now as well. Extra farming gloves there. I could probably get rid of those now. And there we go. All right, we're filling that up nicely. And just the things that you think you might need. Now, this stuff over here is really don't need as much of that stuff as I need all the other stuff. And let's see. We got any iron? We don't have any iron, but we could definitely use this clay. So I'm going to just double press the button. It's just going to grab just the clay because I grabbed a stack of clay and then said, hey, put everything that's like the stuff that's in my inventory. And so it did. And the reason why you want clay is so that's one of the first things you want to put in your forges. Sometimes I double up on clay just so I can let clay run while I'm going back and forth, back and forth. And by the time I'm done going back and forth getting all these resources, my forges will have that clay smelted down, and then I'll be ready to get iron. Put the iron in there, start making steel. You get the idea. We gotta cook because we got day 112 is actually horde night, so we got to get really going here. Anything else that is of high priority in here? I would not say any of this stuff is high priority for right now. Bullets, we've got tons of it already over there. We do want to keep our thing there. Put this here. There we go. And we need our blocks right there. And I forget what I used to have right there. We'll just put our turret there. We've got this. We had our gyrocopter there. That's what we did. We had our gyro there. Let's switch this around a little bit. There we go. And then we want to put something here that will basically block this stuff, like this stuff getting in our inventory as we go back and forth. Oh, there's my original pistol. At the very beginning of the game, everybody, if you can get yourself like a 9mm, you are styling. Again, just get yourself a 9mm. You can end up with tons of 9mm ammo. Put 1 point into pistols, and you will rule the beginning of the game. How do I know? 0 deaths. I mean, I don't need to say much more than that, right? But again, sometimes it's just lucky, everybody. Let's just go ahead and take some concrete with us as well. And really, at this point, we can just start grabbing stuff. Just start grabbing stuff. I'd probably go down here, take a look and see what else is in my miscellaneous crafting. Oh, miscellaneous crafting empty. Awesome. I also have building box over here, which has a bunch of things that we are going to use, including solar. And we also have a little vending machine, which is going to be pretty fun. Then we have the bike box here, which is for making bikes and also later for some power. Mods, not very important. We do have some raw meds up here. I think these other ones are empty, so we can mark those with an X as empty. Again, you want to hit E and then R just to make sure that they are empty. And I would do that on every one of these boxes, and we'll do it again when we come back. We also have some cooking stuff here that we do want to grab out of here. And the campfires are cheap, everybody. You can make campfires, so if you can't bring your campfires, that's fine. But we definitely want to bring all of that stuff with us. I see we have another one here. There we go. We can recreate that. So we've done pretty good. Again, 112 right there. We got all this taken out. And you can see I only needed 3, and then we're going to need to work on our farming plots. So we can go ahead and just put that all in there. Okay, now it doesn't matter. Now it's just like grab whatever and bring it with you. There we go. Okay, now we got a lot of back and forth to do. Here we go. And this is definitely when you want your fuel saver. You want your turbo. As I like to call it. It's called the supercharger, but I call it the turbo. And you can see I just press shift and release. You can see I'm not holding down shift. And that, as long as I'm holding down W, it will automatically put you in run mode with your vehicle, which means your vehicle is flying faster in this direction. Now, if you look other directions without holding down the right mouse button, it will actually slow you down. So you definitely want to look in this direction to get there as fast as you can. Now, I'd probably say this is probably going to be 3 or 4 rounds of going back and forth. Might be more. But I specifically don't get a tremendous amount of resources so that when I do move my base, I don't have a bunch of extra stuff. Like, if you ever seen me play with my crew, everybody, when we move, everybody, all of us take loot, and we still have more loot that we have to go back and get. It's just so incredibly awesome. That's a lot of loot, and also very difficult. I think in one of them, when we moved to by the time we moved to the wasteland, it took me like 6 hours to sort all that stuff and put it back into its appropriate boxes because we had so many. We had, 100 boxes of stuff, so it can be pretty crazy. You had a screamer earlier? Look at you go. Yeah, the screamers. I don't know. They seem to be, but also it's how good you're doing in the game too. Is how many of those screamers, what level they're going to be. How strong they're going to attack your particular base. But this is the matter of going back and forth now. We still got a lot of work to do on the base, including that inside. But what we want to do is get over here and start our forges going. So this way it is working while we're doing other things. But the second we start the forges, what's going to happen? You're going to start getting screamers, right? If you actually have your forges off, your workbenches off, you're not doing anything with any of your workbenches or forges or anything, then you're going to have a lot less chance of them attacking you because you don't have a big heat map. It basically, how much ever activity that you're doing, it calculates whether zombies spawn and come after you, right? So if you're not doing anything, you're not running your forges or anything, well, guess what? A little smaller heat map, less chance. But there's still a chance that they will still spawn. But again, the more activity you're doing, like I was doing there, where I was running around, I was grabbing a bunch of resources, going up and down, doing a whole bunch of stuff. It just said, oh, okay, well, what's Kismet doing? Oh, he's doing a lot of stuff? Okay, boom, there you go, screamers. And remember, the mobs don't care about your stuff, everybody. They only care about eating you, because to them, you're meat, right? So that's why when you're carrying meat in your pocket, they're after that meat, not necessarily the smell itself. They're after the meat itself. That's why rotten meat does not attract them, because they're not after rotten meat. They're after the actual meat, right? Fresh meat, which is you. Which is you and any other meat that you have collected. I really like the desert biome. The desert biome, other than the forest biome, is great because you don't have this constant like fog or darkness that you're hanging out in all the time. Now we can also make ourselves a truck and drive it out here. I feel like the truck is always not worth it because you got to navigate past everything. You got to run down all the streets and go around cars and checkpoints and all of that stuff. And I try to pick the biggest city in that particular area. And the reason why you do that, especially if you're going to take over a location, is the tougher the location that you take over, the stronger the mobs are going to be, the higher your game stage is going to be. Now me, I'm just in a cul-de-sac, so I'm not actually at an actual location. But I did want to see what's under the cul-de-sac, which I was correct, that it did go all the way down to bedrock with that stone and concrete, even in the desert. See, in the desert, usually sand under there. So if I were to build out here where the sand is, it's going to be sand all the way down to bedrock, or some of it will be sandstone. But in this case, we lucked out, and now it is basically stone and asphalt, which is awesome. And again, I like to put it right in the middle of the city because that's where all the action's going to be. And it's going to be tough. Just so you know, everybody, if you're crazy like me and you build it right in the middle of town like this, it's going to throw down. You can see we also have POIs around us as well. They'll come swarming out of there at some point. All right. Oh, and we got to put all this in there. So which side is our entrance side? Over here. I see. All righty. And then now we're going to be going up and down and up and down. And we're going to be dropping off all this loot. And I'm just going to put it randomly in the ones I've already upgraded first. There we go. And get this out of my inventory. Again, we want to put something in there so it stops doing that. Put this here. Like that. Just kind of cover these up. Now, I can take that stuff out of there and it will give me more inventory space. I typically don't like to do that, and the reason why I don't like to do it is so that I don't forget to put it back later, for sure. And I'm starting to use these rounded ladders instead of the square ones. I've been using the square ones for so many years that I thought, you know what, I'm going to try using the round ones and see if I like those. And again, we still got to extend this all out. A lot of stuff to be done. But we're going to go in here, and we're going to see if we have some stone in here. We don't. All right, I'll just put some coal in there then, just to keep that slot from getting filled up with stuff, so we can just very easily go in and out here. We can try to very easily go in and out, in and out. There we go, and then we just drop it down, dropping down. Again, we'll sort all that later. The sorting part is the later part. Getting the resources is the now part. Again, trying to remember which direction the thing is. Always is the last way I look. Over here. And this stuff right here is just me testing the building a round base. And again, I never bothered to take the time. It's like one of those things like, hey, one of these days I'm going to build a round base. And so I did. I did eventually. All right, there we go. Also love the flaming mod, which is awesome. All right, I just got to remember that's west. What's up, guy? What's up, Fred? That's Fred. All right, actually, we can take these out now, too. These are actually getting destroyed. Get out of here. Take those out now. We have gotten those good to go. Now, this ladder actually goes down low enough that they might actually end up going on there. Again, we'll put some hay bales or something down here and make this a little faster in the future, but for now, we'll go ahead and do this, and then we're just going to say 4, and that just tells me I put stuff in there. Big boy. What's up, big boy? Where are you? I only reload out of combat, if I can avoid it. Is there stuff in these boxes over here? This is going to be nuts on Horde Night, man. This, I can tell you already. This is going to be absolutely insane in this particular spot. All right. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Now, we're going to want to dip out of here. Now, this is usually the toughest thing, especially when you got a lot of lights and things like that. What? There we go. Wow. Do some flippies. We made it. All right, off we go. I'm the most dangerous person to drive with, everybody. Very dangerous. I seem to always get bored of solo play around day 50 or so. The weird thing is I typically don't play solo. I typically only play multiplayer with my crew. And sometimes we'll play both Saturday and Sunday, but I've been trying not to burn the crew out because we've been playing a ton. So we play on Saturdays, and we usually try to get 3 Horde days in, and because we play 20-minute days. Now, this is the standard default settings, other than the fact that I have a randomized map and that the map is 10K, which means I'm going to have 4 traders per zone, so it's going to be 20 total traders. And you can see it's much larger. You have much larger cities, massive, massive stuff. But I don't get bored in the game because I'm always trying new stuff. I feel like that's the best way to entertain yourself. Like people say it all the time, Kismet, I'm bored in Fallout 4. What do I do? Put your feet on the ground and start walking. You're going to get into all sorts of trouble. Might see some new stuff you've never seen. I know because I've played through Fallout 4 13 times. I'm in my 13th playthrough right now. Nearly 4,000 hours in there as well. And I see new stuff every single time. The same thing with 7 Days to Die. When you random world, you might not get some of the POIs that are in there. There's over 1,000 POIs in the game. You can go into every single one, which is amazing because even in Fallout, you have a bunch of facades and other games. You have a bunch of you run up to the building, you're like, oh, I can't go in that building because you can just tell by the way that it's built. But in here, you go in every single one. So there are still, even 4,000 hours into 7 Days to Die, still locations I have not gone in. And it's really cool. I really like that. And by the time I do go into all of those, guess what? They'll come out with some more. Which I really like. I really like that particular part of it. And then again, I also like to be more efficient each time. Like how could I, when I'm playing through the next time, how could I be more efficient? What did I learn in this playthrough that will carry me over to the next playthrough? Like in my previous playthrough, we learned all about this Zillion Tower, and we can use that bulletproof glass as a base, as the ability to actually have light down in underground in our base. And it really actually works pretty great. This way it actually, you can be blocked against the mobs hitting you, but you can also see outside of your base, which is very cool. And also when you're underground, that light's going to come down. You don't need as much light underground, though we will add some lights down there. But we do need to get our stuff going. So I'm just going to go ahead and make like a couple rounds here. And then I'm going to start getting my forges going. I'm not going to start them yet, so I don't have a bunch of screamers every time I come back. But we're going to go ahead and try to get this going. And we're doing pretty good. We want to try to get it moved by day 110. And we're moving like every 50 days to another biome, right? And my goal is to try to get to the wasteland before they come out with 3.0. Or if they don't come out with 3.0, we'll go to the wasteland. We'll crush it in the wasteland, that kind of thing. Or I'll just try to go to day like 200 or 300 or whatever. I've actually been to day 5,000 before in the game with my crew. Absolutely. We had the server running. People come in and out of there. And man, day 5,000 is nuts, everybody. It's insane. It's actually the max cap of both game stage, or used to be the max cap. I don't know. They might have raised it now. It's like the max cap of the absolute highest level and the most mobs, the most dangerous mobs you can have in the game. It's nuts. It's nuts. It takes a really long time to get there, though, if you are in normal mode like I am, or default settings where every day is like an hour. That's really takes a long time, and it took us a long time to get there. But it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy fun. Again, I enjoy every single time. I don't think I've ever had a playthrough that I didn't enjoy in 7 Days to Die. Not one. And I've played since Alpha 10 or 12 or whatever it was. Whatever it was, everybody, I don't remember. I do have it linked to my Discord and on my website, my first play of 7 Days to Die. Actually, that's only partial of that playthrough. I actually played for the first day I played 7 Days to Die. I played for 20 hours straight. I was so addicted. Right off the bat, boom, 20 hours. And that's why sometimes, by the way, if you're like, hey, Kismet, you should play this game, and I'm not playing that game. You know why I'm not playing that game? Excellent. Kismet landing right there. The reason why I'm not playing that game is otherwise I'm going to do the same thing I'm doing 7 Days to Die. I'll be 20 hours in and then be stuck on it, get all wrapped up in it. It happens. All right, again, we're just going to grab this stuff randomly. I'm not really prioritizing the rest of the stuff now, just grabbing it as we need it, and then we'll grab our ammo. Just moved it up here, just easier for me to quick drop this into the gyro. And we all good. Anything else that we can grab? I think we good. Okay, and again, we'll get all the stuff on the top here first. Oh, wait, we need to fuel her up while we're at it. There we go. And we'll make another run back. Oh, messed me up. My tail hit the thing there. Come on, you got this, guy. You got this. Watch out for the tree. And there we go. Back we go. Again, just back and forth, back and forth. Just here to lurk and listen. Well, thank you, Ro. I appreciate the lurker love. I appreciate all my lurkers, everybody. You know, there's some people, I've been streaming for 11 years now, everybody. There's some people in the chat who have never said one thing. Never one thing, but they're just loyal lurkers. They just come in, they lurk every single time. And some people listen to my stream like it's a podcast, everybody. They're like either going to go to sleep or they're just, you know, working on their stuff. They might be eating or doing something else or playing a game while they're watching the stream. I appreciate everybody. Everybody everywhere. No matter where you're watching me, everybody, I appreciate it greatly. So again, I really enjoy it. But I do feel that the team play is my favorite above that. But I'm just showing you guys how to survive if you do want to play solo. Because I haven't played a solo playthrough, like a real playthrough, in quite a long time. I played it a bit in my last one, and really just want to see how the game mechanics is in solo play. Because it's just you. I mean, it's you and the traders, and that's about it. And that's it. And then the zombies, of course, and the animals. But there ain't nobody else here, everybody. It's just you, except for the mysterious stranger, which does show up and buy your stuff from the vending machine. Again, I don't know who that mysterious stranger is, but they are definitely out there. And I like the desert biome. One of the ones we did was the Spaghetti-O residence. One of my favorite ones that we took over. It's one of those ones you go by and you're like, one of these days I'm going to make that into a base. And so we did. Very fun. Giant mega base. Very, very cool. Now, I don't really worry about my food and water, but until it gets really low and it really massively starts to affect my stamina. You can see my stamina is already going down. I'm at 156. Out of a total of 197. Again, the longer you survive, by the way, the higher your stamina and your health. In my case, I'm actually maxed on both because I can't get any more because I haven't died at all yet. But that doesn't mean, like, in a second, I'm not going to fall out of my gyrocopter and die. That's the fun part. Waiting to watch to see where Kismet gets his first death at. Actually, the funny thing, in my last playthrough, I had 0 deaths on that one, too, through the whole playthrough. Did not die once, but again, it can happen really just like out of nowhere. Like all of a sudden, you'll be like going to POI, you'll go through a thing, you'll get stuck in a corner, and then all of a sudden, boom, you get swarmed by mobs, or you fall out of your gyrocopter, or whatever it is that gets you. But again, we need to start firing up all of our forges and stuff. And actually, we're going to fire it up a day early here. Day 109. My goal was to get all that stuff over there and fire it up on day 110. But we're doing so well over here. Oh, we're going to get it going. And again, I need iron. So we want to get it going, melt down as much clay as we can. Because we don't have any more iron. We'd used it up. So we need to get all of our stuff over here. We need to get our stuff up and running again. We don't need to really do sorting. Sorting is something you can do later on. But you need to prioritize, like, what's the most important thing. If I have plenty of ammo, then that's not it. If I have plenty of food, then that's not it, right? And you can also do it, again, through process of elimination. So you're like, okay, do I have plenty of this? Yes, okay, don't worry about that. All right, this, yes. Okay, well, I need steel to steel up the base. That's what we need. That's what we need, but then again, it's going to attract more screamers and more mobs to our base. And we got a lot to do, so settle in, everybody. Settle in. Going to be an awesome night of fun, that's for sure. A lot of fun all night long. And I do have a bunch of stuff, of course, I have to do later, but we got lots and lots of time. Lots of time. I got to take my car over again. My daughter got another accident, and I have to go in. She's fine. I have to go in and get the taillight fixed on it. A lot of money sunk on fixing cars that my kids are driving. I don't drive the cars, everybody. I pay insurance. I don't drive the cars at all. I don't drive typically. The wife drives, or my kids are using the cars. They're driving. I don't really go anywhere other than hanging out here. But one of these days, everybody, one of these days, Kismet's going to get out of his office here and travel around, hopefully before I can't do it anymore. Which is what that whole vault van, exclamation vault van is all about. I'm going to make a real life van, kind of like you see those van life peeps where they go in and they build an interior to their van and then they travel around in it. But mine is not to live in the van. Mine is to travel around to different shows and go to different locations that have to do with the with that particular thing. So say we want to go see like places that are like Fallout, like known as the Black Briar, which is the White Spring in Fallout 76. We'll go and we'll check those places out in real life and travel there. And then go to things like TwitchCon and all that other stuff and do all that fun stuff. That's my big goal, everybody. And, the best thing to do in life, everybody, it's kind of hard to do everything yourself. So just put it out there in the world and see what happens. And I just work at it little by little. And again, if you want to be part of it, you can just go exclamation Vault Van Life, learn more about it in the chat, or feel free to ask. I'll let you know more detail. Oh, wait, we need to go to our vehicle over here. So I have an exterior entrance and an interior entrance. Normally, I don't like an exterior entrance because they're just going to try to keep going in that thing to get down to me all the time. Down here, when you have this open, they'll be like, "Oh, okay, I'll just go down this ladder to get you." Oh, speaking of, you don't want them doing that, obviously. So if you close this, by the way, it will create a barrier, but eventually that's just going to be a vent, and you'll see why I need that vent later on. All right, we've got that going. Okay, so now what we want to do is, again, start to attract more mobs, not on purpose, but that's what it's going to do, because we're going to start firing up our forges. So we're going to go ahead and look for our... Oh, we got more forges in here. Let's put our forge up on the wall. You can see also that this is... what you call it, asphalt. It's worth 500 right over there. We need some cobblestone to fix it, and we're stacking these vertically right over here. Now we did offset it down, so if any mobs get destroyed up here at the top, they won't actually hit our forges and stuff. So we're using a very open vertical setup, and you can see we have lots of wall space, so we can make a lot more. But we want to go ahead and decide, okay, where we're going to do our iron. Let's say right here, we'll use all 3 of these, or we could use all 6 of these we want to do. But we're not that much of in a hurry. Now what we're going to need is we're going to need some fuel. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this in half, because this is going to run for a really long time. We're going to need our mods. Hello. I hear somebody up here. Again, see how it's cool? You can see through where they're at right there. That's one of the cool things about using that. Yeah, so you just pop up here, take care of business, and zip back down here. Okay, so we need our mods that go with our forges, which is our anvil and our bellows. So we want to get our anvils and our bellows right here. Very nice. And then we just shift click those into position. Let's go ahead and do several of these. Get those going. Very nice. We'll put 1500 in that one. And 1500 in this one. And we'll leave one there. Oh, we already have 1500 in that one. Okay, cool. And then we have this. Now, the bellows allows you to smelt it down faster, and the anvil allows you to run it out faster. Now, the number one thing that we need is clay. So we'll grab a bunch of clay here, wherever we put that, and we'll just double press this button. It'll put whatever I've got in there, which is, in this case, a whole bunch of blocks. Put all that back in there. Sometimes you got too much stuff. Oh, and look, there's all our ammo, too. Okay, so we're going to double up to shift left click. Going to put it in there. We're going to turn that forge on. Off it goes. Shift left click. Turn that on. Off it goes. And we want to let those run like so. Now we're going to come back to these other forges later, but we just want to go ahead and let those start running while we're doing some more back and forth stuff here. And we'll put all that back in there. We'll go ahead and think about our food and water here. It looks like our food is getting pretty low. Also looks like I have some stuff in my inventory. And again, you see I'm just putting my ammo in there for now. That was our food, so we'll just put some ammo in there as well. Just to try to keep this stuff from this extra stuff that we don't want in our inventory. Okay, we'll leave that, and we're off and running. Oh, not that. Not that one. This one. Again, this is just to make it easier for me to transfer between bases. And let's go. Yeah, I got that started up early. There, oh, come on. There we go. Fantastic taking off. Now I'll set myself up a little landing spot eventually in there. Look how cool that is, right in the middle of the cul-de-sac. Very cool. I'll set that up later where I can come in and take off and land from on top of the base. But really just trying to move the resources. Try to move all the resources to the new base. And then I can decommission this base. And then we don't have to go back and forth anymore. We have everything over here. And then we can really go to building. Especially upgrading that to steel. And again, we have about 2 days in game, which is, each day is an hour long. So we do have a good amount of time to both melt that clay down and then also get a bit of iron and put that iron in there. I think I might have a little bit of it laying around. But right now we just need to do this. And again, this is a really, because this is a giant map, so these are really far away from each other. Another reasons that I went over here is because it's also close to the winter biome. So when we do move to the winter biome, we'll be close to that as well. When you go to the map, it stops controlling the gyrocopter, and all of a sudden you go boom and start falling. Look at that cool oil thing there. We got up on top of that one time and did Horde Night. Just completely didn't build a base or nothing. We just got up on top of it and fought them off. That's really fun. You can also do nomadic playthroughs like that, where you don't even build a base. You don't go and do all the stuff that I'm doing, where you put forges and all that stuff. You can literally just go from town to town and work your way through the game, and you just get up on top of a building and you fight them off during Horde Night, which is totally possible. Totally possible to do, to just use whatever random building that you have at that time, and then fight them off. You can also, kind of build up and insulate that building temporarily while you're there, and then move to the next biome and the next biome and so on. You don't even need to keep all this stuff. You can just take, like I do in the beginning of the game now, I just start selling all this stuff because I don't need it at the beginning. What I need is food and water to survive. It's more important than any resources that you're collecting. And I've done that mistake in the past many times, everybody, where I starved to death because I kept all that general loot. Which, again, you can always get all that loot later. It's really your survival is the most important thing because you're playing a survival game. So that's the highest priority I work with now. And there's something in that mountainside over there. It's kind of cool to watch it flow in, and you can see, sometimes you'll see a big building, and you go, oh, look at that building, and then the mountain will go over the top of it, which is cool. Makes me want to go over there with an auger and auger out the entire mountain, just so I can see the shape of the building. Very cool. Being a cool building, look at this one. Oh, wow. That's a Kismet moment. This is what I was talking about. Like I said, everybody, we could see the building before we saw the mountain come in. Wow. Those are called Kismet moments, everybody. When I talk about something and then that thing happens. Yes, it happens to me quite often. I didn't even realize that that was one of those things. Oh, really? The first time you build the gyro? I love the gyro. Gyro's the greatest thing because it's, you know, the quickest way between 2 points is typically a straight line. So it goes way faster. You can go up and over stuff. For some reason, this particular map is the most mountainous map I've ever been in. Has a lot of mountains. And again, I kept going up and over the mountains in my motorcycle all the time. There goes dude. I've tried to crash into him a few times. You can't crash into him, sadly. Can't shoot him down, can't crash into him. I've tried it. It's pretty wild also that right here by the trader there's this big giant mountain. It kind of reminds me of the Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Again, I love to see how it silhouettes in the background sun. Pretty cool. But you can see the bird biome, man. It's always so dark and foggy and all this ash and stuff coming in. All right, just nose up. Let's just nose up for a little sweet landing just like that. Very nice. And I usually just pick it up and turn it around the other way. Like this, and we'll repair it up, gas it up, and how we doing here? All right, more stuff, and we'll get all this stuff from all these boxes. That one is now empty, and we'll go ahead and mark that as empty. More stuff. The more stuff you got, the more trips you have to make, everybody. And again, this actually will go fairly fast. It goes faster than it did before. Again, I have the mods in there that they added to the base game, which is your inventory mods as well. Almost. Very close on that one. Anyway, we go again. There we go. Much better takeoff on that one. I find when you got to do something like this, where it's very repetitive, and you have to go back and forth, just grind it out. Just chill, relax. It's funny because, you know, I'm playing games, I don't get, like, nervous and stuff. I just have fun doing it. Even if it's a scary game like this, and you got tons of zombies or whatever it is, I just, there's a weird chill that comes over me every time. Yeah. Taking out Zombie Duke. We haven't seen Duke yet in the base game, unless you're playing some sort of mod. Can't wait to meet the Duke himself, as well as bandits and things like that. I have actually played the game with bandits in the game before. They did not function as well as zombies. The reason why those bandits are taking so long, and they explained it, they went into detail, is the fact that that's a whole separate system than the zombies themselves. So they're on a whole separate system, the way they act and interact and all of that. Definitely looking forward to it. They don't have any ETA or anything like that. They said maybe 4.0 is potentially bandits. But here's my take on it, everybody. I don't care when they bring it out. I don't care when they bring it out, because too many times when people said, bring out the game, rush, hurry, and then what do we get? Crap. We get crappy game. I don't rush developers, everybody. I say, make it great. That's all I care. All I care is take the time you need to take it to make it great. Make it a great experience for the player, right? That's all I care about. I wish Bethesda would take that to heart and stop putting out stuff that's broken. And because you know, I want to see them succeed, everybody. I want to see them do great. I want them to put out something that they don't have to patch 15 times after it, and fix the stuff they already got too, like Fallout 4. There's still you got to use that unofficial patch, everybody, if you want to use the targeting HUD or anything like that, because it'll initiate the it'll just skip the dialogue, which is kind of annoying. And of course they could have put a load accelerator in there. I use the load accelerator mod. I'm doing an ultimate modded playthrough right now, the Rise of the Tycoon Empire in Fallout 4 on Wednesdays and Thursdays, if you're into that. They could just add that load accelerator, and then the base game would be faster for everybody. So why not just integrate that stuff into the actual game? I think there should be, when you make the game, and then there should be a crew that continues to fix the game until you fix the bulk of all those bugs. And then the smartest thing to do is if you innovate, say like in Fallout 76, where they innovated AoE looting, the way the card system works, man, just a whole bunch of stuff that they did in 76. The build system is really great. Doesn't have all the stuff from Fallout 4, but it does have a bunch, because Fallout 76 is like Fallout 4 with friends. Basically, that's what it is, I think. The writing is not great at the beginning of the game. Those quests, you just got to shrug through those quests, everybody. But later, the expansions that came out with the Brotherhood and a whole bunch of other stuff, that stuff's really good. I don't know who they had doing the quests in the very beginning. Those are not great. Again, because they don't do as great as Fallout 4 does with breadcrumbing. Like, it'll say, hey, you should go over here and do this thing. And then if you stop your playthrough at that point, you go do something else, you come back and you pick up where you left off, you know, okay, oh, I got to go over here and I got to talk to this guy next. Where it's not like that in Fallout 76. If you don't finish that quest line, everybody, you are not going to remember a week later what the hell you were doing in those quests. I know I don't. Because it doesn't say what the next thing is. It's very vague in what your next step is, where Fallout 4 will be like here. And the other thing about Fallout 4 that it has that 76 doesn't have as well is randomization. So when you go in there, you might run across different factions. It's usually never the same ones fighting each other in that particular spot. You might also have a bunch of random encounters. Some of those random encounters, by the way, can become people at your base. You can recruit them. They're unique vendors and stuff as well. There's unique items all over the world. Of course, you have all the building and other fun things like that you can do. Very, very cool. Again, I think Fallout 4 did not get enough love for how actually innovative it was in all of those things. Because it very much is, and still is to this day. What's up, lady? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, why am I going up here? I can just go down here. That's why I made this hatch. All right, let's go down here. Drop this off. Dropping off the loot. We're going to do some serious sorting of all this later. Where did I park it? Why didn't I park it on this side? I did, right here. So much loot. Could be using my drone for this as well, but I find the drone massively annoying. Because the drone should basically be above my head, not right in front of my face. It should be a mode where you can actually set it to different settings, like stay further away from me, not always right here in my face. So when I'm trying to build and stuff, it wouldn't be in my way. I was like, you know what, be up a little higher, up out of the way, especially over the top of my head. And then I can just look up, work my drone, and then be down. That's what, again, in real life, that's what I would do. If I was having a drone follow me, I would have it above my head and not directly at eye level. Because that's just dumb. That's just dumb. It's just going to be in your face the whole entire time. If you can't set it to another thing. Quite often, also, with my drone, is I will forget that I paused it somewhere, or I told it to stay somewhere. And then I'll be like, ah, God, what did I do with my drone? I have to go track it down. That's more of a me problem than a drone problem, but there you go. Alrighty, looking good. How's our stuff doing here? We melting down? We're looking good. Alright, let that keep rocking. And probably about on day 110, we'll try to get some iron. I do like to close that down when I'm not around. We'll go ahead and just pick this up since we're right up against that edge. We'll look at what direction our stuff is here. Man, we got so much work to do and a couple days to get most of it done. Let's go. I love this whole thing. See all the lights all the way down like that, and then there's another roundabout there. That's what that roundabout used to look like. But we took it over. And we're also going to do some questing and other fun stuff over here as well. Yeah, the third time the drone jump scared me, I said never again. Yes, and then sometimes they get glitched. Sometimes you try to put a block down, and then you start to put it down, and then the drone comes in and gets in your way, and then you put the block down over here. It is kind of annoying, and they still need to do some work on the drones. They still need to do work on the solar and the power and all of that stuff. And especially, probably the number one thing I think they need to work on eventually, probably not more important than bandits in the storyline, but the water. The water is the thing they absolutely need to work on, because it works terrible. You have to know a whole bunch of tricks to make it work. Like when I was doing that moat, I was showing you guys a whole bunch of tricks on how to fix the water, how to get the water to go into a moat, because it ain't easy to stack it, especially at multiple levels of water. And I've done some builds, everybody, where it took me, 50 or 100 hours just to make this aqueduct I was trying to make, and I was trying to make it like four deep. The water's very awkward in the way that it works. But again, they said they'll get to it eventually. You think this stuff's easy, everybody. It's not, because when you fix one thing, 5 other things break when you're making software, everybody. It really is. Look at the cool storm over there. Storm's coming in. Storm's coming in over there. I love the look of the storms. I just don't like the storms slowing me down when I'm doing stuff. That part I don't like. And again, I did reduce it down on my team playthrough to 50%. And I got to go into the actual settings because it only lets me do like 150 and then 0 over on G-Portal on their server, which I'm going to probably give them some feedback also to put it like in 10% degrees instead of just being like all or nothing kind of thing. Or really, it's all half or nothing. They definitely need to have some degrees of separation because I can't just type it in, which I tried to do. I tried to type in like 20% chance of getting those storms. I think it should be, the storm should happen way less, about 20% the chance it happens now, and then also it should scale based on the length of it. You should be able to say how long you want it to be, as well as the length should auto scale based on the length of your days. So if you have 20-minute days like us, that should scale it down to only going for about 3 to 5 minutes. And then, boom. And then it would be much more enjoyable. Because then you only got to, suffer it for 3 to 5 minutes instead of 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It feels like 5 hours when you're doing it in 20-minute days. It feels like it goes on forever. Even in a solo playthrough, it feels like it just goes on forever. And it shouldn't do that. It should, add a little fun to the gameplay. Okay, oh, wow, if I fight the mobs in the thing, okay, in the storm, I get better loot and stuff. Or a higher chance of them dropping loot. But it's mostly annoying. And that's it. There you go. I'm sorry for the dumb question, but I haven't played since 2017. Is there any map you would recommend? I am always a random generator map. I played all the maps, and they're all fun. Like if you played Navigaine, the base map, 50 times, you're probably over it. I don't like to know where anything is. I don't like to know where the biomes are. I don't like to know where the traders are. I feel like that's a huge part of the fun of the game. If you know those things in the very beginning, you've already eliminated like 50% of your gameplay. Right at the very beginning. If you already know, oh, okay, I know exactly where all the traders are. I know exactly where all the biomes are. So I always suggest randomly generating because that's what actually makes the game highly replayable because you don't know what's going to happen. Just like if you're playing like Valheim, same thing. The world randomly generates. And actually, I saw that Windrose also has that feature where it just randomizes the world. Again, that's all about replayability versus, you can actually go into the map generator and look at the map and tell it what type of map you want to be. You want to be, each one is equal. Do you want one to be at the top or the bottom or whatever? You can customize your whole entire map if you want to, but I don't want to know. I want to just come in, do my thing, and then go, oh, okay, yeah, there's the trader. Oh yeah, there's the burnt biome. Oh yeah, there's where the winter biome is. That's what I want to do. And obviously, it's been working good. Been working good. All right, where are we at? Weapons and ammo over here. All right, that one now done. Again, we're just transferring all of our loot, everybody. We have a tremendous amount of loot here. Look at all them dukes. Oh, mama, that's 144,000. Dukety dukes right there. And got all these jars. And again, a lot of this stuff I could break down if I wanted to. But really, the thing that it represents more than anything when you're doing this, everybody, it represents time. Your time, your crew's time, and that is your most precious resource, both in life and in game. So again, to remake all these bottles or re-get all these dukes will take time. So that's their actual value for me. And we'll get there. We're moving all the bulk of the stuff. Back and forth, back and forth. I want to do a custom gen world. I just feel out of my depth playing solo. Well, all you have to do is watch this playthrough. I do have them all by episode numbers, by the way. I believe this is episode 14. I do have a playlist as well. If you go, actually, I can just do it right here. I'll just type it in the chat for you. How about I just make it super easy to be super OP in solo play? How about that? 7-day solo. Right there. There you go. How about a playlist of this exact playthrough from the very first one? So you can see how I got started, how I built my Kismet kill box, how I survived. And you're like, Kismet, how do I know you're good at the game? Right here. 0 deaths. Level 97, game stage 303 right now in this biome, but in the other biome I'm 360. That's how you know. That's how you know. So again, that'll help you get started. And again, you just kind of skip through until I get to how I build my bases and how I make my money and whatnot. And again, I'm all about economic power. How can I get a ton of resources and a ton of building materials to survive? But that stuff's not important in the beginning. What's really important in the beginning is your survival. So getting just a regular weapon instead of a pipe weapon, like a 9mm pistol, really going to help you a lot in the beginning. And food and water. That's really what you want. Shelter, sure, you can just shelter in a building, or you can make yourself a really easy Kismet kill box, which I do very early on. And you're off and running. Don't have to worry about it. Trying to get out of this storm here. Get out this storm. The desert biome. The desert biome also has a storm. One of the things I think they should also do is randomize the storms, that the storms are not in all the biomes at the same time. Sometimes I do see them in separate biomes, but it's really annoying to have them in all the biomes, because this way, if you're in one biome, you can just fly to the other biome and get out of there, and you don't have to deal with the storms. Again, I think they should randomize it in different ones. Like the wasteland will have one, but all the other ones will be fine, and then we'll have the desert will have one, and that one will be fine, and so on. But right now, it's both the burnt biome and the desert biome, because you can see I can't see squat as I'm going along. I'm also up here a little bit as well, so we'll come down just a bit. You don't want to go up too high, because if you go up, then you have to come back down too, so it does take longer to get where you're going. Especially the desert biome, you can fly a lot lower, typically, than you can in the forest and all those. And of course, if you want to get rid of the storms or hide from the storms, you go back to forest biome, which doesn't actually have storms. It does have rain and those type of storms, which does affect you, does burn up your food and water faster because you're cold and stuff. That does have storms like that, but not like this, where you're going to start taking damage. See, like in 57 seconds, I'm going to start taking damage, which sucks. It really sucks. And I can tell you, I'm not going to make it all the way there in 47 seconds. I got 2.4K to go. So we're going to need to start dipping down, and we can make ourselves a little shelter. A lot of times what we do as a crew is basically just dig a hole and put a block above our head. That works as well. If we run across a building or something, I'd say right about 30 seconds you want to be thinking, okay, I need to land here somewhere. Make myself a little base. And we'll fly a little bit further here. All right, 13 seconds ought to do it. Find yourself a spot. I like to be up on a hill. Oh, there we go. Definitely zombies trying to get me. All right, now I'm starting to take damage. Here we go. We'll stop here. I'll maybe feel like make myself something out of concrete since I have some concrete blocks. Not necessary to make it out of concrete, but that's what I have in my inventory, so that's what I'm going to use. Yeah. Bird. Out of here, bird. Get out of here, you crazy bird. Alright, and then this here, guy coming in. Prioritize the baddies, and then we get inside here. Build ourselves a roof. Like this. And a door, which I do not have enough inventory space for, so I'm going to just drop this water. And if I can get my thing to cooperate, there we go. I can also see that little circle thing? That is my drone healing me. I feel like the only really good use for the drone is to heal you, but also to carry your stuff. So it's actually carrying a bunch of stuff for me, including blocks and dukes and a whole bunch of stuff that I might need, including different candies, stuff for the trader, for doing farming, all that kind of stuff as well. Now what I'm doing is I'm just kind of sitting in this little bunker that I made. And you can make it out of wood blocks, it's just as good. But apparently I don't have my wood blocks because I put them down somewhere and just have my stone blocks. But I have a massive amount of blocks, so it's no big deal. But I have to sit in here and be safe from the storm. I could have just dug underground, put a block above my head as well. A little bit more dangerous underground because if they do fall on your head, you might get stuck down there and then things go really bad. I'm just going to go ahead and repair or reload all my stuff and repair my stuff here. And did I pick that thing up? I think I did. I forgot what it was. Yeah, I picked up the water. There it is. So now I'm okay from the storm, and now I can go ahead and run back out in the storm because I have some resistance. And we can go ahead and fly onward for another couple minutes, and then we'll have to stop again. And I feel like it really does kill the momentum of the game when you have to stop like that. But we're about 1.8 away. We'll make some more progress. I also try to look for buildings, and I kind of dip into the building. Now, if you do dip into a building during a storm, those mobs are going to be hardcore, so be ready to blast them. They are going to be pretty hardcore. Now, every biome other than the forest biome, you will take damage if those storms are popping off. Okay, there we go. See how it's going back up? That means the storm is coming to an end. Or you've come out of the storm. There we go. Okay. Home of the navigating survivors. See, it doesn't seem that long when you're in the single player. But in multiplayer, when you're doing 20-minute days, it feels forever. It really does. Yes, they actually did a really great job. Again, they listened to a lot of feedback from the community. They added a ton of stuff in here.
What's up, bro?
What's up? What's up, Bernheen? I highly recommend another playthrough if you haven't played through in a while. I actually recommend playing through with a crew. Even more fun. Because we play on Saturdays together. We were just doing it yesterday, and we were at game stage 2000. And it's an absolute swarm of zombies coming in now. And again, they adjusted it so the zombies are not just coming in a straight line, which they normally do. And you just shoot right through the zombies because you got armor piercing, right? So it goes right through them. Take out a bunch of them at the same time. But you can see I'm actually building, for the very first time, the rounded Kismet kill box. Oh, everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's no fire in the stream right now. All right, there we go. And again, we're just transferring all of our resources from our previous base over here. Look at this. 7 of these get nice and filled up. And again, eventually we'll upgrade those to steel, and those will hold even more. But again, nice and easy. Lower access here. And we'll probably end up putting some of this stuff on the surface level, especially our trade stuff as well. And I'll show you how I make all my cash, show you how to make unlimited amount of cash. Like, I don't just make, like, millions, everybody. I make billions and trillions with a T. Yes, of any type of monetary reward in any game, in the trillions. Because I've been doing it for a very long time. Right over here. You're like, Kismet, I don't believe you. You don't believe me? How about I just flex a little right here? Boom, check it out, everybody. This is January 15th of 1986. 2.5 trillion in the bank in a game called Taipan. Love that game. Fantastic trading game, everybody. Actually, Windrose reminds me of Taipan. Basically, you're just going from place to place. You're trading all the stuff, silk, autumn, arms, all that stuff. Yeah, it's a Polaroid, by the way, everybody. And you can see a very young Kismet, a 15-year-old Kismet, in the reflection of that Polaroid shot there. A very young version of me. The funny thing, by the way, everybody, in those days, is that you wouldn't game all day long. In my youth, we didn't do that. We just went in, we played games for a little, say, maybe 30 minutes or an hour, and then we went outside, we played. We got our bikes, everybody was out of school by then, and you would go hang out with your crew, and you'd run around, and you'd get into all sorts of adventures. Usually you'd find me like at the pool, or you would find me, at the arcade or something like that. But we didn't sit at home and play games all day long, even though you did have some home systems. But that's the old school way of chilling out with your crew. All right, looking good. How are we looking over here? This still pumping? Oh, yeah, we're about 5K in. All right, good. All right, again, we are trying to hit our goal of day 110, moving all this stuff. And we're all looking good. Anything else? Nope. We're just going to pick this up and turn it around. Oh, we could probably leave that behind. Let's turn this around first. I like to pick it up and turn it in the direction I want it to go. Let's go ahead and direct dish in here. Yeah, probably good to put a hatch right there too at some point. We'll get to that. I'll just throw that in there so I don't have to lug it back and forth. And we'll close that down. Back over here. And again, since this base is so far away from our previous base, this is going to be some work. But we're investing that time now so that when we do move to the winter biome later, we'll actually be closer to the winter biome than we are now. And again, this is the problem with a very large map, too. This is a 10K map, everybody. It's a massive map. Almost twice the size of the default map, which is usually about 6K. It's very big. You don't have your Prime sub? Oh, bummer. That's okay. You can just come and hang out anyway. I'm going to show you all my gaming secrets right now. We're using the bulletproof glass of the Trillion Tower, which actually you can upgrade all the way to steel as the top of our base. As well as we are building a rounded kill box. We're going to be putting in a bunch of turrets, a bunch of blade traps, a bunch of dart traps. We're going to be doing all the traps and really advanced stuff. As well as we took out 5,000 blocks the easy way. We went down in there and we cut it around the outside first. Or actually, I think we did the center first. You cut out the center because I have a ladder in the center. So I cut out first I drilled it out so I could put the ladder in. Then I cut that center part out all the way down. I cut the edges out all the way down. And then I just undercut it. And then the whole entire thing fell down. Over 5,000 blocks. That allows us to have a massive underground base. Now, you really can't do that at the beginning of the game. That's why I'm doing it now when I have the auger. And the auger really makes that much easier as well. Though some people do swear by the steel pickaxe because you can one-shot blocks in the later game. Me, I like to use the auger, so I'm not using my stamina. And this way I have my stamina for fighting mobs during that moment in which I'm extracting resources and the mobs decide to show up and say, what's up? Look at this great shot over here, everybody. Look at this great shot of the sun going down over there. Very cool. Very cool as we dip back and forth here. I find, again, things that are like this, that are repetitive, you're going back and forth, best just to grind it out, and then before you know it, you have all your stuff moved, and then you decommission your previous base, and you're good. And some people will leave their previous bases as active. I don't do that. I take all my resources to the next base because I know eventually I'm going to move to the next base, and then winter biome, and then off to the wasteland. I could just skip over this right by the way. Right now I could just go right to the wasteland. But we are building different unique bases based on the biome that we're in, right? And again, I typically like to build right by the trader because, again, most of the time you're coming in, you're going to be talking to the trader and getting stuff from the trader. So it's usually great to have your base right by a trader. Though sometimes the trader can be really obnoxious, like Trader Wreck. He can be really obnoxious. He's just a ray of sunshine. So I typically don't like to build it right next to him because it's like, we're opening, we're closing, we're opening, we're closing, we're opening, closing. You got to listen to him going on and on. You know, listen to that beeping noise every time they're closing and opening. So I usually set it back enough to where I don't have to listen to that, but I'll be fairly close. Because typically when you're coming back from a quest or if you're coming back from having a bunch of loot, you're going to go to the trader. And if you go to the trader and your base is right there, you can just go to your base and drop off the loot that you want to keep. Sell all the stuff to the trader, get another quest, do all that kind of stuff. I have played the game before they had questing, by the way. And then what we used to do is just go to each area and we would go house by house by house or location by location, and we clear every single one. They are going to have an option to turn questing off in 3.0, they said. And whether that feature will make it in there or not, we'll find out. But some people want that traditional style of like Alpha 16 where you can turn questing off and you can turn all the other stuff off. And they really allow you to customize the game massively. You can roll back to like Alpha 10 if you wanted to. Play the real old school version of the game. You can choose it in your properties of 7 Days to Die. When you go to install it, you go to properties, you say which alpha version do you want. Like if you want to go back to Alpha 16, install, boom, you're playing Alpha 16, just like that. Which most people consider to be the pinnacle of the game. I don't think so. I think that they actually have done a great job of not making the game super OP, which it used to be when it came to like water. Like when you had, when you can take 500 jars and just go like that and get 500 jars of water like it was nothing. That was a bit too easy, I think. I actually like the Dew Collectors. I think they should actually have the Crucible, require the Crucible for the jars. This way it gives you, in the beginning you have more of a struggle where you have to get the jars and then you put it in the Dew Collector before you can actually make them. I think that progression was fine. I don't know why they changed it, but again, probably make it a little easier for people who are just starting to play. Let's double check all of these. I think there was some stone in that one that I missed. I missed the stone. Oh, it looks like I'm about to give someone a shot. Get that out of my inventory. There we go. Get that out of there. Okay, then we finish this one. Like so. Oh, we gotta get this out of here. I could probably scrap this farmer gloves now. I think I already have one. I made another one by mistake. I made the gloves by mistake instead of the thing. Well, actually, if I want the full farmer suit. I mean, I already made it. Might as well keep it. All right, there we go. Then we're going to get our Dropbox stuff. And again, we're just transferring all of our resources. And we're getting there. Little by little. Just trying to fill up our stuff here. Probably might want to do that. And then we're going to go ahead and start to work on this underground part. More of our stuff down here. So let's go ahead and grab all these parts. Again, if you go in and hit E and then R and then it closes it, you know you got everything out of that particular box typically. But we're just going to go back up here and we're going to put all this in the drop box. There we go. And you can hear my electric fence needs some work, but pointless for me to fix it because again, we're going to be moving. And we're going to be doing, no matter what, we're going to be doing Horde Night at the new base. So we gotta get that base cooking. We're going to say this is DB2. Now, again, anytime I put stuff back in there, I'm just going to actually add the name back in. And the X's mean that that particular box is empty. There we go. And that one's empty now. Look at that. We got that going on. Raw meds. Not a lot of that. We can get that out of there. And we're getting down to it now. And Every time I hear it, though, it makes me want to run over there and fix it. But I'm trying to resist. I don't do things that I don't need to do if I can avoid it. All right, let's see. Bike box. This stuff, we don't have a lot of this stuff. And again, this is probably a couple more runs and we'll be good. Right there. And we do have a bunch of farming plots we got to work on as well. And that box is now empty. Nice. Over here, building box. Not too much in there either. And we'll just say DB3. Put a drone in my face. Get out of my face, drone! Again, I'm not going to use my drone, though it is very useful to use the drone to carry stuff. I don't like to reset it up later. Okay, now we hit E, we hit R. We're going to go through and double check all these boxes. E and R, E and R, E and R, just to make sure that there's nothing in any of these boxes. Again, if it closes, that means you grabbed everything out of the box. It's doing it automatically. I'm not closing the boxes. Okay, and there's nothing in here. And I'm so cheap, everybody, I will actually grab the candles. I don't like to waste any resources whatsoever. I do like to recycle it, use it elsewhere. Now, am I going to tear the whole entire base down and try to recapture all this iron? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But we are going to get our farm plots, so let's go ahead and get those. Let's go ahead and repair our auger, because it's going to go a little faster. And away we go. That's going to cause our thing here to fall down. If we didn't have one underneath it, which we do. See, I have a double layered in case they did breach. And the cool thing about these farm plots is that you get them back. Now, it used to be where you just did it on the ground. I actually like the farm plots. I think it's a cool way of doing it. Because then it's a unique block and you can put it down like here in the center of cement and stuff. It doesn't require me to put dirt down. Doesn't require me to manage the dirt or anything like that. I actually like the move to the farm plots. It does take a bit though to get resources for the farm plots. Highly recommend the wasteland. Go kill a bunch of zombie bears and dyers and whatnot. The zombie bears are the best because they get a lot from those. And we're just recouping all of our farm plots, which we're going to use in our new base. Now, if this is dirt underneath here instead of concrete, because I did the concrete first before I put all the things down, then what will happen is the zombies will spawn on that dirt, so look out. Look out if you do leave dirt on the interior of your base. And contrary to popular belief, the block right here, the land claim block does not block zombie spawning in that area. It's actually your bedroll that blocks it, and it's like a certain amount. You can make it, you know, by default it's like 30. You can make it 60, or you can make it even more. But I find that even when you do have that bedroll down, that sometimes they just decide, oh, nope, I'm going to spawn there. Just going to spawn up in your business as well. And again, a lot of things we want to start getting going again, including our farm plots and stuff. Let's just go ahead and put all that in down. Now, we got some super corn to do. Where is our little buddy? He is hiding somewhere down here. There he is. All right. Now, what we got right here is we keeping our farmer outfit in. There we go. Repair that. There we go. We're keeping our farmer outfit on our drone, and what I'm going to do is wear it. There we go. And it puts my nerdy outfit and my nerd boots onto the drone, so this way I don't leave without my resources, which does happen. Now, I love to use the little knife. Now, you don't really need to, but I kind of feel like it's the way I would do it in real life, is go ahead and go to our Super Corn Cathedral in here. We got a lot of Super Corn. Let's go. All right, now cut myself to the corner, and then I'll go ahead and hit this so my stamina gets boosted. You should be hearing in your head, cha-ching, 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 dollar bills, everybody. We're actually growing dollar bills right here. Now, usually maximum, if you have your better bartering and all that other stuff that you can use for boosting your bartering, you'll get about 8,000 dukes for a stack of super corn. Unless you're super tricky and you use the actual vending machine at the trader, which I have shown before, and eventually we'll show that off as well. Now, while we're waiting for our stamina to come back, we're going to auger up all of these. Again, you get all these back. You don't have to remake all these farming plots, which is awesome. Pick them back up. Now, I can go in and just take out the farming plots if I don't care about the super corn. But I do like to recover my super corn because you're going to get seeds while you do it as well. So we do want to recover all of that so we can replant a bunch of this. Again, I'm making so much cash here, but I don't even think about cash anymore. You know, I know because I put basically 100 stacks of super corn in the vending machine. And when you sell super corn, a full stack of super corn in the vending machine at the trader, it's worth 25,000. So instead of 8,000, 25,000, right? That's a lot. So each stack. So again, you could very easily make 1,000,000 dukes just from your super corn. There's other stuff you can do as well. Bicycle handlebars are really effective, and you probably have a bunch of bars laying around anyway that you can go ahead and use for selling that. Very easy to make a lot of cash. Again, decommissioning here. And you can see all this part here is stone down here. And they don't spawn on blocks that you create unless it's a dirt block. A dirt block, they will still spawn. Because back in the day, what I do is put a dirt block down. And then we would either do like a garden or we would do a farm like this. And they did spawn. I had it up on top of the base, and they spawned up on the top of the base during Horde Night and started jumping down at us. Yeah, that's how you learn that lesson the hard way. That's not good. You don't want to spawn inside your base. Do you have any tips on organizing chests or that sort of thing where you have to do it straight from the beginning? I am the ultimate person to ask that question, Bush, because I've been sorting for 4,000 hours. Those are real life hours, by the way, both for my crew and for my own solo play. So you're going to see me go through and sort all this stuff once we get it all moved. I would do the tough part first. Always do the toughest parts in anything that you do, I find, even in real life. Like what I'll do is, I've been in production for a very long time, graphic design. And so what we do is we produce, different ads or T-shirts or comic books or, posters or whatever it was. I've done every type of graphic design you can do. And so it follows a certain flow, right, that you have to do in certain order. So you get the artwork, you figure out what the client wants, so on and so forth. And so you want to have that efficiency of being able to find the stuff when you need it, right? So if you're trying to find where your ammo is or your bullets are, I actually have a spreadsheet in which I have a list not only of all the Horde Nights right here, but also in here, and you can see there's a bunch of tabs here at the bottom. I also have this one called item mods, and under there it actually says storage boxes. And these are how I organize my boxes. I got my finished boxes. These are the names of all of my finished boxes: food, drinks and meds, ammo, tools, skill books, and so on. And then what I call raw boxes: your wood, your iron, your raw vehicles, your your raw ammo, nitrate coal, all that stuff right there. And you're like, well, Kismet, I'd love to copy that and put that and paste that. Well, guess what? I'm going to go ahead and hook you up right now. So I'm going to find out what I do with that button. Over here somewhere. Where are you at? Right there. Boom. So you can just go ahead and look on my spreadsheet and copy paste it into your own spreadsheet. And then you'll have a little idea of how I do my boxes, but you can also watch me here on stream where I will organize all of this stuff later. I highly recommend in the beginning you do more organizing, and then in the later game that you let that stuff build up a little bit more, because you don't need it as a high priority. The thing that costs you your most precious resource, which is your time, is having to go in and out of all those boxes all the time. That's why I'll combine a bunch of resources, like I might put drinks and meds together, so I don't have to go in and out of 15 boxes. And I see people way overdo boxes. They make way too many boxes, especially in the beginning of the game. Completely unnecessary to make that many boxes. I only make a new box if the box fills, and even if the box fills, I still say, do I need the stuff in this box? If I have, 15 augers in the box, that's a waste of augers. We should be breaking those augers down and making higher-end augers out of those lower-end augers. Again, if you're just keeping stuff to keep stuff, it's just a waste of your time. Now you see I got a lot of super cord. A lot of super cord here. You're welcome. Again, I have a certain style that I do, and my team knows exactly how I organize, as well as I also have a playlist for my team playthrough. Well, everybody, if you want to see our team playthrough from the very beginning. Now, in that particular playthrough, we have done nomadic playthrough before, where we went to each and every biome. But they came out with a new 2.5 and the 2.6, and so we had to restart. So we went forest biome and then directly to the wasteland biome, in which we're rebuilding an entire town right now. I was actually working on some roads. I'd finished up the Kismet kill box for the crew, at least as much as I want to do on it for now, and added a bunch of turrets and fun things like that. And then I was starting to work on the actual roads. So I'm rebuilding the roads in concrete so they can take more damage, as well as going in and doing some cosmetic stuff where you can paint back in the roads, making the street lines nice and straight. See, I think that's the thing that they should add in this game, the ability to rebuild the wasteland. And I think they should have done that in Fallout 4 to a bigger extent. Because that's your mandate to rebuild the wasteland. That's what you're doing in Fallout. And I'm one of the few people who actually do. 13 playthroughs in a row. Greetings. Okay, see, I just run out of stamina and then I'll switch to using my auger to take out the farm plots, and then while my stamina is going back up, and get that done as well. And we're getting there again. This is another one of these things that, you're like, yeah, I got lots and lots of super corn, but then the super corn itself becomes a job, because this takes a while to take this out. And again, if I made this 10 times this size, well, guess what? It would take 10 times as long to take out. Keep that in mind when you're making large farms, because they will take up your time, that's for sure. Out of my way, drone! Out of my way. You're screwed. Nah, you'll be okay. You'll survive the wasteland. You just need a few Kismet gaming secrets and you'll be off and running. One of those is supercorn, everybody. Supercorn is so incredibly valuable. You got to think, everybody, you have an infinite cycle of money here, right? So this supercorn is just growing while you're busy doing other things like surviving, making food, doing all that stuff, especially making yourself ammo for Horde Night. And then while you're doing all of that, guess what? Just the dollar bills are growing up right here. Supercorn also great for making duct tape. Really what you're going to be making is glue, and then turning that glue into duct tape. And just decommissioning this previous base, and again, I call this the Supercorn Cathedral. Pretty awesome, about 6 blocks down, and the reason why it's down so far, if a bomber blows up there at the top, it won't hit our Supercorn. Oh, I hear somebody up there. Hold on, let's go say hello. Get out of there. Get in there. Probably having myself another drink. Oh, look at that. Super corn getting full. Super corn all full. Let's go put this out here. Super corn. Oh, wow, that's a lot of super corn. Oh, get back my chainsaw. Chainsaw. Put those blocks back together. Now, the reason why I drank the smoothie there is because it boosts my stamina regen. I probably have a bunch of points I haven't even spent yet. Oh, just one. Okay. In my team play, I have like 27 points I haven't spent yet. I'm going for the record. I think the record's going to be like 30 points that I haven't bothered to do it. Ah, you got ads. That happens. Sorry, Bezos has got to get his dollar bills. It happens. Also helps support the stream, too. Keeps the stream going. Coolest thing about running those ads, though, my favorite thing about running those ads is the fact that it then disables ads for everybody who comes in the stream. So instead of, you know, when you go in a stream, a lot of times what it will do is it'll pop up ads when you first come in, and then you go to another stream and you got more ads. And so it's like you get in this cycle of jumping between streams and all you're really doing is watching ads. So it'll come up, it'll do an ad block, and then it'll block it for like an hour. And so you're not going to have any ads for like an hour, which is awesome. Which I really like that particular part of it. Is that you don't have to look at those ads all the time. My biggest recommend, even more than subbing to my channel, is getting Twitch Turbo. If you can afford it. Because Twitch Turbo not only supports my stream, but every streamer that you're watching. Every single one. So as you're watching someone stream, basically you're not having to watch any ads, but it goes toward the streamer anyway. So I think Twitch Turbo is the best deal going around, right up there with Twitch Prime. A.k.a. Amazon Prime. I think that's an awesome deal. I used to say that Game Pass used to be the best deal as well, but sadly, they raised the price on that and just had such a great thing going, man. That was like the best thing they had going. And then they just like, hey, gaming community, screw you. I'm like, oh, man. It's like smart people who make bad choices, everybody, because, you know, I think Microsoft can afford it. I mean, they're making trillions, right? They got the big T in their evaluation now. So I think they could afford it, and it was just a great idea to have it at an affordable rate. And then, you know, somehow these people think that everybody is starting to make like 200% or 10 times more than they were making yesterday. And no one is. No one's making more, making the amount that the inflation is. The inflation is like 5 to 10 times the cost of just 5 years ago. And people aren't making 5 to 10 times more. In fact, they're probably making less. And that sucks. I think that's the number one thing they should be working on. Food, water, shelter. Food, water, shelter for everybody. How do you make food cheaper? How do you make water cheaper? How do you make housing cheaper? Work on that. And then also, hey, some healthcare, making that cheaper for peeps too. That'd be good. Get that streamlined so I stop getting 15 different bills. It used to be back in the old days, by the way, everybody, you get one bill, right? You got one bill, you go see the doctor, whatever the doctor was, and then the insurance company would send you one bill. Now they send you 15 different bills. You don't even remember going to the doctor for some of that stuff, and they could be fraudulently billing you too, so watch out for that. But you don't even remember what that stuff was for, especially if you have kids like me as well. You know, did they really go to the doctor, or are they saying that they went to the doctor? So then I have to track all that stuff down to see if it's a scam or not. Yeah, sucks. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to work on something, that would be the number one thing that you want to work on. You know, the everyday person trying to survive. You know what I mean? All that other stuff is just, who cares? It's just a complete BS reason to do anything. Should be thinking about the average Joe, man. Thinking about Joe voter is what I would think they would be doing, but they're not. In fact, they're making it worse. Making it more expensive for everybody everywhere. I say this on the stream all the time. If I had the power of AI and these billionaires and eventually trillionaires, first thing I would do is food, water, shelter for everybody, everywhere. Because guess what? What's the reason why you go to work? Food, water, shelter. Exactly it. And of course, you might buy yourself something nice. You might, get your Twitch Prime, or you might get your, your Twitch Turbo or whatever, or some, Netflix or whatever. Well, there we go. Got it done. But mainly, the whole reason you work in the first place, and the reason why most people work, is because of that food, water, shelter. So if you had that already squared away, people would actually have more children, by the way, because there is a great deficiency of peeps. Because when the older generation, the boomers, which are, dwindling right now, when they're gone in 10, 20 years, everybody, then that's millions, hundreds of millions of people who are going to be gone. And that means someone's going to need to take over for them. And then my generation, Generation X, we're going to be gone in 30 years, maybe 50 years, if we're lucky. And then that's it. Guess what? You just lost billions of people in the world. And now, instead of having 8 billion, you're going to have like 5 billion. And it doesn't seem like, oh, well, we still have 5 billion. Well, guess what? All those people were doing something. They were running the power. They were out working jobs. They were out doing things. All of that adds up to where the next generation is going to have a rough time. And that's why people aren't having children, because it's so difficult to have children. I know. I have 3 daughters, everybody. You'll spend like $250,000 over 20 years. It's about $250,000 per child. It's nuts if you think about it, because you got to feed, clothe them, you got to pay for electricity, you got to pay for their stuff, you got to pay for their schooling, get them shoes every year, or sometimes every 6 months. You know what I mean? A lot. All right, so I think we got that done. We're down to 3 boxes. Very nice. Okay. I think we, again, day 110, man, we're hitting that right on point. Again, one more little check here. We can try to get these mushrooms is what I was going to try to do. Let's just make some more building blocks here. Let's make like 100. There's a little trick, by the way. If you go like this, it'll then start putting it in your bar instead of in your inventory. Little trick there. All right, again, I hate wasting resources, so we're going to go ahead and just put in some blocks across here, just so we can run across these blocks. Maybe put it a little higher on this side. And so what we did is we put a bunch of mushrooms up here. Now, without the farming plots, and I probably should have took these out first, but without the farming plots, we're not elevated, so we're down a block, so it's a little harder to get the mushrooms. We got an absolute ton of them up here. Now, also, since I'm wearing my farming outfit, I'm also getting a bunch of this, plus I have living off the land, which gives me 3 times the different plants I'm collecting. So we're getting a massive amount of all of this. I have a lot of mushrooms already, but again, why leave them here? They're not going to really do any good just sitting over here. Yeah, right at eye level there. And again, more yucca juice to boost our stamina. I'll eventually go into stuff that gives me higher stamina. Regen. But right now, we want to just go ahead and finish this up. And we'll get our blocks back. And I salute you, Supercorn Cathedral. Thank you very much for making us crazy rich. And then we'll just kind of go out of here. And I'll probably just take the ladder as well. And I think the door got damaged. Yeah, it looked like the door took to some damage. Is the door actually destroyed? No, there we go. I got to get it from a weird angle. All right, now I got to jump back up again. Get on the block. There we go. Jump up. Grab that. Close this. GG's. Same thing here. Our inner door got hit as well. Fix that up. Okay. Anything else? We already checked all these boxes. Don't need the campfires. Everything else good. By the way, if you're really, you're really a stickler, you can just go along and just do this. Just do that and get your resources back for that. I think that's it. All we gotta do is get these turrets, which I don't think I can actually just take straight out. Wow, look at all those mushrooms. Get these turrets over here. Over on the Kismet kill box. Right there. We'll bring this down just to help us get our ladder started. And then very awkwardly, we're going to put our ladder in. It's a little trick where you get real close and then you do that. And we get up in here. Now we're going to probably have a problem with picking up these turrets because they are beyond my land claim block there. I believe I could move my land claim block. And I'll show you what happens when you try to do it real close to the trader here. Oh, we just need a little bit of stone. Let's get some stone. That's clay. That's clay. Probably have some stone over here. And this is actually a little too close to the trader, by the way. I thought, let's see how close we can get and get away with it. Yeah, normally I do have stone right there, but I didn't put any back in there. Let's see if we've got any. Nope, no stone at all. Alright, we got no problem getting stone. Because we are underground. Go in here and drill into the ground. There we go. Again, we're just pulling up all of our stuff here. Putting it into the boxes and then transporting it where it needs to go. Okay. And so we need a little bit of stone for our land claim. Probably go over here and wipe this land claim out now. Oops. Alright, just do this. Hold down E and get rid of it. Okay, so we try to put the land claim down. It's going to have an issue. Being this close to the trader. See how it's red? So what you do is we want to try to see if we can grab some of this. We just start walking away from the trader with the land claim until it says that it's green right there. All right, so right, not there, not there, right there. And again, we look at the stuff in the background. Not that one. That one. There we go. Now, is that big enough to grab our turrets? Looks like a no to me. I'm not going to get them all, but we can see what we can get. Maybe our generator bank here. Yep, looks like we can get our generator bank. At least we can get that back. We can always make more turrets, no big deal. But you can see now I get the little hand, and I can go ahead and pick that up. But I can't get any closer. This is why I'm too close to the trader. See, I'm too close to the trader by about 15 blocks. So you want to offset your base 15 blocks back. Anything that you're going to set down that you might want to pick up later. You can see I can't pick that up. But I can try to get the ammo out of there. It looks like we're all out of ammo. And then I can just drop in here and at least get a little bit of this back. There we go. Then the fun part, getting back out of here. There we go. And I'll just take it out just to take it out kind of thing. And then take this and grab these on the way down. And there we go. So that is now decommissioned. Same thing over here in our land claim block. We no longer need that. Supercorn Cathedral has been cleared out. Okay, now we need to work a bit on our electricity up here. Oh, I could have used the land claim block for these poles, but we'll see how it goes. All right, I got a switch here that just turns on the hatches down here. And again, we could have pulled that up, but we had that land claim block. Let's see how many we can get. Land claim blocks are cheap. It's okay. It's just a bit of what you call it, stone. Again, you might as well try to recoup what resources you can. Yeah, can't get that one. But I think I can get this one. Yep. Oh, we got to repair it first. Oh, we don't have the repair stuff. Well, so that's just the way it goes. Nope, repair there. And these are cheap also. We can make a bunch of these. Yep, all these have been damaged. So, okay, well, fine. I love how I was out of gas there. Nice. Let's pick up the resources. Get the iron. Again, we're not going to use this base. So we might as well get it. Now again, I can take out all this steel and take out all these hatches and do all of that. But really unnecessary. I do like to decommission a base, meaning that it no longer functions when I'm not there. In case the zombies come over and take it over and try to make the electric fence work against me. Which is not really a thing that they're going to do. But I just think it's kind of funny. Alright, there we go. We got that done. Also keeps us from being tempted to come back and use this base. But some people, they'll leave their base in fully function and working state. Me, I don't bother. I move on. It's kind of like when you go to the new world and you burn your ships. You're very motivated to do the next thing. All right, we'll turn that off. And then over here, we can't grab these switches because, again, we took the thing out. But that's okay. We'll just get our generators, turn this off. Get our generators, and we can always make all that stuff. We got plenty of that stuff. Okay, so now we're ready to do our last few rounds here of loot. So let's grab the top one first. And let's keep going. And right on point by day 110, man. We're crushing it. Right on point. What is this? This is 7 Days to Die. And it's awesome. Oh, actually, I have the wrong thing over there. Now that I think about it. Watch this cool stuff, everybody. I can take that out and then watch the little guy down there. Sometimes I forget to change that. Thanks for reminding me. Ah, he blew up. He'll be back. There he is. My bad. Sometimes I forget. I'm older. I forget things. As well. But I do like to put whatever the game is down there. It's kind of fun. Then I'd make a little animation that pops up every now and again for your guys' entertainment. I love, again, I'm all about the details of different stuff. My stream is like on a whole nother level that nobody else is, everybody. It really is. And adding even more stuff as well. I think that's why that person was asking, what is this? Maybe they were confused by it said Astroneer down there. Because we were playing Astroneer the other day. I think actually last night I forgot to change it as well. So that's just the way it goes. But you can always just look down in the panel or down in the title down below. I really wish they had left the panels as the main screen on Twitch instead of having that home page thing, which is completely useless. I really like the when you go and click chat down there, it has the panels and everything down below. I like that to be the default. That was much better back in the day. I think that change was a terrible change. I don't really like that homepage thing. I never look at it. Whenever I go to anybody's stream, I instantly click on chat because obviously I want to see the chat and I also want to see what their panels are and whatnot because I might be looking for like their social media or whatever it is. Again, if most people are going to use the chat one, make that one the default one, or let the streamer choose which one is the default one. That would be nice. But then again, I don't run Twitch, so that's on them. Remember the bees? Yes, there are a bunch of bees in here. The bees are like the most deadliest thing I think in the game. And that's because if you're not ready for them, they'll come up and they'll just infect you straight away. And if you get multiple of those bees on you, forget about it. One of the cool things, though, if you do have a very high level damage weapon, like I do, like the M60 you can shoot the bees. Lower level weapon will not kill the bees. You have to use a melee weapon to get them. So a low level ranged weapon won't get them. Like a 9mm, you can just keep shooting at them and they won't die. So you get out your melee weapon to hit them. Especially in the early game. But in the later game like this, I just use my M60. And The second I hear them, I'll turn around and wipe them out as fast as possible so they hopefully don't get to me. And they can also get into my base. They can chase you down and all sorts of POIs and stuff as well. Oh, look at that cool water tower over there. Neato. Right in the back of passing gas. Cool water tower. And again, we're in the largest city in the desert biome here. And again, just back and forth. A few more rounds and we'll have our base completely moved and decommissioned. And then we're really going to go to town on this base over here. We got to get it prepped for Horde Night, though. So once we get over here, we're going to definitely need to take a minute to get some iron melting down. We'll look around, see if there's any iron nodes. Now, when you're in the middle of the city, it's a little harder to find actual resource nodes. Sometimes there's an empty field or something like that in the middle. You can find them there. But normally they're going to be on the outside, the outer area. And each biome has its own unique ones as well as the same ones as you find in the other biomes. What you'll see here, I'll show you how to just see them right on the map and chase them down. Pretty easy. Again, this is a pretty big desert city over here. Again, I love the roundabouts. It's so cool. Again, that's what it used to look like. And now we took over this one over here, which is closer to the main city. Now, we haven't done a Horde Night yet here, but we're about to, for sure. Again, now you want to be more aware of any zombies that are nearby because this is when the screamers are going to get you right here. And you're not paying attention and you're just like doing something other than running in and out of here. Again, you definitely don't want them to hit your vehicle. They can destroy your vehicles as well. Do not let them wipe out your vehicle, especially with all this loot on it. Always check behind you whenever you're shooting mobs, because that's usually where they are. Right behind you, going, hey, what up? All right, nine boxes of loot so far. I guess that was good timing. Oh, and she screamed. All right, it's on. Let's go, party people. Bring me that XP. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's a charged mob. Oh, I knocked a tree down. I just keep shooting him until he disappears. Keep moving forward. Don't stand still because that's when they get behind you. On the left. I hear somebody. Right here. No, she's walking on the crosswalk. I don't reload everybody. I just switched to my other M60. Now's the time to reload. God, this is going to be so crazy on Horde Night, everybody. Can't wait to see what happens. Whoa, cop over here. Get away from me, lady. There's a feral. Oh, I hear another cop somewhere. Yep, oh, it's the same cop. Dodge left. Leveled up. Now I got 2 points. Level 98. You're like, Kismet, you're reloading when you only used a couple bullets. Oh, yeah. Those couple bullets will between life and death. Drop something over here. What we got? Bunch of loot. What's that loot from? It's like loot that I would have. That's kind of weird. See, it's got stacks of stone and stuff. It's kind of weird. That's kind of a weird thing that it dropped that. Like it destroyed something. That was weird. Very strange, but we're just going to roll with it. Oh, did it damage my drone? Is that who it did? Did you drop some stuff? Nope. Oh, speaking of. Glad I looked in there because I got my farming outfit on right now. Get my stuff back. There we go. Right like this. And down, down, down. All right, so Put all that in there. All right, number 10 we're on. Again, that just reminds me that I put stuff in that box. And up here. Anything else? No. Okay, we'll pick this up. Flip it around the other way. Like so. In fact, we can take this out of here and put that in there. There we go. And put this away. Down here. And again, we're going to need to make a little side trip as well. I think this is probably getting close to around 10K. Ooh, wow, 15K. Okay, cool. Times 3. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and use our map. And we're going to zoom in on our map. Now again, in the city areas, you're going to have a lot more trouble trying to find your resources. What we need is some iron. Now you're going to see these little colors here. We got one that's like purple. We got a little purple square. We got gray squares there. But what we're looking for is some iron, like right here. There's some iron. This right here is lead, based on the color, right? So the orange is iron. The blue is typically lead. More iron. There's actually a double node of iron there. Again, I got to see where I'm at. I'm here. So yeah, this is a good one because that's probably closest. Right there. And again, we'll just look around. And some of this I haven't explored yet, so there might be one that's closer on this side. I see white right there. That is a nitrate. Yeah, I think the double node is going to be a good way to get started. So let's dip over there to that double node. Let's go. I don't take long to decide, everybody, because remember that your time is very valuable. All right, we're out of here. This one's just outside here. And we're going to build ourselves a bit of a mine out here. Now, I only need enough to where I can start it going and then make a bit of steel so I can steel out the outside. I already have some steel, but again, we want this stuff to be running while we're doing other things. That's why we got those screamers as well, because we were doing the stuff. And if you can find a nice double node, you have a chance of having a sweet amount of iron down in here. All right, right here we're going to go. And then we'll go ahead and do the first part. Like this. And then we're just going to do the outside edge. Of course, the auger is going to attract a bunch of mobs, so keep that in mind. And then I'm just going to go easy mode with a bunch of building blocks. Like this, and just try to choose where the center of this is. I'm a little wide here. Good enough. Then we're also going to put down our ladder. Like this. And then make a hatch. This is why I always have all the resources on me. In case I need to make a hatch, or I need to make some building blocks, or whatever it is. And then we'll just go ahead and upgrade it just a little bit. Doesn't need to be too fancy. Use our wood to upgrade these blocks. Again, we don't need a ton of it right now, and if we wanted to, we can come back and we can make it into concrete. So there we go. We close this down. Also useful in storms. And so we're just going to dig downward. Let's see where this goes. Yeah, right about here. Seems good. And then we're going to widen this out. Now, I have a level 6 auger, and I also have my resources up pretty high. So this is going to go pretty quickly. Remember, we're in the desert biome now, right? I hear him up there. We're in the desert biome now, so it's very easy for you to get caved in on. So keep that in mind. And I'm just cutting a circle to widen it out. Remember, the zombies only spawn where you are. They might have been back there, but eventually they'll despawn, and they just spawn around the area wherever you are. And so, making all this noise, they'll show up here eventually. And my goal is 3 stacks of 6,000. So 6 and 6 is 12. Another 6 would be 18,000. Right now we have 16,000. So again, also I could bring coffee down here. It would help boost my stuff. I am actually using the miner helmet and the miner gloves, which I keep on me all the time because I'm constantly getting resources for this, that, and the other thing, and this way I don't have to think about it. You can use the entire mining outfit, which reduces your degradation of your stuff. And let's just go 20,000. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. Again, you only need what you need, right? And there we go. Up we go. And now we have ourselves a nice little mine there. Now, one of the things that I will do is actually take the red marker off of there, put it back onto my base so I can go back and forth. And then I'll go in and I'll mark this spot by, say, save waypoint. I'll use the little cave-looking thing here. And then desert iron. There we go. And that's a double node, everybody, so that's a lot of iron under there. And when we're ready to get more, we'll come back. So we're going to go ahead and take off, and then I'll go ahead and look and see where my little red marker is. And this gives us 3 stacks of 6,000 that we can put in all 3 of those forges and let that continue to melt down. And we have a lot of clay already in there. I could also double up. I could get 32,000 iron or say go 40,000 iron, and then I could put 2 stacks of iron in there to go even faster. I need to go fast, but I don't need to go that fast. I think it'll be fine. We'll just land right over there by our entrance. There we go. And again, we'll get this started. All right, we'll take this and we'll just put this in the output for now, and we'll put that stack right in there nicely. Max that out, put this here. There we go. And then the top one, same thing, put it in the output, 6,000 there, GG's. Okay, we also, let's get my stupid drone out of the way. I want to do this, I want to do this. Definitely want to get some more fuel. Now, the problem is, see, I've got this all mixed everywhere, so sometimes it might be hard to find the fuel, though it seemed fine. That's where my food typically goes. Don't really think I need my cement blocks, so we can get a little bit of space there. And we can do a little bit of this and say refill. What would you need to refill? And then we have an extra slot there. Maybe bring my vehicle down here. And all good. Okay. Just gives it a little bit more space to run back and forth. In here, pick this up. And we're getting there. We might actually get all this moved by the time Horde Day comes around. Let's go. We're sneaking up on it. Day 112 is Horde Day. Couple more rounds and we won't have to do this anymore. How strong is the bulletproof glass? Typical bulletproof glass is 3,000, but my bulletproof glass is unique bulletproof glass. It is from the Zillion Tower, which you find in the Wasteland. You can go over there with your, say, your concrete blocks and pick it up. Pick up the shape and the style of it, which you can't do actually in your block menu. You can do it right off the building, though. And then you bring it back over and you can upgrade it all the way to steel. So it'd be worth 10,000, but still be transparent light-wise like the bulletproof glass is. The only drawback of that particular glass is also the fact that it's not truly transparent. I mean, it will let the light in, so you don't have to, it doesn't have to be like a dark dungeon underground, but it will not allow your plants to grow. So keep that in mind. So you still need to create a vent to let that light through for your plants, which is what that ladder is for, everybody, which you'll see. I'll get to that eventually. Again, we got to do the hard stuff first, which is the back and forth, back and forth. We'll get that done first, and then we'll get it going. Are you looking forward to Subnautica 2? Yes, I'm looking very much forward to it. Definitely playing that. There's a 100% chance I'm playing that one. 100% chance, everybody. Remind me of the old Twitch banners before big sponsor logos. Yes. Yeah, I prefer it when they have the panels as the default thing, you know, and the chat as the default thing. I think the chat is what makes Twitch, by the way. If there was no chat, if there's no interacting with you guys, I wouldn't do this at all. Because this doesn't make me any money, but I'm doing this for free. Any subs or any of that stuff, I just put it right back in the stream in the form of giveaways and other projects that we do. But really, this is not. I mean, I could do nothing and make the same net amount. I don't do it. I don't do it for the fame or the politics or the money. I do it so I'm not dead. And frankly, it's been working. It's been working. I'm not dead yet. I'm still going. Again, I have a lot of bad medical conditions, so I just try to do my thing. And they did offer me like disability and short-term and long-term disability. I turned it down. I thought it was a death sentence, and I was 100% right, as it is. I said I'll just get by as everybody does. And the wife works 6 days a week to keep us going. We're just trying to get our kids out of here. Maybe we can actually catch up on some bills once they move out. You know, always the dream. Always the dream that's going to cost you less, but you know the price of everything's going up so much. That it is difficult to just function as a family. Again, I don't know why they're not working on that first. I mean, work on the highest priority thing first. Just like I do in game, everybody, just like I do in real life. I always work on the highest priority thing first, right? My daughter gets in an accident, I'm not thinking, hey, how am I going to get my car repaired? I'm going to think, is my daughter okay? That's the first thing I'm going to think. How's she doing? Is she okay? Prioritize her health. She's fine, by the way. Because she did actually get in another accident. She backed into a car, but it was their fault because they had blocked her in, and there's a whole story behind it, but you get the idea. And so there you go. Yeah, so go to the Zillion Tower, bring whatever blocks. Now, here's the cool thing. You can just bring your building blocks, go to the Zillion Tower. It has a bunch of different shapes that you can grab. I just grabbed the one that didn't have any sides to it. And you can grab that shape and use it in your building blocks. Then you put your building block one down to that shape, and then get your concrete blocks and pick up the shape again from your building blocks. And then now you got it. Or if you have steel blocks, you can pick it up from whatever block you already have it. And you can transfer it between the different layers of blocks, and you can also upgrade it as well. And I'm using it on my burnt biome over here, and we are using it on our cul-de-sac rounded kill box over there as well. And again, I find that the kill box, especially with the bomb wall and the moat here, is super effective. Incredibly effective on Horde Night. Probably one of my favorite spots now to build in the burnt biome, right next to Trader Jen. Though if I had to do it all over again, I probably would have built it on the other side over there, and then offset it by 15 blocks so that it wasn't making it difficult for me to pick my stuff back up again. But such is the way it goes. And again, we'll turn this around. I just keep repairing it because I'm always ramming into stuff. And we're getting there. Way to hang in there, everybody. Just hang in there and just keep at it. Yes, I still have my little bicycle in case I foolishly lose my vehicles and I got to use my mini bike or my bicycle. It only takes up a couple slots for those, and when you need it, it's really useful. As well. All right, man, we're down the last few blocks here, or boxes right here. Again, just keep stacking her in there, whatever you can, and then in my inventory, and maybe 1 or 2 more rounds. It will be good. And we already decommissioned everything, including all of our farming. We could have just taken our super corn and put it in the trader, but I'll probably move traders forward. Eventually. I think I have that set up to like day 200. So on our last round through, we're going to need some room for all of our dukes that are probably sitting in there right now. Because we probably have a crazy ton of dukes in there. Because we're using the vending machine at the trader. And some mysterious person comes in and will buy it out of there. Again, you can use it also for multiplayer. But most people just use it for having either the trader buying it, if you want to RP that in, because no one knows who actually buys it. It could be the trader, or it could be some mysterious stranger that comes in and buys it. But somebody buys it. And again, that's another another mechanic that's super OP. You'll get massive tons of cash from it. And I'll show you when we get to that. Again, we just want to ferry our stuff back and forth. Try to get it done by day 112. We do have some base stuff to work on, but we are going to run out some stuff here. And then again, while we're running back and forth, it's melting down that iron. When I get back, I'll start some steel running. And then as I go back and get more, I'll come back and forth. And I could be running a bunch of other stuff like ammo and all of that stuff. But really the priority is to decommission that base, is to get everything over here. And this is pretty far away. It's actually not the furthest we've moved bases before, by the way. In one of our previous ones, when we did move out to the desert, funny, also desert one, to that Spaghetti-O residence, it was 8K away. So we had to move an absolute ton of loot 8K away. And then when we moved to the winter biome, we had to do the reverse. We had to move it 8K back the other way. But it was very fun. So I did enjoy it. Very fun to get this kind of stuff going. That's for sure. Sounds good for tax purposes at least. Yeah, well, that too. I don't really look at it that way. See, when you're really sick like me, everybody, and your doctors tell you basically you're screwed, you're going to die, all that stuff, it doesn't matter to you anymore, everybody. When you don't have your health, everybody, everything else is irrelevant. It will just clear up all that BS in your life really easily if you feel like you're going to die. In fact, I think that most people should live that way. Would cut out 90% of the BS in your life. Because then you have low tolerance for people who are disrespectful and rude and who are always like being drama queens or negative all the time. Those people, you have zero tolerance for them. I'm just like, nope. I'm too old. I'm too sick. I don't want to deal with none of your drama. I don't want to deal with your drama. I don't want to deal with your crazy stuff. I don't want to do any of that. And I had to fight for it too, everybody. Again, I could have took disability, could have just be sitting in the bed right now playing games and whatnot. But I would not be as well off as I am now. I can tell you. Again, that's a dark road to go down, because that's like basically giving up. And I'm not like that. I don't ever give up. I'm relentless in the fact that I would just keep going and going and going and keep working toward it. And that's why I'm still here, going on 11, 12 years later now. Yeah, that's kind of some scary news to get, everybody, that your condition is a permanent thing, right? You're always going to be dizzy every single day. You're going to have this insomnia, you have sleep apnea, you're going to have all that stuff. I got all that. And it's really obnoxious. It's like constant suffering, especially the inability to sleep and the being dizzy all the time. Because as you're trying to move around, you're trying to just walk, go to the bathroom or whatever, you probably fall a bunch of times just for no reason, because you always feel like you're falling, so you never really know when you are falling. It sucks. It's like when, you go outside and you spin yourself around and then you try to walk and everything's like this all the time. Yeah, it's like that every single minute of every single day. It's a lot less than it used to be. It used to be really extreme where, I could barely walk. I would actually crawl to the bathroom because I was afraid I was going to fall and hurt myself. When you're older as well, it takes you a lot longer to heal if you do hurt yourself. Like I hurt my hip the other day. Don't know how. I just was like sleeping. That's when you know you're really getting older. By just sleeping, you get injured. That's when you know you're really in trouble. Yeah, that sucks. But again, you can whine and complain and say, "Woe is me! Oh man, I got it bad," which you can do a little bit of that. But then at some point you got to say, "Okay, what needs to be done?" Right? What's step number one? Well, step number one: lose weight. That's what I did. 55 pounds down. Lose weight, and then be more active. Get up and walk around. Okay, eat better. Take better care of yourselves. Try to continuously push back your limits, right? So again, I could walk maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and then I would be too dizzy. I couldn't walk any further, and so on. And then it became, now it's 10 minutes. Now it's 15 minutes. Now it's 30 minutes. Actually, up to 6 miles I can walk now, everybody. Again, from just 10 minutes now up to miles. And that's just diligently working at it. And some days you have bad days, and that's when you don't see me on stream. Which I do have a lot of bad days. I have some days where I can't even sit upright. Those are some bad days. But again, the other option is you can just give up. which is never an option for me. I don't ever. Not ever. I'm completely relentless, and those are the people that succeed, by the way. Most people are on the precipice of succeeding, but it's so difficult, they give up. And that's when they lose, every time. It's not like you lose because you failed, it's you lost because you gave up. And that's what most people do. And they'll do that in streaming, they'll do that in whatever, and they were probably right on the precipice of succeeding. Because the difference between succeeding is going at it. Now, you also need to know when to give up in some things. Like if, you got a toxic relationship and, the person is like abusive and stuff like that. Yeah, you want to probably move on from that. That's not good. You got to recognize that and say, nah, okay, I'm out of this. This is a bunch of BS. No one should be abusing you, both verbally, emotionally, physically. No one should be doing any of that to you, everybody. And you shouldn't be doing it to other people either. Again, there's a lot of different types of abuse. Like if you're around people who are negative all the time, everybody, it can't be done. It's totally impossible. Oh my God. It's They're right every single time because they've already decided that it's impossible. But I find that most things that people say is impossible, it's just impossible for them and not for you. You got this. You got this. Go get it done. All right. Why is that not highlighting? See that right there, not highlighting? That's because we don't have our crucibles in there. Let's get our crucibles in there. I totally forgot about my crucibles. Right there. Let's get them in. Do I have another crucible? I don't remember if I had 3. I think I had 2. I had 2. All right. Well, we'll start these bottom 2 going with some forged steel. Right over there. And we can do some forged iron in this one up here, but I'll probably end up just letting this one run for a really long time and then run the steel out of there. But we definitely need at least a little bit of steel so that we can upgrade the rounded part of the kill box. And that's going to be scary on the first day because we're not going to have all of our turrets. We're not going to have our blade traps. We're not going to have all that stuff because we definitely don't have enough time to get that done. And also get all this stuff from the other base. So let's go get that done. And again, we'll just repair and fuel this up. Oh, wanted to look inside there just to make sure. Okay, close the door. I don't want any zombies falling in there. Love honking at the zombies. Dream on, lady. I'm out of here. Back and forth, back and forth. We'll get this going. Yes, I have like a vertigo. Most people know vertigo is like getting up high and it's like that. But if I say vertigo, you understand, just a constant dizziness. I actually have a middle channel ear imbalance. It has a big, long name that I can't remember. I can barely remember people's names, everybody, which most of the time I'll forget your name within like 10 seconds. I feel like I'm that guy in 50 First Dates, the 10-second Tom guy, where you're like, hi, I'm Tom. And then 10 seconds later, hi, I'm Tom. I feel like I'm that guy when it comes to names anyway. But the weird thing is I can remember deep details about games, everybody. I can remember deep details about games. I can tell you about pre-press and printing and graphic design and 3D animation and all of that stuff to the deepest degree. I can remember all that stuff, but it's like hard drive full. You know what I mean? It's like full up here. It's full of all sorts of killer game stuff and game secrets and design and art secrets and all of that stuff. But when it comes to names... there you go. Glad you got your health. Well, I had to fight for it. It wasn't easy. I had to go to physical therapy and all of that. They taught me how to get around and just stay focused on a single thing so that I could move and work around. Losing weight helped a lot because, that weight just sneaks up on you, right? It's not like I'm eating a lot of food. It's not like I'm eating 10 pizzas a day. I have like a slice or two of pizza. But over a long period of time, over like 30 years, everybody, it does add up on you, right? So you'll get a couple pounds this year, a couple pounds that year, 5 pounds this year, 10 pounds that year. And then before you know it, like me, 100 pounds I gained. It's a lot, everybody. I was 230 pounds. That's a lot. But now, down 55 pounds. And the way I did it was I started small. I started by reducing soda. I love Dr. Pepper, one of my favorite drinks. Actually, chocolate milk is actually my favorite drink of all time. But I love Dr. Pepper. It's so good. It's the ambrosia of soda. But we didn't know soda was bad for you when we were young, everybody. It's really syrup that's been carbonated. Like syrup you put on your pancakes? Yeah, it's like that. If you've ever seen it in its raw form, it's basically syrup. They carbonate it, and bam, there you go. Now you got your soda. So... what I did is instead of having the 44-ounce like Sonic drink, I started having the large, and then the medium, and then the small, and then trying to wean myself off it. And I might have a sip of my wife's, she likes root beer, so I might have a sip of that from time to time. But I don't drink soda at all anymore. This is just pure water with no flavoring or nothing. Just water, basic water. Try to drink 1 to 2 of these a day. Water is something that really helps you a lot. If you're having a lot of headaches and things like that, everybody, and you're not drinking a lot of water, that could be it. It could be that. It really helped me a lot, everybody, especially just drinking regular water. With my energy. Sometimes when you're hungry, it's not you're hungry, you're thirsty. I learned that about myself as well, which I never knew. And then also when you have headaches or you feel very run down and very tired, usually I'll forget to drink water, and then like you go an entire day, 24 hours without any water. And then that does have an effect on you the next day. So now what I do is I get up and I drink a bunch of water when I first get up. And yes, you're going to have to go to the bathroom a bit more often, especially when you first start off. But your body does get used to it over time. If you do drink more water in the beginning, you will do a thing. And then also I stopped drinking or stop eating so much candy and that kind of stuff. Because that's like my real addiction, everybody, is like candy. Like just M&Ms all the time, cupcakes, every type of sweet food. Especially chocolate chip cookies. That's a tough one. And then of course, they make those foods and they make those things to be addictive. Everybody, just like cigarettes and alcohol and all of that. They make it addictive on purpose. And drugs. If you're into drugs, I don't do drugs. Everybody, it's not my thing. I've watched too many of my friends die from drugs of various different kinds, or they were on drugs and they did something dumb. And whatnot. I'm not preaching. I'm just saying, not for me. I've seen way too many things go bad. And you can just look at every single celebrity who was a millionaire, or they got $100 million. They're like super famous and all of that. And then they get all involved in drugs, and then they die in their 30s. That sucks, bro. I mean, you did all that hard work, and then when you finally were successful, after all that hard work, then you died. After having all that cash and all that stuff. I feel like that's a life fail right there. And that's sad, everybody. That's sad because those people are hunting those people down because they want their money. They're hunting them down, and they don't care whether they live or die. And again, just think of how many celebrities have died because of the drug dealers and whatnot got a hold of them, and then they started doing them drugs, and then bye-bye. And now they gone too soon, I think. All right, one more trip, it looks like. Yeah, one more trip. Let's go. All right. Well, I think we might actually get this done before her day. Let's go. Just going to grab that loot, head right back. Again, you see this pretty mellow when you're flying back and forth. You don't have to deal with all the mobs. You don't have to deal with all the obstructions in your way, all the mountains. You can see we're flying right over the top of these mountains each time. We'd have to go around or up and over those mountains every single time. That's why the gyrocopter is so awesome. So yeah, that's what I did. And then when I stopped drinking soda, I lost 10 pounds alone just from soda, everybody. Just from stopping soda. Now, I can have anything I want. I can have all the soda I want. I can have all the sugar and all the stuff I want. And sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll have a piece of cake, or I'll have, cookies, or, a little bit of sugar here and there, or a little sip of my wife's Dr. Pepper or whatever, or wife's root beer. No, she doesn't like Dr. Pepper. And from time to time, but not at the degree I was doing it before, because we did not know it was bad for you, everybody. So I drink like, a 12-pack to 24-pack of cherry Coke when I was young. We didn't know that was bad. We beta tested all that for you. You're welcome. All the stuff. And now when you're aware of how much everything is basically sugar with something else kind of thrown in there, you become aware of it. You start to look on the back of stuff. Like, great example, recently, everybody, I love Rocky Road ice cream. So I saw this thing on ice cream and how they, over the last like 20, 30 years, they've been basically putting fillers in the ice cream to make it cheaper. So they've been putting artificial stuff in there. So you look on the back, it's got like 25 ingredients in there, everybody. In my day, we used to make ice cream. We had a little ice cream churner thing that we'd do as a kid. It was very, very fun. It was like a big wood bucket with a little churner thing, and you put all the ingredients in there. And you had like 8 ingredients. You'd have, cream, you would have all the other stuff, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of that stuff, and then you would mix it together. I mean, that's ice cream. That's like real ice cream. But if you get ice cream now, they fill it full of air, so it fills the container and looks like it's more, which I think is a scummy thing to do, to purposely make it look like it's the same amount that you had before, but you're getting like half the amount now. And then it's not really ice cream, it's really like stuff. And by the way, if you go into the store, some of that they can't even call ice cream because it's not even enough ingredients to be, or enough amount of those ingredients to be ice cream. So they call it like I don't know, ice cream substitute or something like that. I forget what they actually call it. They said it in that video I was watching. But now I went out and I found out that only Haagen-Dazs is actual true ice cream. And there's a huge difference. If you buy the cheap brand that you get, at the store, wherever, Walmart or whatever, and say it's like $2, right? And then I saw Haagen-Dazs was on sale, by the way, so it was like $3. So I went and got some Haagen-Dazs, and I tried it. I tried, okay, what's the difference here and here? Like, this is like bland and flavorless. It's like a hint of Rocky Road, and it's very, what do we call it? Like airy, right? Where it's very like, almost like, it's mostly made of air. In one, and then the other one is really dense. You can just hold them, by the way, but this one's going to be much heavier than the one with all the artificial flavors and stuff in it. And again, that's just something that happened, and I never even thought about it. I never even thought about, but, corporations are scummy, everybody. I mean, that's just the truth. They're going to do whatever it takes to maximize their profit. So that, and they don't care whether, all of a sudden, oh, wait, well, that ingredient has been killing people. Oh, well, sorry. Sorry that it's really messing up your health. So yeah. So that's what I'm doing recently, everybody. I discovered, because I started looking at the labels on the back, and I'm like, wow, okay, this has like 25 things in it. I don't even know what those things are. I never heard of those things. I gotta seek some shelter. I think I can make it before I need to seek shelter. Let's go for it. But yeah, and then I look on the back of Haagen-Dazs, everybody, 8 ingredients. It has all the same stuff that you had from the past. They refuse to change their ingredients. And big love to them. So I don't mind paying an extra $1, especially when it's on sale. And it was on sale. That's why I chose to get some. And again, I might have a little bit of that. Every now and again, but it's not having it every day is the problem, right? That's the problem I had, is the fact that I would eat all of that bad food like it was actual food, like it was actual, like you're eating, chicken and steak and that kind of stuff. That's actual food. Where look at this guy. Nope. No, you don't. Stopped him before he could spit that stuff at me. Hey, what's up, lady? Get away from my thing. Whoa, a whole bunch of them. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. I don't want to shoot my thing. Get away from my vehicle. One behind me. There's always one behind me. Get away from my vehicle. I'm trying not to blow up my vehicle, and then I got to pick all that stuff up. Let's repair it quick. Man, a lot of peeps. Man, I'm just trying to put my stuff away. A lot of peeps up in my business. Let's drop this stuff in here. Holy moly, do we have a lot of loot or what? A lot of loot for a solo playthrough. Now they have a higher chance of dropping loot in the storms. You got like 40 seconds. But see, every time I come down here, you can see my thing goes back up again. As well. And again, we'll eventually take this entrance out. This is mainly here so I can do this. So I can transfer all my resources. Whoa. Transfer all my resources to the new base. All right, we'll just pick this up so they don't wipe it out. Go down here for a minute, close that down, and we'll go ahead and check this out. Now again, they're going to come after me more often because I have the forges running. For sure. Okay, put that in there, put that in there. We're going to sort all that stuff later. Right now we're looking good. All right, maybe some more steel running that out. Up here, more steel. We're going to make that anvil. Again, you can see I have a lot of benches, chemistry benches. We'll get into all of that as well. But we're almost there. All right, I think we can make it out of here. Probably not. Because that is a long way to get out of the desert biome. I don't even look at the loot most of the time, but I just grab it. And again, we still got to finish out these edges as well. So they don't accidentally fall in. Now, these are for electric poles, which we're going to put across the corners here. Eventually. I don't remember if there was any more loot out here. Don't think so. Don't think so. Again, we just got a bunch of random loot that we weren't even looking for. This we can just learn those. I just learned those for XP, so I don't have to manage those anymore because I already have all the stuff I need. Okay, looking good. Okay. Oh, solar cell. Get that on out of there, this here, out of there, and then we're going to use this here in a second. Okay, so we're all the way back up again. Again, our food's going to be our biggest problem right now. So we will need to work on that. And see, that's 5K out of here. Hopefully the storm goes away by the time we get there. Oh, probably good to put some gas in there first. And away we go. I think this is our final round. And again, see, we got like 2 minutes to get out of this biome. And I seriously doubt we're going to go 5K in 2 minutes. And we're really deep in the desert biome, all the way to the other side of the whole entire biome, close to where the winter biome is, because eventually we'll move to the winter biome. But when we move to the winter biome, hopefully it will not be this far. This is pretty far to go each and every time. You can make a tunnel through the mountains. I absolutely could. I've done it before. I've actually hollowed out an entire mountain and used it as a vault. It was awesome with my crew. Very, very fun. But again, I think we got one more round, and then we can really go to town on our base here, and we're going to really push it. We're going to be really close to Horde Night here. But again, we'll see what happens. I feel like I want to make myself a third M60 as well. And one of the things we'll also do when we get back is to work on... Oh, actually, you know what we should have done was tag that bunker that I made. I made myself a bunker out here. I could have tagged that and then stopped that halfway through. But that's okay. We got to make another one. We will. Hopefully, again, the thing will be over. I think also it should have a countdown of how much longer the storm's going to be. That would be nice, because then you would know, okay, do I need to build a shelter? Do I need to stop what I'm doing? Do I need to do that? Oh, it's only got 15 seconds left. Okay, I can do the thing. That would be nice. And again, we're about 30 seconds out before it starts taking damage, so we'll want to kind of come down here. And again, wherever I'm at, that's when it's going to spawn those mobs. Just find ourselves a nice little flat spot here. Well, it looks like there's something over there. What do we got? Sunnyside stand. Okay, again, 8 seconds before we start taking damage. Probably going to be some mobs. Taking damage. Oh, I'm taking damage in here. Why am I taking damage? Why is this not a shelter? That's weird. All right, building blocks. Oh, it's over. Okay. Oh, that actually worked. Okay, so we sheltered in the little spot here. I thought there was something else here. But it wasn't helping us actually shelter. See, chicken! Hold on, stay right there, chicken. Or rooster, actually, in that case. So it wasn't actually helping us. This is like a duck blind. A thing right here. So it wasn't actually letting us shelter. Probably needed a door. I was about to build a door there and put a door there and see if that helped. But probably not the best shelter. What up, lady? She's going after that guy right there. All right, what do we got here? While we're here, might as well grab some stuff. Grab that chair. Grab this loot. They're over there after that thing there. We got stuff to do. We out of here. All right. Oh, yeah, that worked out. I don't think I've ever gone to that POI, but I played over 4,000 hours. I don't think I've ever gone to that one. I don't remember. I don't remember ever seeing that little duck blind. Very cool. Oh, crystals in your ear were imbalanced, huh? Yeah. Well, I've seen 11 different doctors. I've gone and spent tens of thousands of dollars on all these doctors. And the end result is, guess what, Kismet? You're screwed. I'm like, great. I paid you guys to tell me that. Awesome. Thanks for that awesome insight. That's what sucks, everybody. I think... Again, they should reduce the cost of food, water, and shelter. Start with that first, then medical, and go from there. Again, if I had the power of all these AI and robots and whatnot, eventually we're going to have, that's the first thing I would do, man. Just go build have a bunch of robots make a bunch of food. Right? And then make the food available to everybody, everywhere. Because then they won't have to fight over land, and they won't have to fight over food, and they won't have to fight over water, and they won't have to fight over stuff. That's why people fight over stuff. They fight over land and food and, shelter and, all of that. Imagine all that stuff being eliminated. I don't think most people who are alive today even could imagine that. Oop, you blew up. Can even imagine that kind of world. That kind of world where, you don't have to work. I know, it's hard to fathom in our current existence. But that will come to pass, they say. If we don't blow each other up first. Because humans are not that bright, especially in groups. They're really not. But I am pro-human, everybody. I do want the humans to survive and do their best thing. Humans are at their best when they're working together. I feel like that's when they're on that whole next level plane. Like when you're in the space station, everybody, you're making rockets, you're going to outer space, all that stuff. You can't be screwing around and squabbling and, being little babies and, blaming each other because everything else is wrong when it's actually both people's fault and they could be working together to make things better, but they're not because they want to just bicker like they're in high school or something. They act like little toddlers. And they could be working together and then actually doing the work they should be doing, which is improving it for everybody. That's the work they should be doing. Not this, you're wrong and they're wrong and I'm right and all that kind of stuff. That leads nowhere. This is like a big circle. It's like an endless circle of stupidity. Go get it done. You want to impress me? Make food cost less. There you go. Make food cost less. You do that, okay. Now you did something. Make getting water less. Make my power bill go down. Yeah, there we go. Make our insurance bills go down, right? Hey, imagine if they called you up and said, guess what? Your insurance bill is going to be half of what you're paying right now. And when you go to the grocery store, instead of it costing you like $200 for 2 bags of groceries, you could actually get more, right? You go over there and it says eggs are $2 instead of being $8 or $1, right? Or back to 50 cents like they used to be. When you go to the gas pump, everybody, instead of it costing, $5, $8, $10, $20 a gallon, you go over there and guess what? You retro back to when I first started driving in the 80s, the end of the 80s, right at the 90s, when it was 75 cents a gallon, right? You want to impress me? When I pull up to the pump and it's 75 cents a gallon, then you're doing your job. But if it ain't, then you ain't doing your job. I don't care who you are. And again, I don't like people who treat other people badly. I think you answer for one thing in life, everybody, is how you treat people. That's it. That's all you answer for. Everything else is irrelevant. If you treat people badly, then you're already failing at being a basic human being as well. And I got 2 basic rules. Treat others how you want to be treated, and then don't do nice things for a-holes. Because if they don't treat you nicely, they're being a-holes to you, everybody. Don't do nice things for them. I think this is getting stuck in here because it's locked. That's why it's stuck in that thing. I'll get that out of there. All right, let's check for little lock things in the bottom corners of stuff. Just to make sure. Now, again, this is what I call the final look, where I look through every single box, make sure I got everything out of there. Let's go down here one more time. And really, I already know that this stuff is empty, but I like to do it because it gives you the peace of mind to know that you went and double-checked it, right? It's kind of like when you're going out of your house and you're locking your door. You go and look that you locked your door. My kids have not mastered that yet. I mean, they're like adults now. They just turned 18. You'd think by now they would be able to, like, turn around and see if the door is locked. No, not yet. They'll work on it. But there we go. We got everything done. We cleared out the cathedral in there, the Supercorn Cathedral. We cleared all this out. Now, there's one more thing we need to do. And we also have a thing there, and we'll just leave that in there. Oh, here comes the storm. We'll go in there and check our cash money. You want to see how you can make easy money, everybody. Again, you get your supercorn going, and you can grow supercorn, or you can make a bunch of handlebars. And then you go to one of these vendors over here. And you can see that I put a bunch of supercorn in here. Again, as max as you possibly can. I think it was like 100 stacks or something like that. I can't remember, 50 stacks. But a lot of supercorn in here. Now, what you do is you put 5 other things in there, and then you overprice them, right? You go ahead and add to the price. Now, if I bring it down, you can see it's white. If I bring up the price, it's red. He'll never buy the stuff that's red. They'll never buy stuff that is over that cost. Now, other players might, if you're playing on multiplayer, they might come over and buy it, but the trader never will. So you put 5 of those in there, and then the 6th thing is whatever you want to sell, and then how many ever you want to put in there, right? So in my case, the 6th thing, and you can see I just put random mods in here that I'm not going to use. And then I put all the supercorn in here, and each of those are 200 each. So 200 times 125 times whatever your bartering rate is 25,000. So each one of these stacks is 25,000. So 4 of those stacks, 100,000 dukes. Now you can see I have 0 dukes here, but sometimes it just doesn't display. So you go back out, you come back in again, 75,000 dukes. So that means I sold 3 stacks of that. I can just press this right here, and bam, there's 75,000 dukes right there in my pocket. And again, sometimes it just doesn't display. So you go in and out a few times to see if it has updated. Always double check it like that before you leave. And there we go, 75,000 dukes. Now look, you still got more in there, right? So here's another 100,000. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. Let's just call it 500,000 dukes sitting in there. So yeah, 500,000 dukes that I'll eventually get from that, and that'll run and run and run. Just make sure that it doesn't run out of time, which actually I forgot to see how long it was going to go till. Let's go double check. I forgot to go look. I think I set it really high. Day 214. I'm at day 111, so that's 100 days plus from now. That's a long time when you're playing in the default mode. That'll probably be about the time in which we were in the wasteland. All right, we're good. Okay, but we want to take a quick second here, just kind of dip under here, hide from the storm for a minute here, let our storm go back up. And again, you see these storms just come up all the time. Hell yes, Kismet. Are you going to play the upcoming hype gotcha game, NTE? Coming up at 10 p.m. What is NTE? What does that stand for? What is it? NTE game. I'll look it up. Neverest to Everest? Is that what it is? I actually like those type of games. Those kind of anime style games. I think the artwork in that is amazing. That's why I really like that, because the drawing and the artwork and the style. It has its own unique style. Oh, I hear it doing something. Uh-oh. I hear it playing some sort of music in the background. Let's see. What's it about? Oh, I can get some launch rewards. I don't know. Probably not, but maybe. I never eliminate all games. I never truly eliminate games that I might not play them on stream. But you can suggest games, by the way, on my Discord. I'll go ahead and throw all those links in the chat for you guys. If you want to check out the Discord or the website or whatever, we'll throw those in the chat for you. But yeah, I've never heard of that game, but it might be on my list. See, I go through and I look at games that are releasing, which games I might play, which games I'll have time to play, that kind of thing, because I don't always have enough time to play everything. Again, it's a great time to be a gamer, everybody. I mean, just look at how many awesome, especially the indies out there, everybody. The indies are just knocking those babies home runs, man. Because they're making games because they love making games. And I think that's good. I think that's good, everybody. When they make a great game and then they're successful because they put the effort into making a great game. And then the people who are just trying to do it for money and making crappy games are not succeeding. And you know why they're not succeeding? Because they're making a crappy game. Duh. I mean, any gamer could tell you that one, right? But these corporate people, they don't know. They don't even play games, everybody. All these corporate peeps, they're telling all the developers what to do. Honestly, they don't know what the hell they're doing. And that's why they keep failing at making great games, because they don't know what they're doing. They should let the game devs do it. So again, everybody, when a bad game comes out and it's run by a whole corporate structure on the top, do you ever notice that the people at the top of the corporate structure don't get fired? And it fire all the people down here? Because these are the people who are in charge. So they're the first ones who should get fired, because they're the ones who are in charge of it. It was their responsibility, and then that responsibility trickles down to these people down here. But these are the people you should fire. That's the first people I would fire. I would be like, wait a minute, you guys were in charge of it. Weren't you responsible for making a great game? Well, no, it's really developer's fault, and it's the artist's fault, and it's the other. No, it's not. It's totally your fault, your responsibility, your thing to make a great game. And if you don't make a great game, then the corporate people should fire. What do you think in the chat, everybody? You think they should fire the devs, or you think they should fire the corporate people who don't even play games? Put a 1 in the chat if you think they should fire the corporate people. They should fire those peeps first. Fire all the corporate people, keep all the artists, keep all the talent. And then have somebody who actually can make a game and loves playing games. See, that's the thing. You gotta love games. If you want to make a great game, you gotta love it, because it takes a lot of hard work, and it takes a lot to make a great game. For sure. You gotta have an insight on it, not just like how can I, squeeze more dollars out of people. That's a terrible way to develop a game. It's just gonna fail. As well as like, hey, well, this other person made this really great game. We'll just copy them. That doesn't work, because you already got the other game. Great example, I was playing Skull and Bones, everybody. People come in and say, well, this isn't as good as Sea of Thieves. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's not like Sea of Thieves. It's a different game. It's a different whole premise of the game. I mean, it wasn't that great of a game. It was an okay game. I got all wrapped up in it. I had a great time playing it. I thought especially the water simulation when you're on the boat and everything, so good. So good. But, a lot of the other gameplay where you couldn't get on the other boat and fight them on the boat. You couldn't do, like, your whole base or whatnot. Your actual character was not your character. It was the actual ship. Oh, I got to hydrate. It was actually the ship. The ship was the character. That was your main character, is to upgrade your ship and gear it all up and whatnot. So it's really like a ship game more than a pirate game, right? If you think about it. But the people were complaining it wasn't Sea of Thieves. I'm like, you already got Sea of Thieves. Why do you need another Sea of Thieves? You don't need another Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is an incredibly great game. Go play that game. I always find that really weird, everybody, how they want every game to be like another game. Well, you don't want it to be like another game. You want it to have its own mechanics, its own uniqueness. Like, you don't want every game to be like 7 Days to Die. I mean, you could take a bunch of ideas from Satisfactory and put it into 7 Days to Die, like the ability to do foundations better and put your blocks down better by, going to the edge of the block, and then the block automatically goes out that way. That would be awesome. Again, that would be a great addition. And again, they actually did add a bunch of stuff to 7 Days to Die. That was in other games, like when you shift left click, when you go ahead and you can put all the stuff in that's the same as something else that's already in there. One of my personal favorites is crafting from bank. So you put a bunch of stuff in the bank, and then when you go to use your crafting stations, guess what? It just looks in the boxes, says, oh, okay, there's a bunch of stuff in that boxes I can use, and then you can craft from the bank. The first one I seen do that, by the way, there might have been some other games that had it, but with Star Wars: The Old Republic, where you could go ahead and put stuff in your storage, and then when you go to crafting station, boom, you can just access all that stuff that was in there. So you don't have to go like in World of Warcraft, where you had to go, got to go to the bank, get my stuff out of there. Okay, now I gotta go to crafting station. Okay, I crafted it. Now I gotta walk all the way back to the bank. I gotta put it back in the bank again. And oh wait, I gotta make something else. Okay, I gotta go back to the bank and I gotta get the stuff out of there and I gotta go back over to crafting station. That sucks. Just put it in a thing. All right, hey, there we go. I think we're ready to get on out of here. All right, so this is Tycoon HQ2 officially decommissioned, and we are out of here. Just kind of waiting for this storm to finish. So awkward to move this thing backwards. All right, here we go. Go. And that's it. We out. So yeah, that's what I think. I think they should fire the corporate people first. Fire them first when a game fails. Don't fire the talent. Again, it's kind of like when you're watching a movie, everybody, and the movie's really bad. And you're like, God, the movie's terrible, right? Well, the first person you want to blame is the writers, because the writers are probably making a bad story, especially if they're taking an existing story and reworking it with their spin on it, which people hate. If it's already a great story, why are you messing with it? It's already a great story. People love it. Don't change it. Make a new story. Make something different. Don't take something that already exists and then change it to however you want it to be. I think it's better to make a new story, and then you put your spin on that story. Instead of ruining something that was already great. Personally, I don't like it when they remake classic movies unless they do a good job. If they do a great job and they make it the same thing or very similar, or they update some of the stuff to be a little bit more modern. But if you just take a name of something and then it barely resembles that thing and they just made it something totally different, that's why those movies fail. I could have told them that. I said, you don't even need to pay me. I'll just tell you that's going to fail. The reason why it fails is because it doesn't have the story that everybody loved before. You're changing the story. Don't change the story. People like the story. Again, it's like why you change something, everybody. It's like New Coke. Anybody remember New Coke? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember New Coke. Everybody hated that. You know why? Because they already liked the original Coke. They didn't need a new Coke. The new Coke sucked. The original Coke, just fine. Just good. Again, somebody said, well, I'm going to change it just because I can. And then everybody said, everybody hated that. Like in Fallout where it comes up at the top, everybody hated that. It was terrible, wasn't it? Yeah, and they said, okay, never mind, we'll go back to the original. And it was great because it was great, right? It's been a good movie since Unforgiven. So many bad movies recently. Oh, yeah. And again, it's because they're trying to take their own take on the thing, and they're just trying to use the brand recognition. Like I was watching that one the other day, The Running Man. It was like on, what was that on? Was it on Prime or HBO or something? I don't know. But I was watching 20 minutes of it. I'm like, oh, God, this is bad. Really bad. And not only bad in the writing, but also bad in the way that they cut it together. The editing was really bad. And I'm like, this is not good. Not good. And of course, I like the original Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger and with the guy from what? What was it? Let's Make a Deal? What was that guy from? He was from a game show in the original Arnold Schwarzenegger one. What's that guy's name? Running Man. Game show host name. What's his name? Not the new one. Original. Richard Dawson, that's his name. Family Feud, that's what it is. Family Feud he was on. I looked it up, I can't remember. Yeah, so he was in Family Feud forever, for a very long time. If you guys haven't watched Family Feud, a great one. I never really guess any of those every single time because people are weird. I don't know who's filling out these surveys, everybody. But none of those answers were the answers I would come up with. At least most of them. I'd be terrible at that show. Oh, by the way, you know who was on that show as a kid? Anybody know in the chat who was on the Family Feud as a kid? Who's a streamer and a gamer? Famous guy too. Anybody know? In the chat, I'll give you 1,000 caps if you guys could tell me who it is. Super famous streamer. Made his millions. Anybody guess? Just start guessing. Just start guessing. It's not me. Not me, Pizza. I've never been on the Family Feud. I'd be terrible at that game. Absolutely terrible. I'm terrible at words on stream. Imagine if a Family Feud. No, not. All right, I'm about to blow your mind since you guys don't know. Ninja. Ninja has actually been on Family Feud. Actually, I think multiple times. First before he was famous as a kid, and then later after he was famous. So there you go. Now you know. He was on there with his blue hair and all of that. Yeah, I saw it on a thing, because I watched a lot of Twitch, everybody, and like one of the little shorts came up, and it was Ninja on the Family Feud. Which is funny because he was stalking me at TwitchCon one year. It was funny because I was walking out of the Marriott, which is right next to the convention center at TwitchCon. And I was walking and I saw him. Hey, Ninja. I was going to say, hey, Ninja, man, you're doing a great job or whatnot. Appreciate you expanding gaming, because that's really what he did, man. He went into a whole bunch of other genres and pulled people into gaming, which is awesome. Give him huge credit for that. So I said that, and then I realized that the problem when you're that famous, everybody, is that when someone says your name, everybody looks and they want to come over and they want to get a selfie. I didn't even get a selfie with him. I just said, hey, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for expanding gaming and whatnot. And then I looked at him and I thought, uh-oh, now I just made everybody aware that he's there. That's not good. And then he took off because obviously he's going to get swarmed. And then later on, I saw him. He was walking through the partner area where I was. And I was like, okay, there he is. And again, he was like right behind me. Like, what? Because he's a ninja. That's what happens, everybody. And then I was at the airport. And I was going out of the airport. And then I looked around again and he was right there. It was like everywhere I went. And then I sat down. I was talking to a bunch of awesome people, a bunch of mods on various channels. While I was sitting there because I have my partner shirt on, my Twitch partner shirt on. And they're like, oh, you're a Twitch partner? I'm like, yeah, you know how it is. You're shooting the breeze while you're waiting for your plane. And then all of a sudden, boom, he's behind me again, out of nowhere. And I didn't talk to him the whole time, by the way, other than to say hi. That was it. And I forget, everybody. Like, you know, most people, the first thing they think nowadays is, oh, this is a famous person. Let's go take a photo with him. Well, I'm old school, everybody. I don't even think of it. If my mods don't say, Kismet, go get a photo with that person. I wouldn't even think about it. I just say hi and I just go on, right? Because I got the photo right here in my head, everybody. Right in my memory of meeting those people, right? And I met so many awesome peeps, by the way, as well. So many awesome peeps along the way. And I didn't get any selfies with them because I don't care. I don't really care to get selfies with people. It's not like, hey, look at me, I'm super important because I met some famous person. They're just like everybody else, everybody. They really are. They're just like everybody else, putting their pants on one leg at a time, putting their socks on one at a time. You know, they're just like everybody else. They just happen to have a bit of fame and whatnot. Again, that doesn't impress me. The thing that most impresses me is how you treat people, everybody. And those are the people I like the most. They treat people kindly, and they go out of their way for others, kind of thing. Get out of the way, drone. Drone in my face. And there it is, everybody. Boom, the final bit of resources. That is 13 boxes. So actually, it's, 13 boxes of loot that I brought from over there. All right, how are we doing over here? Because we got one more day, and then we're all about that horde night up in here. Let's grab this stuff out of here. get that going there. Oh, my headphones are dying. Wow, how long has it been? Holy mackerel, it's been 4 hours. See, now I love talking to chat. Everybody, time does fly by when you're having a great time. Again, I have another set of wireless earphones. Really high-end headphones are lost on me, everybody, again, because I do have I'm partially deaf in one ear, and I have that ear imbalance that makes me dizzy. Again, if I have like super hi-fi, $900, I don't even know if there are $900 headphones, but again, really hi-fi, it's a totally waste of time. Totally waste of time to have those. And these are really nice. These are where I can turn it up loud enough where I can hear you guys in the chat or whatever. Very nice. All right, so we got 250 steel there. And again, we got to get working on the kill box here now that we've got all of our loot over here. Okay, so right out here, everybody, we're going to have a ton of mobs trying to get to us. And so what we need to do is make this into steel. Oh, we need some concrete there. And again, while I'm working on this outside edge, I'm going to keep this open. But probably we'll close that during horde night so that they don't try to get down in there and try to get to me that way. Concrete right here. Probably should get some cobblestone while we're at it. And again, this is both our horde base and our production base. There we go. And again, we're going to get the exterior to steel first. And this will only be a single layer for now, unless we're able to upgrade our other layers in time. We will see. Okay, that was very effective, everybody. Again, it was working on this steel while we were busy ferrying that resources back and forth. Oh, and that's it. See, look, that steel goes fast, doesn't it? It really does, man. I got to get this part over here, too. It goes fast. All right. We got to work on our outside bars here. I get me some parkour, but I can just jump out, get my parkour up. Speaking of, I do have a couple points here that we could use on whatever the heck we were working on. What were we working on last time? I don't remember. I think we're getting physician all the way up. Oh, chance for instant death there. These are stun batons. We're not working on those yet. Got a robotics inventor all the way up. So we have our dual turrets. Order charismatic nature you don't really need unless you are playing with the team. I think we were going somewhat into something else, and I can't remember what it was. Was it perception? Not really. I mean, we have salvage operations down there, which is really useful. This one here, when you're looting cars and stuff. We got our minus 69. Oh, junk miner would be good. Yeah, let's see if we can max our strength, which I think we have a strength mod in here. No. We have our fortitude mod. Don't really need a fortitude mod. What I need is a strength mod in there. Huh. And I got a strength mod. Now, what did I do with those mods? We got to look through every box. Again, we'll organize all this in a bit. We got to prioritize. There's the strength mod. Maybe I just never took the time to switch it. Strength mod is great for your mining helmet because again, the strength mod itself is going to allows you to get higher allows you to get a higher level of all these perks. Okay, how are we doing on our strength here? Now we're at 8. Okay, so, I think we were saving up points. That's what we were doing. We're saving up points so we can get that level 10. We're at 8 now. And so if we went to 8 with our 2 points, that'll put us at 9. And then we need 3 more points. And then with that strength mod, it'll push us to 10. Then we can get the rest of that junk miner. We can get the rest of the skull crusher. Then we go very heavy into our boomstick. All right, yeah, we get a bunch of stuff there. Bunch of stuff. Okay. And did we pick up my gyrocopter? feel like we put it away somewhere. Close this hatch down. In fact, I can repair that hatch. Must have threw it down somewhere in one of these boxes. Right there. Put it back on my bar. Okay, a bunch of other stuff we can put down there. Put it in one of these things here. Deal with it later. Okay, so we got our concrete. We need more steel. And again, there's a reason why I have this so high here, and I'm not just making it like 3 blocks down. You want to have a buffer between the top part. If a bomber blows up here, it can damage 3 blocks down. So you don't want to have your stuff too close to the surface, or that stuff will get damaged. So that's why we have that down a bit. There's also another reason why I have that down a bit. And we'll get into that later on. There we go. Now we've got it steeled all the way around that bottom edge. And we'll go here. And we're out. Okay. So out there. All right. Now we want to go and work on our upper area here. So we are going to what? We want to go ahead and put out our... Need our blocks. Put out our bars out there to prevent them from jumping up on the top. So we're going to need some blocks. This one, say. Great bird's eye view up here, too. See him just walking down the thing. By the way, you can also shoot out the trees. We were doing that earlier. We took the tree down over that way. Okay, so now what we want to do is extend our bars out here for our entrances. So what we're going to do is just kind of put some bars like this. Just really far out here because we're going to need to do this. Oh, it's a feral. Getting crazy. And that is why I carry 2 M60s. Again, I don't know why I get dual feral screamers on solo play. And on team play, where I have like 10 people on the server, we get regular screamers. Occasionally we might get a feral one, but man, I get feral one from like right at the very beginning of the game, man. They really just come after me. And it's most likely because of my game stage, because I don't have any deaths, and I'm like 364 game stage, everybody. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. But again, we got to get this going. Oh, wait, I was doing the top part. That's what I was doing. Okay, so I'm going to extend this out so I can put a ladder here. We'll use our round ladders in our simple mode. Like this. And again, you want to leave it where they can't jump up, but you can. There we go. And you might be like, Kismet, you're going to hit your bulletproof glass here. It's going to break. Nope. That's concrete. This is actually concrete level bulletproof glass. You're like, no way, Kismet. Oh, yeah. This is from the Zillion Tower. So when I punch it, you can see it's worth 5,000 instead of 3,000. There we go. So we got that entrance in there. And you could probably guess that we're just going to make that pretty symmetrical all the way around the other sides. And then we'll also fix that gap there too. But I don't like to leave the gap in there if we don't have to. So we're going to say 4 out. Is that what we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. So 4 out on all the sides. Over here. And these will be our entrances. So we can get up on the base from any side. Now, also what this does is it keeps them from getting right here and then trying to get up on top of each other and climb over on the top of the base. We don't want that to happen either. And I'm also kind of warming up to the fact that I'm just making these stairs now, or ladders, concrete, because they just keep knocking out my things each horde day, and then I have to go and fix them. Again, no matter what side we land on, we'll be able to run up, and if we fall off the top of the base, we'll be great. We also want to take all this stuff out now. This horde night is coming up on us. And we'll leave all those. Pick up many of these we can. None of these we can pick up. We'll take out. And again, this was just here so I could reline that up after we got that to be perfectly in the center there, or at least somewhat perfectly centered. And now we're good there. Okay. I want to make sure that we do have a 3-block thing here. Actually, we need our other blocks. Because we're going to do some stuff over here too. So we want to go 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I built that just right. Now we'll just fill these in with this, and we'll work on our gaps and all that other stuff. Again, this just keeps them from jumping up. Feel like a storm coming in. Again, you got to watch out that it doesn't turn red. If it turns red, then this stuff's going to fall down. I hear a zombie, I just wipe them out. I just wipe them out so I don't have to deal with their stuff. Somebody else. Or was it that guy? That guy. See, it's hard to get anything done with these mobs up in your business. Up in your business. This allows me to stand up on the top and get them. Notice that these are hanging out 2 extra beyond the stuff. And that's because we're going to have a bunch of stuff down here, but seriously doubt we're going to have enough time to get all of our electric fencing in and all of that stuff. We'll get to it, though. We just want to get our kind of protection here. And this is actually pretty low. I normally don't put it this low. This is because of the way that this is built. On the other kill box, on the other place where I was, I'm actually up 1 more block. And the reason why is because bombers, when they're standing there, they'll do block damage 3 high, 3 down, 3 in all directions, right? So they'll actually damage this if the bomber blows up here. So it will damage it, but we'll just go with it. See how it works out. Again, we're trying a whole spin on our standard design here. And this could go horribly, horribly bad or be incredibly awesome. We're going to find out here in a few minutes. And there we go. Maybe 1 more row here to get that to even out. Like this. There we go. So again, that creates a barrier. If they get right here and they're trying to climb up, they're going to have an issue. Now, we do have some gaps because it is round, and the thing I would do on that is to go advanced rotation and rotate this down so they don't try to get through the gaps, and also so you aren't going, oops, oh, God, oh, I'm out of the base on Horde Night, oh, I'm going to die. Yeah, you don't want to do that. That would really suck. That would very much suck. All right, let's do this and see if we can get this to go. There we go. And again, I would go here just to protect yourself from falling in there. I would 100%. And again, this block is going downward versus being the under block. And we'll just go around and fill all that in nicely. And we'll just do the same thing here. We'll just go ahead and line that whole entire edges to keep us from falling. So again, we're up here, we're trying to shoot stuff. We don't want to be falling through and whatnot. Okay, I feel like we want to go ahead and work on this inner lining now. And as you can see, everybody, I have built out a bit of an inner lining here. And we need this one over here. I should have picked it up first before I got rid of it. There we go. And then we're going to pick this up, copy, shape, and rotation. Put that down. And I just did it again. Basically double lining the base so that if they do breach that outer part, I can see where they're breaching. I can then focus on that area and try to keep them from getting to where I am, which is inside here. Now, these bars will help me, especially against dogs and things like that, against them coming in. So I suggest using bars at the bottom and not the poles. I've seen that they kind of changed it where they can kind of glitch through these double poles right here in the middle as well. And again, I probably won't go melee unless they do breach this and get to the inner part. And then if they do get the inner part, I can try to hit them with my melee weapons. And again, be nice to steal this up also. Let's get this one up here. There we go. I always try to do the corners first because those are the ones that are typically the most awkward. There we go, and over here. So we're using a combination of the traditional Kismet kill box where it's more square with the rounded outside as well. Going to be interested to see which areas they're going to try to attack first. And they're going to figure it out. They're going to say, oh, well, this is the weakest point. I'm going to go toward that. Yeah, we'll find out where the weakest points are, at least the weakest points that they think it is. Again, this interior part is all concrete. The exterior right now is mostly steel. Again, this will be our first test of this particular base. Over here, man, you don't want to forget. You don't want to forget and then figure it out on a horde night. Ah, God, I got just building blocks in there. All right, and again, we'll want to steal that at some point. And again, we have this kind of gap up here that I don't really like, but we can figure some way of blocking that in if they are getting through there. If they do get into the center and then start climbing up over that, we'll definitely need to work on that. Now, again, you're basically in a cage in here, but you're basically just stuck in here in a cage. Now, another thing I'm going to do is what I call the turret pedestal. And that is where we put this down and we put this down. So during horde night, I can actually have it help me. And I can put this turret down right on there. And then that will defend. Now, also, I could just leave that in there like that. I can't remember if I made a second turret or not. I might have. Now, every time I go back up to the top there, everybody, that turret will activate. When I'm far away from it, it doesn't work. Not like the other turrets. The other turrets, you can set them and they'll just detect the zombies, wipe them out. But that one, I have to be a certain distance from the turret. And I don't think I made 2 of them in this solo playthrough. I did do it in my team playthrough. But I don't think we've done it here in the solo one. And again, day 112 is Horde Day. Everybody's coming up. All right, I think we're okay now to take this out. Okay. So what we want to do is take this out. We're going to take out the ladder, which is going to take that out there. And what we're going to do is just create a vent here. Don't think it's going to let me get that inside one. Oh, it did. Okay. So we're going to rotate this around to where it is at the top. There we go. And we're going to very trickily put that right there. And put that right there. So it's going to be 2 layers of bars that we are going to use as a light vent, right? So we need that light vent. You're like, well, Kismet, it's bulletproof glass. It'll let the light through. It'll let the light through so you could see, but it won't let the light through to let our plants grow. So this is a very important thing that you want to use if you are going to put any plants down underground, is that you do have that vent there. We need way more steel. Way more steel. Now we're just going to go down through the center like this. And we probably get ourselves some fibers as well. I see some of those while I'm working away here. I'm sure I have them stacked in here somewhere. Over here, resources. Oh, I hear them up there. Here we go. Of course, our turret's aiming the wrong direction. Again, we want to make a second turret. So let's go for it. Turret, let's see if we have the resources. And we're going to do ourselves a nice level 6. So miscellaneous crafting. Do we have any legendary parts in here? I don't really think that is miscellaneous crafting. We're going to move all this stuff to the one up above it. I do see some of it in there, but that's not truly miscellaneous crafting. We're going to get this. We're going to get this. We're going to get that. Cloth, this one. Then we're going to double press this, and anything that's like the stuff that we already have, it's going to put it in there. This, not that. This. So we're going to do a little bit of sorting to get all of our stuff to try to go together. There we go. Miscellaneous crafting. Next thing is going to be resources. Over here. And then we'll take all of this and put it in the thing up above. Okay, resources, easy. This, double press, right there. Also, we're going to need ammo. Most likely, I'll keep the ammo up above, up in on top of the kill box. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and figure out one of these boxes to be ammo. Let's say this one, which is empty. 7.62 ammo to be specific. Ammo right there. Okay, and then we'll just put that ammo in there. Put this in here. There we go. Any other random stuff, we'll take it out of there. 7.62. Again, we're going to need all this for Horde Night. So now we're going to just do a bit of sorting. Again, you'll see that I go through and I maximize my time. Take that out. Double press this. I'm going to get our blocks. So good time to make a building blocks. Building box. There we go. And in the building box, that's where we're going to put all of this. There we go. And then resources. Now, when you're first starting to sort, it's not going to be very efficient. You're going to be very inefficient when you're sorting that. And then over here, other ammo. In there. Take that out of my inventory. Out. Just going to kind of block these slots so that stuff stops going in there. There we go. Okay, then more miscellaneous crafting. Now what I'll usually do is consolidate this all down to a certain amount, but this is already consolidated because we know that we have already gone through most of this stuff. So don't necessarily need to do it. I only usually do that with the drop boxes. There's some fibers there. All right, all the rest of this is actually, we'll just put this in miscellaneous crafting as well. And then again, all this stuff that we're organizing. So again, first I start with miscellaneous crafting. Now the reason why I mix all this stuff together is I usually end up needing a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this. And so it's much easier if it's in one box and I can take it in and out of that one box than to do it another way. All right, we're going to call this the bike box and gas down here. Just so I can put that gas in there. There we go. And then, again, miscellaneous crafting looking good. We got our resources looking good. Let's see what we got up here. This is building box, building box, building box. This is all, that's miscellaneous crafting. This is my motorcycle. We can put down there. There we go. This is building box. Okay, building box stuff. Put all that in there, along with our cement and this. Double press, and there it goes. Miscellaneous crafting here. Okay. I told you I'd get to this. Now this one's like garden, so we're just going to actually change this one to garden for now. And again, we can move all this stuff later. But I would just get your basics going. What is this? This is a Raider helmet. I don't need that. Scrap that. And then also we're going to need a trade box. Eventually, this is all building box, building box. This is ammo. That's all meds. So ammo there. Building box here. Very nice. Eventually we're going to need parts as well. So parts here. Now what you're trying to do is then separate it back out again because we kind of mixed a bunch of this stuff together. And we're just prioritizing the most important things to mix out. Here, this is miscellaneous crafting. These are resources. Double press. Ammo. Miscellaneous crafting. Come on, get in there. Nope. Doesn't already have some of that stuff in there yet. There we go. Other ammo. Up here. This is the bikes. Did I make a trade box yet? I don't think I did. Let's make this the trade box. Trade. And my trade box is going to be where all the cash money goes. Resources, yeah. And we have a bunch of other random stuff we're just going to drop for now. Alright, building box. This is crafting. This is ammo. This is actually crafting of ammo, raw ammo. Other ammo over here. Building box. There, and there. And then this is miscellaneous crafting. Again, you can do it your own way, whatever way it makes you comfortable. For me, this is the way I like to do it because I've done this for thousands of hours. And I know what works. Like that. Speaking of stuff that works, hold on over here. We're going on that forged steel. Also want to grab some of this steel so we can upgrade these boxes now. Notice I'm only upgrading the boxes I've already got a name to because we're going to have trouble with our stuff here. Oh, I hear my turret going off. Did I get him? Keep doing your thing, turret. Alright. So, we got that. And we clean the trade box out. This doesn't go in there. That doesn't go in there. This don't go in there. This goes in gardening. Gardening. This is food. This is parts. What do we got here? Lots of stuff. A lot of parts in here. I just got to stop every 2 seconds for all these zombies. Again, it's cool you can see them too. Now, until I get my defenses up, I've got to go up there and deal with them. So they don't make their way through, because they will eventually make their way through. So over here, building box. Probably just put this in my 7.62 ammo in case I need it later. Resources. Nope. Resources. There we go. And then again, this would be our food stuff. So we got trade. We got all that stuff up at the top. Let's go ahead and turn this one into raw food. So we'll have like the raw stuff at the bottom, and we'll have the finished stuff at the top. So we just put most of that back in there and just take all the other stuff out. And stuff we can put away elsewhere. Okay, and again, we will grab some of this. Upgrade that a bit. Food. So much stuff. So much stuff to organize. And again, this is the toughest part when you switch bases, is reorganizing all your stuff. Put all that over there, and then we have some parts here. This is crafting, miscellaneous crafting here. Crafting. This is bike box. This is building box. This is scrap. And those are raw water here. Okay. We know all these engines and all of these. are going to go in the building box. Or the bike box, I mean. You get the idea. And we're just trying to clean out this, so not here. Learn that. This actually goes in there. This is raw water, which goes in here. This is all the food. Put all this over here. You get the idea. Going to take a minute. We also got some parts over here. More parts there. To random mods and stuff. Let's see if we have some room. Just throw that in there. We've got some water here. Deal with all that later. Put this in here. Okay, tons of random mods that are in the way. It's all medical stuff. Stuff that's for other things. Building box up here. Bike box there. And we'll see if we can just grab that steel. Throw some of that in there temporarily. All right, this would be for other things. Don't worry about our mods. We got our bunch of food here. Now watch out when you have this food on you, because this food will attract other mobs. And man, we have just so many of these mods. Get these mods off of me. Lots and lots of mods there. Let's see. We'll say that's food, food, food. That is garden. Yeah, we'll consider that food. And this here, food, food, food. Bike box. Building box. Buildings for anything that I'm actually going to build. And this is all water in here, so we'll just take all this out. And we'll put the water in the jars back into that one. The raw food into this one, along with these cans here. Building box up here. And more bike box. All out of steel. All right. Again, we got to get some more iron. We might have some iron still in here. Upgrade that box. Let's see. Anything else? Bit of food and whatnot in there. Okay. Let's get this in here. And then you see that I'm just kind of offloading the rest of it in here to deal with it later. Do all the easy stuff first. Like, this is resources here. That's pretty easy. Some blocks there. Get these jars, get that water. Again, a lot of times you're going to have more stuff than you can put in your inventory as well. Okay, what do we got over here? We got resources there. Resources, resources. On the way. Love how my turret is just always faced the wrong way. We'll put some other turrets and stuff in later. Right now, we are organizing our loot a little bit. I may or may not organize the whole thing. We'll see. Beakers, those are miscellaneous crafting. Crafting, there's a little bit of iron there. We've got some steel there. Resources. This is all garden stuff. Again, since it hasn't already been in the box yet, it's kind of hard to just double press this button and to have it go in there. But once it's in there, then you can just double press the button and it will go where it needs to go. Like that. And then this iron, I know exactly where this can go. Right in there. Okay, and again, we got the garden box is starting to shape up. We got the trade box. We got the ammo box. We got the building box looking good. Other ammo, miscellaneous crafting. I'm just making sure there's nothing else mixed in with these ones. These are all together. Okay, we'll get to medical. We'll get to all of that later. More garden. Definitely a lot of glasses there. Actually, we're going to start putting this in resources. Put all that in there, and I have too many resources on me. Put that in there as well. Consolidate that down. Okay. And we got this, we got that. More resources. This is resources. This is all. Oh, there's a bunch of iron right there. I thought we had some extra. That in there. That in there. There we go. Pays off to think forward, everybody. There we go. And again, we'll come back to this. This is farming. Resources. Good stuff. Okay. Bunch of ammo and stuff in there. All right, let's put these resources away. Garden stuff. Actually, that's more of... Yeah, that's actually the finished coffee. That's not the coffee seeds, because the coffee seeds are right there. Put that in there, and then this is all resources, which we'll deal with later. And then this I would consider to be raw food, but really raw drinks as well. That doesn't belong in there. And looking okay for now. Okay, let's put all this extra stuff in there. And just look for some ammo. Ammo is usually among the easiest thing to sort. It's usually something I sort first. Just because it's super easy to move out of there and then move it into there. This and this. And then once you have it in there, then it's a lot easier to move all this ammo. Once you have that thing in there. This is all ammo as well. Be right with you. I'm a-coming. Screamers. Apparently this is the popular side. The second I change my turret, everybody, they're going to be on the other side. You watch. Actually, did I reload it? Probably a good idea to reload it first. There we go. Apparently that's the popular side. We'll turn it that way. That was a screamer right there, too. And we're coming up on Horde Day, and we don't got no food. We might want to go ahead and think about that for a minute. Always rotated in a weird way. We'll put our food right over here. We only need one for right now. Campfire. That's really far away. They really upped that. Okay, let's think about some raw food. What do we feel like making? That's a good question. We got to get all of our mod things first. Where is all of our stuff? But it's somewhere here in the middle. What did we do with it? What did we do with them? Not in there. Oh. Oh, I think I put it in miscellaneous crafting. I did. Okay, what did we favorite over here? Some meat stew. Let's have some of that. Let's see if we have the resources. Okay, I don't see any corn in here, so that's our first problem. Where is our corn? We got super corn. There's our regular corn there. Doesn't look like we have much. We don't need much for right now, just enough to get us through Horde Night. Don't see any other things full of food. Looks like we got to definitely do a corn, do some corn stuff. What else we got up in here that we want to do? We already got grilled meat, but I think we're just doing meat stew. We got to do regular corn, not super corn, so we can make some of that, but we're good. Potatoes, some of this, water in the other box, and then meat. There we go. Some water. And we'll make ourselves 3 meat stews, which is going to take about 9 minutes. So we'll put about 9 minutes worth of fuel in there, a little bit over, of course. And then put the food back in there, deal with it later. Okay, other ammo. That one. Raw water. Oops. Raw water. I think I will put a few of these in here so I can find them later. As well. Alright, now we're getting this stuff organized. I kind of feel like we'll start with the one at the end and work our way backwards by grabbing all this out of here and putting it in number 3. And grabbing all of that and more into 3, more into 4. Just less boxes that we have to go through. Like this. And we're going to turn this one into raw meds. Again, all the raw stuff at the bottom. Raw meds is pretty easy because you're going to end up with a tremendous amount of that stuff right there. And, oh, there's our corn right there. Okay, we did have a bunch of corn. Look at that. Well, looky. And we'll grab all that. We'll just double press on this one. No. Oh. A lot of miscellaneous crafting in that one. More grilled meat. We can put here in food. Raw meds, this stuff. And our gas over here as well. I told you I was going to do a bunch of sorting. And that's what we're doing. And if we had more iron and more steel, we could be upgrading all these boxes for more. And we will eventually. But again, really need steel for the base right now. Because again, time's ticking away. Time's running out. Okay, what do we got over here? I kind of feel like I want to empty this one. Actually, I could probably just use this one as the raw ammo. There we go. And put the gunpowder right back in there. Very nice. And we can throw all that in there. Engines, easy. We know where those are going to go. We're right over here. And then Dukes. We know where those go. Up here in the trade box. Wherever it went. Over here. I got a little smidge of Dukes. How many Dukes do I have? Let's see. 279,000 Dukes. That's $250,000 sitting right there. Very nice. This is all of our raw stuff here and here. This is raw water. And these are a ton of jars. Yeah, we're definitely going to need a separate box for that eventually. So we'll deal with that here in a minute. And, oh, there's some steel right there. Upgrade our raw ammo. Any other ones? Okay, we already did the other ones. Put that back in there so when we're looking for it, we know where it's at. Let's see. We have a bunch of drinks here. So kind of feel like we'll take all that out of there. We'll put this into raw ammo. And then we probably have some bullet tips and stuff like that laying around. Yep, right here. Put that into raw ammo. Nice. Put all that stuff down. Put all this stuff down. Resources. This is all food. Again, we're trying to get it to end up where it needs to go. Probably finish drinks and meds over here. So put our meds in there. And our raw food down here. Yep, this is going to be way too much of this. We'll go ahead and take our super corn out. And we will take our super corn, and we probably have some more super corn laying around somewhere. There is, oh my goodness. Okay, lots of super corn. We'll throw our super corn in our trade box. We're just shuffling this around, so when we're looking for it, it'll be right there. Okay, resources. And the worst thing also is getting used to wherever the heck you moved your stuff, because it's going to be typically different than your previous base, depending. So we're just going to go ahead and do our thing here. At some point, I'll just start grabbing all of this. Right now, I'm just trying to centralize where all the stuff is. This goes here. So I can then just double press this button, and you can see that went in there. Then we're going to organize it all. And then we're going to need like weapons ammo kind of thing. Let's say this is weps and mods. This already pretty much already is that. We'll take all of our drinks and our other stuff out of here. Foodstuffs. And we got a bunch of medical stuff in here. Again, there's not one already in there, so it doesn't know to go in there if there's not one already in there. Meds. Oh, here comes the Kismet love train. Who's showing that love? Right now, the DJ Watkins with a massive 93 months of sub love. Again, thanks for coming in and hanging out. OCD hoarders, you know it. You certainly play different. Yes, I do. Yeah, getting dual screamers right from the start. Too weird. Yeah, I've been getting that the whole time. There you go. Corner number 4. I did eventually find it. Thanks for letting me find it there. I will eventually find it as I go through. But again, that's the whole point of what we're doing is we brought it from the other base, and now we are putting all of our stuff away so it can be easily found, because when I'm looking for such and such thing, it'll be right there. And again, the stuff up at the top here, finished resources, and some of this over here also finished resources. But we're just trying to get all of our stuff organized here. Normally, I'm not going to have too many weapons up here, so this is really easy to be the mods one. Because most of the weapons I will have on me. Nacha mod and Nacha mod. This is raw ammo. Right here. This, all of these. Double press. In you go. Raw meds. This is going to be, again, you see it's starting to go a little faster now because it just automatically says, oh, well, hey, I know where that goes. And puts that in that box, right? So I'm just double pressing this thing here. Putting that in there. This is building box, which are these. This is 4x4 accessories. That's down there. Raw meds does not have one of these apparently. Building box up there at the top. Then also mod in my inventory. Here. I'll just try to cover that one up so we stop picking that up. Okay. And then double check that we did take all of the other stuff out of here. We did not. Oh, we had a bunch of bike stuff. We can take that out. Is that the previous one? Yeah, see, that's the one with 4 slots, and they did come out with one. Now that's 5 slots. So that's a previous one. I'm just going to throw that in other ammo so I don't get that confused. And then the bike box. Actually, we'll put this here. Put this stuff in the bike box. All right, so that one's now empty. And this will be meds. This will probably eventually probably put food in here as well. Food, drinks, and meds. Okay. Don't really have that much food to put in there for right now, but that's okay. We'll get to it. That one now empty. This one's weapon mods. All this other rando stuff out of there. And these are mods for like armor mods and whatnot. And then I consider things like the time charge, which are really ways of opening things, as weapons as well. And then let's see how many of these meds go in here. Don't need that claw hammer. This is building box. This is there. This is meds. This is also down here. I could have did all that at the same time, including this gas. More iron. Awesomely dropped it on the ground. Oh, we're getting some more love, everybody. Thanks for coming in, showing that love. Who's that awesome person? DJ Watkins coming in with a 10 drop, everybody. You got a Love Train Conductor going on right now. Showing you guys some love. Look out, Zero Fate getting the love. Neri DeBell, hopefully I'm getting your name right, got a gifted sub. So did 7J, Space Bungee, Green Wiggle, Infamous, Mark, Captain Got him. At least that's what I'm going to call you. Diamond Eye and Mushroom McSteak. Great name. All getting that gifted sub, all getting that love from, again, your Love Train Conductor. Make sure to say thanks to DJ Watkins. Thank you so much, DJ Watkins, for showing the love to the chat. Always appreciate it. That is for sure. And again, I saw that little love come up as well. Thank you so much for that. Big time. We got to hydrate. Word of the herd remind me earlier to hydrate, and we have not taken a break yet. But we're going to let the Kismet Love Train run for a bit here. We're running out this steel. Man, we got to get a lot more iron. Let's just go ahead and upgrade the rest of these boxes here. We'll have all of our boxes nice and upgraded. We won't have to worry about these ones. All right, nice. Let's keep sorting. Oh, this is easy. This is drinks, and more drinks here. Look at this. And this is all of that. All right, drinks over here. Drinks. And you can't consider some of this medical stuff. Oh, I hear somebody up top. And that is water. So again, whichever way I face it, they're going to be the other way. Sneaky bastards. I see you over there. Stay away from my base. I'm going to make that second turret, but first I got to organize all this stuff. And again, everybody, we crushed it. We wanted to be moved by day 110. We did it right on day 110. Ooh, a bunch of miscellaneous crafting right there. All right, put that in there. This as well. This is going to get sold, though this is actually a crafting item as well. The diamond blade, but I don't need it, so I'm going to sell it. Over here, more meds. More resources. More ammo stuffs. Very nice. Okay, and how are we doing? We're on 7 here. 7 now empty. All right. And then over here, oh, mama. Tons and tons of miscellaneous crafting. In there, including a legendary point where we can make another turret. Ammo stuffs. Resource stuffs. Again, see how that momentum is really super building now, right? So you already put one of that particular thing in there. Much easier once you have one of it in there to just double press the button here. And then boom. Oh, it's already in the box. Okay, that's where that goes. And you can see we just crushed that one. And then this is definitely a whole bunch of building box stuff. So we'll just put that in there and double press. It'll grab the rest of them. This stuff here, that's miscellaneous crafting. This is really for when I'm doing farming, which goes in my little drone guy. Where are you, little drone guy? He wandered off somewhere. I'm always looking for him. There he is. What did I do with it? Addition appeared. I don't know, but I can tell you that one's empty. I don't know what I doed with it. Totally blind. Up here. Come back to it later. I'll find it eventually. This is what I consider weapons. Molotovs and things like that. All weapons. This is miscellaneous crafting. This is raw ammo. This is more iron. Hey, we'll take more. Put more in there. I want to just find random stuff. Some of that stuff also is for when I'm scrapping stuff. Drinks over there. And then this is the trade box. Nice. All right, almost done sorting. As you see, everybody, I got sorting down, man. I've done massive sums of sorting. Now I'm just going to grab it by basically by its category. This is all cornmeal here. These are flour. See, none of these are actual seeds. So if they're not seeds, then I'm going to put them under food. Though I'm probably going to need to put the canned food right there. Because we're going to fill this up pretty quickly. Let's go ahead and just put this up here since we're going to eventually move it anyway. And then stuff here. Resources. We got a bunch of that. This is this. Parts. Just an extra farmer gloves. We'll just throw that in weapons for now. Ammo. There we go. Man, we're almost done, too. Look at that. Get the rest of these canned ones out of here. This is actually a seed. That doesn't belong in there. And we now got much more room in there. There we go. Canned goods. Again, I don't know if these are already in here or not. I'm just going to click them. Garden up in the corner. Again, I hope you guys don't mind if I speed up. Because we are on the last little bit here. Again, I'm just going to keep grabbing it. Go into its appropriate thing. You can go through and just grab the thing that you think you're going to need. Just grab all of that thing. But I find at some point I just end up grabbing all of it. Let's see. What else? Resources. Where should I put? Let's put up here in trade. Trade and quest. I don't think I've ever bothered to do these, by the way. I got a ton of them. I don't think I've ever bothered to take the time to do it. All right, more miscellaneous crafting. Up here in the building box will be all of our mods for our forges and such. And then this is the same thing. These are a whole bunch of mods for our dew collectors, which we'll get to. Over here, this is a whole bunch of mods, again, that go up in here. That's mod. Some of these are mods for vehicles as well. Just throw them up there. Building box here. More iron. Man, we're just finding this random iron laying around. Love it. Throw that in there. Rest of it in here. Then we've got raw food. Again, look how awesome that is, everybody. Showing you all my gamer secrets. So you guys can sort as fast as me. But again, the first time you sort, it's going to be the toughest one. Because you got to get something in that box. And once it's in that box, you can then go from there. I'm going to save these other boxes for later on. I also have some boxes on the other side, which we'll work on. This is all raw meds in there. Lots of super corn. 400 seeds of super corn. What else we got? Building box. What else? This, and this, and this. Anything else? Nope, that is done. And I think we're done. There we go. Boom, sorted. Just like that. I told you I was going to sort it for you. Yeah, there we go. Mushroom saying thanks there, DJ Watkins. Again, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Big time, everybody. We're having a fun time today. Just want to get that stuff sorted. It is Horde Day. We've got to get cracking over here. We definitely want to take all of the steel that we can. Just keep letting that steel run. We're going to take every bit of it here and go and try to upgrade the kill box up here. Let's go. And again, we got so much more stuff to work on. Pretty exciting. But we do want the lower part here to be so cool. It's like a rounded outside to the kill box. That is pretty neat. But we definitely want to make sure that the outside is steeled up first. So let's get this all steeled up here. Oh, we need some concrete to repair that. Right here. Grab some here in a second. And again, no matter what side I'm on, I can jump up. We got to do those corners. Just jump down, jump down. And now, like, where is my concrete, right? We know right where it is, under resources. Again, now you can find all those things that we've been looking for earlier much easier. We'll get some concrete over here, and we will fix whichever one we were trying to upgrade before. One of these top ones. All out of steel. Okay, but we got the bottom part steeled up. We'd love to get that interior steeled up as well. Maybe make that second turret. Ah, turret got him. That's right. Come on over here, peeps. And again, this is just helping me out while I'm going up and down, doing all my thing. By the way, I still get that XP, even if I'm down here and they get shot up there. And this is about the perfect distance. Look, you can see their shadow of them coming in. Now you can see their dead body. All right, we got that going. Now, again, we need more. She cried, more. Little Billy Idol for you. There you go. Look at this loot in here. Whew, mama. Okay. What are we doing? Turret. Let's go ahead and see if we have enough for another robotic turret. We got our legendary part. That's always the hardest part to get started. Duct tape. Ooh, we need a lot of duct tape. We got. Oh my God! Look how much glue we have. Holy moly! All right, duct tape it is. Let's go. That's a lot of duct tape. Whew. That takes a lot of duct tape. Takes 60 duct tape. 240 forged steel, which we don't have, and we probably are not going to have. We should just put this back because that's not going to happen. We're not going to have that much. Well, we'll come back to it. And really the other thing also would be the parts, which I think we actually do have. Yes, we do. So we need a lot of iron. Now, we do have some time before this happens. And by the way, we no longer need this ladder. So we'll go ahead and pull all this stuff out. Drop it on my own head. All that stuff out of there. No longer need that. I'll probably just leave this here so I can also use this here. So we'll just put a hatch here. And I'll stop this duct tape for right now. And start it up after. I put it like that, so when you're going in, you can go this way. And when you're coming out, you can come out to a landing. Like that. Got owned, bro. All right, we got to go fix the outer lining of the base. We're going to go work on that. And that's this outer edge here. So I'm just going to go ahead and use some concrete plates for now. We might come back later and make it fancy. Oops. But for right now, we're just going to do this outer edge. That's just in case they do damage this outside edge, that this concrete is going to absorb most of the damage. I'm trying to keep it within the inner part of this. I see that this side is a little bit further this way than it is that way, because I can see it's kind of going across that edge, but that's okay. We'll just put that there. Okay, we don't want them getting down in there, and eventually what I'll do is replace a lot of these inner blocks also with concrete blocks. But again, you definitely want to get that going. Don't need this one. And we could use those other blocks, by the way. We could definitely use them, but they're a lot thinner, so we do want to have a little bit of a thicker block along this outer edge. Yeah, come on over here. My turret loves to shoot stuff. Okay, so we could probably dip. Take a little dip. A little dip trip. How's our actual ammo doing here? Let's go ahead and really run out some ammo. Thank you for your testing support. Oh man, I can't wait to build all this out. So much cool stuff still to build. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to go get some iron. So we can do that. Okay, so we're going to put our vehicle down. We're going to repair it. We're going to fuel it up. Oop, or pick it up. Okay, and we're going to fuel it up. There we go. And aim it in the direction of where this is. Now, I no longer need to track my other base. I'm going to track this base I'm at. This is Tycoon 3, because we're building one in each biome. So we built one in the forest one, which was Tycoon HQ. Then Tycoon HQ 2, which is in the burnt biome. And then this is number 3 over here. And again, we're going to work our way across the biomes. I think I see a bag out there, too. We'll get that bag in a bit. But that is a perfect place to take a break. And I should have took a break like twice already. It's like 5 hours in. So here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to go ahead and pull up some fun for you guys that you can work together in the chat. This is called Words on Stream. They're basically a bunch of letters you're going to see pop up. You go ahead and unscramble those letters and work together in the chat to get to that next level. If I see you guys working together, I'm going to go ahead and give you a bunch of Kiz Caps toward future giveaways as well. So we're going to go ahead and start the Twitch one. Now, if you're at twitch.tv/Kismet, you're in the chat, you can go ahead and do that one over there. Now, I'm the only one who I've ever seen program this, and it took a long time, and it wasn't easy. It actually hurt my brain to make both of these work at the same time. So basically, whether you're on Twitch, you can play that one. Or if you're on YouTube, you can play this one. I know, pretty epic, right? On YouTube, you can play this one. Or if you're really hardcore, you can go to youtube.com/KismetBP, play that. Go to twitch.tv/Kismet and play that all at the same time. But again, work together, everybody. Don't just let one person do all the hard, heavy lifting. You guys go ahead and have some fun while I take a little bit of a break. And then I shall be back in just a bit. Going AFK into Stealth Boy. Here we go. I saw that. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and stop this one. And I can't hear any sound. Nice job working together. I saw you all working together there. I'll press a bunch of buttons here to keep this from going again. Not sure on my headphones or not. There we go. Oh, man. I just realized my character is massively infected, too. All right, let's get back to some 7 Days to Die right over here. Man, we went for a long session there. And I'll put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I feel like I can't hear. I can't hear a thing. I think those headphones died. Let's swap those headphones out. We are on Horde Night. Probably want to pause because we're going to need to pick up a bunch of ammo. And we don't even have this fully built, but we got some of it done. That's an important part. There we go. Yeah, they'd already broken that outside edge. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, we're already off to a shaky start as it is. So, yeah, they breached that outside edge there. Interesting. So, let's go ahead and grab this. Oh, we got to get them out of there. Put that back in there. And then over here. There we go. Upgrade that. Oop, we don't have the steel for it. We literally just have a couple minutes. Get up there. Okay. Get up there. Okay. Well, we're not going to go do that because we ran out of time because the timer ran a little bit there. So we'll go down here and we'll do what needs to be done, the highest priority stuff. So highest priority, eat some food. To make sure we've got some stamina. Let's get this going. We're going to need some steel to fix that outer one. We're going to need a bunch of... gonna need a bunch of stuff. We'll check this is 10,000. Yep, okay. Man, they broke through that edge there. Man, this ladder doesn't seem to be working. Huh. And tons of mobs. All right. Let's go down here and grab some meds, which we're going to need right here. Use some serious antibiotics. Holy mackerel. That's actually more than antibiotics. Let's have a couple of those. What other conditions do we got? We've got fatigue, where we need vitamins, and a kit. All right, we'll go ahead and have some vitamins here. And then we'll also have a bandage. Like that. And then we need our ammo. Right here. And man, we don't have that much ammo, but we have a good amount. I think it'll hold us over, maybe. Maybe might make it happen, and we got to get out of the bottom part here. And it's on like Donkey Kong. All right, take that up. Let's pick this up for a second. Put this in my bar. And oh man, we are not ready, everybody. We are 100% not ready for this horde night, but we are going to do what must be done. Right over there. Maybe we need to repair this too. Let's go ahead and just repair our gun while we're at it. And we're just going to aim it in this direction. All right, here we go. First horde night in the new base. Again, we did steel all this outside up. We did not have enough to steel this inside, but we do have a little bit of steel that we can use. And we definitely want to get some iron after this. Oh, man. I don't know how this is going to go, everybody. Never done this before. Here we go, coming in from this way. Start with our cop. Of course, whichever way I put this turret is the opposite direction in which they're going to show up. Got a minute. Again, our turret's really helping us out. I'm crouching so it's shooting over my head. Reloading both my weapons while I'm waiting. Actually, really good positioning here of the bars. The bars are up just enough where I can crouch and blast them. I knew this was going to be crazy. By the way, everybody, 0 deaths. Game stage 364, level 98 right now. This is crazy. Whoa. And when you got a little bit of a break, that's when you want to reload. Turret is needs to be reloaded. This is really close to the mobs. Oh man, there's a lot of mobs. Be right with you. Oh, did that one fully reload? Sometimes it doesn't fully reload, and if you switch... There we go, it did. Okay. Testing out the new rounded Kismet kill box. So far, pretty scary. Again, this one's not as big as my other kill box, so you're right up on the action. Like they're gonna switch sides. Reload while we got a minute. Turret needs to be reloaded. Oh, we're out of turret ammo. All right, it's all on us now. Does a good job of blocking that cop stuff. I feel like better if I stand here in the center. Now's a good time to repair my stuff. Come on. It takes a minute for me to get the out of repair kits too. Awesome. Be right with you. Oh boy. Take care of some of these easy guys. Get these big black boys. This guy back here. Still got a long way to go. And out of repair kits. Not good. See what happens. I get point blank range. Bomber! You do not want to let him get anywhere close over here. Oh god, they gotta both be loaded. A lot of ferals. Be right with you. 28 bullets left. Let's get our bullets out. First thing you want to do is get them off the base. Reload. You reload while the tougher ones are running up. Reload the other one. Cap coming in. Oh my god, this is dicey. Don't worry, everybody. We'll put in some more defenses later. Right now, we're just trying it without any of those defenses, and it is pretty scary. Again, this one's much smaller, so you're much right up on the mobs each time. Definitely take care of the tougher mobs. Especially those cops. Reload. That one's almost broken. Bomber, bomber. Don't reload. Get that bomber before he gets too close. Another bomber. That's broken. Oh boy, oh boy. That's a bomber. Right up against the base. Oh boy. He blows up out there and I'm in trouble. Another bomber coming in. I see you out there. Shoot him in the legs. Shoot him till he doesn't get up. Oh boy, we gotta reload. Holy mackerel, this is getting crazy! Oh, crap! Oh, man! That's not good. I hit his little beepy beepy thing. I tried to get over my little things here. Luckily, I got a little bit away from there where I took a lot less damage. Holy moly. Cop somewhere shooting at me. Cop on the left. She's holding up, though. Exactly. A lot of pew-pew going on up in there. That's hard to see. Good time to reload. Man, we do not have enough repair kits. I like the cage, though. The cage is really helping me against mobs coming in. So glad we had some food, too. All right, now they're shifting. This guy with his bees. Oh, what am I getting hit by? Breach! Boy, oh boy. Still got a ways to go. They did breach this outer part here, so I got to kind of watch out. They took out that corner. Okay, so they can crawl through there, so I got to watch out there. That's why we double lined it. Otherwise, they'd be in here right now. In fact, here's a good little move right here, everybody. Just upgrade this. Upgrade this inner part to steel. There we go. Oh, I think our thing's about to be broken. Yep, time for the shotty. Oh, this is not good. Holding them off for now. Like I'm missing him. Dang, crawling ones are the worst. Oh man, this is super touch and go right here, everybody. Did not have enough repair kits for my heavy weapons. And now both my heavy weapons are broken, but they got us this far. God, I hope I have enough shotgun ammo. Like how sometimes I miss at point blank range. Ah, man, so many radiateds. Whew, all right, focus. $14 bullets left. We might have to dip down and get some more. Seven bullets. 7 bullets, not gonna cut it. All right, be right back, everybody. You just do your thing. Bullets. Grab some shotgun. Oh, where's that AK? Oh man, what did I do with that AK? I should have put it in weapons, what I should have done. Up here. Backup weapon for the win! God, die already. That's it. We're going high. Woo! That was just right down to it. I got 6 bullets. Holy moly. That was right down to it. Though I do have more bullets in here. See, sometimes it's really hard to click on stuff and then get it to, like, do the thing, like to undo the thing, or if you're trying to repair, it takes forever. Oh, I still hear somebody's alive. Oh, somebody got glitched down underneath there. I knew that was going to happen. I'll be there if I can go down. Okay. Whew, all right, that's really close to the action. Normally I have the base a bit wider, so I'll be a little bit removed from where they are. Also, I need to have 2 turrets instead of 1 there. But we did it, everybody. That's the most important part. Now, before anything else, we're going to go down here. We're going to make ourselves some more repair kits. That is for sure, right over here. We're going to get this going. Repair. That would have went way better if I had more repair kits. All right, we're going to make 25 of those bad boys. Get those going. Only need 1 stack of shoddy. Put some more of that out. Put this back in here. And let's go ahead and repair some of our primary weapons here first, actually. And then already have 24 more. All right. I hear somebody else. Whew. What do you think, chat? Was that pretty awesome? Put a 1 in the chat if you really like that, everybody. Oh, and I owe you some caps from before. That was nuts, man. Remember that we are, I felt like I was going to die. That 0 deaths game stage 372, now breaking level 100. That's crazy. Get rid of these stragglers. Ooh, mama. That was some serious stuff right there, everybody. Some serious stuff. That's some crazy stuff. All right, I feel like we want to put a box right here. Man, I did a lot of that with my auto shotgun. Normally, I use the auto shotgun as like a backup weapon. It is not fast enough to keep those mobs off my base. Right there. All right, we'll go ahead and get ourselves a... Make sure we'll reload both our weapons on the way down. And then over here, get ourselves a box. Over here. Boxes. Then we're going to need a little bit of forged steel, which we got, and some forged iron. All right. Now what we want to do is have a thing up here that's going to help us. Look at this guy. Still crawling along out there. Pig! Got him. All right. So what we want to do is put a box up here for Horde Knights. You got to be careful, though, because this box is going to take a beating. And we're just going to call this the drop box. Right there. And then we're just going to instantly upgrade it. And we're ready to go. Man, this took a lot of damage up here. Okay, let's go ahead and grab some of our loot. Look at all these bags, though. We got some really nice high-end bags. We're just going to learn all these books. We don't need those boots. Again, a lot of this stuff I just get rid of in the moment. Thermos socks. How do we got? Oh, we had 4, and now we got 5. Nice. And there we go. Now, some of this, we'll go ahead and just jump up here and put in the drop box like that. Oh, a couple legendary parts there. Very nice. That definitely took some damage there. Let's see if we can just open some of these and stack them. We'll come back. Some of this stuff, it will stack on top of each other, so you can just go ahead and grab it from all of these and leave. The bags will stay there for a while. Once you open them, though, they are kind of on a timer, but they'll last a pretty good amount of time. And you can also open them in order, like you can start with your orange ones like this, because these are going to be your more valuable loot in the orange ones. And work your way down. I don't need that. And all of this I can just... That's scrap, that's scrap, that's scrap. I'm just learning these for the XP, but pretty much I could just throw them away. I don't even need to pick them up. Because I did learn all the recipes and all the goodies already. And there we go. All right, let's grab a bunch of this. That was fun, everybody. Again, see, I really like it when the game really has that, oh my god, I'm going to die moment. And that really felt like that there, because I was definitely underprepared. Because we didn't have enough time to make it all happen. But we definitely did a bunch, and we got a lot of bags too. There is something wrong with this side over here. I cannot get up this ladder. I feel like this ladder is backwards. Let's fix that. There we go. Weird that I have to have it down that far, though. Let's put this in, then take this one out, and then try to jump up there. Yeah, it's not working on that one. Weird. That's a problem for another day. Deal with it later. But again, you want to definitely have yourself a drop box, because there's a lot of stuff. And we were just non-stop blasting them there too. Plus we're having our turret help us. We are definitely going to need some additional defenses. Nobody really breached. That guy did glitch through the ground. I thought that might happen. I don't see any breaching up here, so I don't know how he got underground. But we'll figure that out. Because these the zillion tower bulletproof glass looking stuff is very thin, so it's kind of easy for them to glitch in there. That's why I created a double level. Otherwise, that guy would have been actually down in my base. And let's just go ahead and do all this. Now, remember, I already know all of this, except for I think I'm missing like one perk book. And this is just tons of XP. Again, you can sell them to the trader and get XP and all of that. But I just go ahead and get rid of all this stuff. Don't need it anymore. This one here. And I might as well get the XP while I'm at it. Okay. So, first test of the rounded Kismet kill box. Successful. They did not breach the interior of the base. And I did save the steel in case they did breach on one side. So I could upgrade that inner part to steel. And that worked out awesome. Worked out great. So the only side that they did breach was this side, and I thought they knocked out another corner. Nope, just that one corner right there. Okay, well, let's put that back in. They were doing a great job on these other corners here, too. Turn that around. Ah, come on now. There we go. And we don't have enough steel to upgrade it, but yeah, look, they were definitely doing some good damage there. Actually did a really good job of holding them off. Very surprisingly good. All right, very good. And again, eventually we'll just do that whole thing in steel, so we're not... Because I was very worried, because if they did breach that outer steel, I didn't have any steel to steel up the rest of that, and they could break through that concrete pretty easily, because those are pretty high-level mobs. But they weren't able to get over on the top. They weren't able to get to the interior. That's a successful base. They didn't break the bottom part here, though I did have a bomber come up and blow up right next to the base, which is what weakened that. Then all these ones underneath here are now going to need to be repaired. Because remember, it does go 3 blocks down. So, yeah, that was pretty scary. Pretty scary stuff, but we got it. Mission accomplished. Okay, let's check our drop box. What do we get? Let's see. We'll put our auto shoddy back on us here. Learn all the rest of this stuff. Oh, there's one we didn't know. Triple parking mod. Thermocore liners. What do we got? We already have it because I told it to wear it, and it was the same thing. Don't need any of those outfits. Don't need this. Don't need the Nomad. Don't need this and this. We'll go ahead and get rid of. This is actually my chainsaw there. That's not my auger. Scrap that. Don't need this. We'll scrap that. And we'll just grab the rest of this ammo and put it back into the sort boxes. Whoa. Whoa, okay. I almost felt like I was about to die there. It glitched me down at the bottom. Then 762 back in there. And again, we'll just keep scrapping all this stuff as we go so we don't have to deal with it. And then building box, bunch of canned food, and so on. And again, you see I got this down. I got this down for quick and easy sorting. All right, very nice. Anything else? Nope. I think we're just ready to sort the rest of this. Still waiting for my infection to go down. Look at that, everybody. Still going. I think it's probably one of the highest infections I've had in a while, where I was 40% infected. That's not good. Oh, my motorcycle in there. My motorcycle in there. I'll put that right there. All right, more canned food. Always good. Resources. Miscellaneous crafting, along with our duct tape. More canned goods. More finished loot. More mods. And we have extra repair kits. We'll just put it in with weapons. And then parts, little bit of steel in there. All right, again, that was a pretty epic horde night. We got a crazy ton of stuff going on there. And we do want to switch our boxes back so we can bring this all the way back down again. There we go. Make it easier to come up and down in there. All right, now again, that was just us getting started. That was the first try without all of the other defenses. Had I had some more repair kits at the ready, I think I would have done better. But we didn't die, and they didn't breach the base. So both of those things. Now, really, the biggest thing about this, everybody, is your stuff. If you die, you can always respawn. But if they destroy all your stuff, guess what? You're going to be back collecting all that stuff again. That's what you're really trying to protect while you're doing this. So let's go ahead and put this stuff back where it goes here. More miscellaneous crafting. We got some trade stuff. Up there, some meds that we got. And more parts. All right, there we go. I think we got it all. Let's go check one more time. All right, oh, we're getting a little stinky too. Get a little stinky. All right, we definitely need a crazy ton of iron. All right. Now what we want to do is get all of our iron forges going. I'll show you a little trick, everybody. See, this one here at the top has been running a bunch of iron and also is now maxed out on clay. All you need to do is go to this one, pull the crucible out of that one, go to this one, and then say, hey, run me out 300 forged steel. Always somebody trying to knock on the front door. Well, guess what? I got more repair kits, you suckers. Oh, they're blowing it up in here. Crazy bringing that love in. Show some love in the chat. Very much enjoy Kismet playing 7 Days to Die. It's such a good educational stream. Not going to lie. Keep it up, mate. Well, there you go. See, look, we did some stuff we never did right here, everybody. Oh, and here comes these screamers right after Horde Night. Let's go. Now you guys are in trouble because I got my weapons repaired. All right, who else wants some? Yeah, this is just at the right level, too. I hear a bird. Come on, bird, where you at? All right, I knew this place was going to be nuts, everybody. It's not no time yet biker. I don't know what that means. There we go. I don't know it. Hey, Crazy, how's it going, man? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. Again, thank you for bringing your awesome community into mine. We're having some fun, man. We just had the most chaotic Horde night ever. Again, very tight in here, though. Very tight. In here, but again, glad I had that double line now too, because again, they did breach that corner. So we're gonna let that run out. What we need is we need some stuff that goes along with our resource farming. There we go. We're gonna need some coffee right over here. We'll also get some of our blocks back as well. Get a nice big stack. In fact, we'll probably just cut that in half of wood blocks. Okay, what do we got down here? Now, the AK, so glad I had that as a backup weapon there right at the end. We definitely need to start working on our ammo. We had just enough ammo to get us by there, but that's not going to help us on the next Horde night, so we got to get it going. We've got a bunch of excess resources that we can just dip into there. In fact, we'll probably put some of this down even further. Okay, and then what do we got? We got more stacks of ammo that we want to do there, and get some of this. Try to max that out nicely. There we go, and then another stack here. Okay, now we got repair kits. We're looking good. We have some cubes that we can get rid of, and I think we have enough coffee. I think 10 is going to be more than enough. Run that back in there. All right. Whew. Man, I was really feeling the pressure there, everybody. That was pretty scary. All right, up we go. Again, this is the top side of the base. We got a whole bottom part of the base to do. We got to do the whole outside of the base as well. We got to upgrade our hatches. We got to upgrade this all to steel. We got lots to do. But the first thing we want to do, now that we know that it is working and it does function, as long as you stay on top of it, we're good. Okay, now we want to go ahead and go back to our desert iron over here and go get some of that. Whew, that was fun. Very, very fun. Again, I turned a cul-de-sac that used to look like this, everybody, into my base. I took out 5,000 blocks very quickly and very easily by using an undercut technique. And now we are building it out, and we are just working on that top part there. We luckily got that iron in and the steel in, or got the concrete in and the steel in just before Horde night. Again, we were bringing all of our resources from our previous base, which took a while. But we got that done as well. And we also have a little thing here. Now, I always aim this away from the thing toward the base, so if I need to run out of here, I can. Good time to just make sure that all my weapons are locked and loaded. Let me fix this up a little bit here. There we go. Get the shoddy loaded too, in case things get real bad. And auger loaded. We got to make some more turret ammo. Let's repair our auger on the way down. Okay, now we're going to go down here. We're going to get ourselves a ton of iron. Now, if I had some turret ammo, I would put my turret up there and leave it up there, but since I don't, I'm not going to. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and hit a little whammy of coffee here. Then we're going to hit another whammy of coffee. And another whammy of coffee. Now, you can triple up on stuff. If you do any more, it's not going to do anything. But you go up to 3 of them. And that is going to give me some additional resources that we're going to gather. Now, I do have all of my books and all of that stuff. And again, you see, I'm just widening this out. And you got to be careful. You widen it out too far, and it will come down. Especially if it's just sand holding this whole thing up. What I'm going to try to do is take it out without having the ceiling fall in. But if it does, I also have the perk that helps me if the ceiling falls in. Again, you see I'm just widening this out. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of iron in here. And we'll just get in the zone. Screamer. Anybody else? Up here on the hill. Got her before she screamed. Now, one of the cool things about using your turret up here, everybody, is you can set your turret back like over here. There's a bird coming in. I don't know how I missed these birds. I mean, I swear to God, I'm hitting them like 50 times. You set your turret back here, and then as you come up toward the top, the turret will activate, and it will take out the screamer before the screamer actually screams. So you'll get a lot less mobs that way. We're going to set it up, by the way, so it'll eliminate all these screamers later as well. Again, the more activity that you're doing, the more it has a chance of spawning those screamers. And we got a lot of airdrops to pick up and a whole bunch of stuff. But right now, she was wasting my buff. So I usually go for a certain amount or a certain amount of time. In this case, since this is new, we're going to just go for a certain amount of time. So we put on our coffee buffs. Now, we could just sit here and grab an absolute ton of this. But sitting here collecting resources is not letting it melt down. That's what we wanted to be doing. What I do first is get enough where you can let it melt down. Oh man, we got 3 points. Oh, we're ready to do our strength. Let's just do it now before I forget. We're going to go 10 strength, baby. Boom, there it is. 10 strength. Now we can upgrade all those other buffs that we want to upgrade. Again, very carefully widening this out. Trying to keep it from coming down on my head. Sounds like another one out there. Another screamer. I got a lot of screamers. Again, shoot them till they're dead and then shoot them a couple extra times. That's what I do. Totally worth the bullets, everybody. And again, we got a lot of stuff to do. We got to get this going. How we looking? Oh, we've got enough. All right. Or actually, we're going to do double stacks. Let's do double stacks since our clay is probably maxed out now. So if we're thinking about double stacks, we have three forges. Each forge takes 6,000 per stack, so 12,000 per. Be 24,000 plus 12,000 more, which would be 36,000 is what we need. And this is definitely two nodes right next to each other. We're getting a good amount over here. What did I say? 24,000 plus 12,000 is 36,000. What are we at? 34 right now. Again, you want to find the edges of the node. Work those edges. See, still hasn't fallen down yet. If it does fall down, I'll just convert it into an open pit mine. Alright, that's probably good enough. Right here, how much we got? 38,000 is what we're trying to get. Or 36,000. 36,000. All right, that's good enough. All right, so I can just grab as much as I need in this moment so I can get my forges going. Where's my bike? This way. Which is already aimed back toward my base, and off we go. Notice that I'm using the motorcycle and not the gyrocopter, because the gyrocopter takes a bit of time to take off, it takes a bit of time to land, and all of that, where the motorcycle, man, is the fastest thing in the game, especially if you've got all your buffs on it. It'll get you there pretty quickly, and then you don't have to, you know, take off and land and take off and land. I got to get used to the layout over here because we just moved here. Okay. Do we have anything else in the drop box? Nope, drop box empty. Okay, down we go into the base. Now we're going to double stack. Yeah, look at that. That one's almost full. Sweet. Double stack. We're about to make a lot of steel. All right, take this out. Now you know why I had that running that whole time. And then up here, this one's already running out. Double stack that one. Now we good. Resources. Drop all that in there. Drop that extra iron in there. Trade box here. And we'll just keep that down there for now. All right. Then up the center support. See a guy out there. Kind of cool when you're coming up, you can see where the mobs are. And this is the first time I've used these trillion tower bulletproof glass. Again, this is a very unique shape. You can't actually you can't get this shape by going in here. You can't get it in there. You got to go to the trillion tower in the wasteland and then hold down R, copy shape and rotation. Boom, you can pick that up. Notice that I can put that down. That actually is a building block. All right, so if I punch it, you can see it's worth 100. But if I was using concrete, it would be 5,000. Or if I was using steel, it'd be 10,000. So yeah, pretty cool, everybody. Pretty cool to use that zillion tower stuff. And we're going to need to come in here, upgrade this all to steel. We got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. But we got that running. That's the important part. And we're just going to go ahead and run back, do a little bit more while that is melting down. Oh man, that was crazy. I was still going like this from that zombie. I felt like they were going to breach. I was feeling a little iffy, especially when I ran out of repair kits. I was like, oh man, I am not ready for this. I am not ready, but I'm going to have to improvise as best as I can. And I'm glad I remember that AK there at the end too. I should have brought that AK with me. I do like to have backup weapons. I could have also got my 9mm pistol and started shooting that if I really needed to. Also could have went melee, which I do have my hammer. If they did get really close, I'd start using that. All right, back to work. And again, we could be reloading this while we're running around. All right, more extraction. Okay, and we still got a little bit of time on our coffee, but we're just going to go ahead, do another round here. Those mobs were distracting us. Definitely need to get to making some boxes of ammo for my turret too. I never get tired of extracting resources, but I love doing it every time. Makes such a massive difference in the game. So I am going to run out of time. I got plenty of time. Still a good amount of time. But do got to run the car in to get it repaired today. For my daughter. So we'll do that later on. You know when I'm being quiet, everybody, that's when I'm in the zone. Again, if you have any questions, let me know, everybody. We're just going to go ahead and do what we got to do here. Get ourselves tons and tons of iron. And try to keep our mine from falling in on our head here. Now see how this is knocking this out? You can very easily get down real far because of the dirt underneath there. I try to move forward whenever that's happening just to get the top layer. And you can get 2 layers at once if you want. Me, I just kind of typically move out and just do 1 layer while crouched. Again, when I see that sandstone, you see I'm just kind of go along the edge. Seems a little slow. I got my iron breaker in there? Sure do. I don't really need the stone right this second, but it's inevitable that you're going to get a bunch of stone and sand and stuff while you're doing this. Because you're just clearing the other stuff out of the way so you can get to your iron. And we'll backlog a bunch of this. We'll let it run and run and run. Nice. Reload. Always trying to have my auger hitting something. Always hitting like something behind, so keeps that momentum going. Also, always trying to move in position for whatever next thing I'm going to do. Thought I heard some peeps up there. We do? We'll go get them. Yep, I sure did. What up? No? Now, they could be digging down to me up here. Very easy to do in the desert. Because this top area is pretty... wow, look at that. We dug that out already. This top area is pretty easy for them to get through, so... we got to be kind of listening for them. This is a real nice iron node right here. This is the stuff. Again, showing you my secrets, everybody. How to do an underground mine without having to put supports in. Notice I'm not adding any supports. Again, look how much we've cut out. 0 supports. It's all about cutting it down by layers. You want to do the edges first. Just like if you were going to do a puzzle. You go in and you do the edges, and you kind of find the edges you want, and then you just cut it evenly down. As well. And sometimes it'll still go off the rails, even though you were very diligently cutting it out like I am. Sometimes it'll still fall out. Just be careful that you're taking the top off first, like this. All good. How we looking? Still got time left on our buff. Let's keep going. And we're really yielding a lot of resources, everybody. And the reason why we're doing that is because we have our buffs all the way up. We have our max level mining outfit. All you really need is the helmet and the gloves, which is what we got. And I just leave it on all the time because I do run around and grab a bunch of resources. We got a lot of resources to go grab because we got a lot of ammo to process. We'll get that going here when we get back to the base, but let's just focus on this. And we won't have to do this for a while. At least the iron. And I just move around in random ways, everybody. Instead of just going back and forth like in perfect lines, I move around to make it more interesting for me. So you see me kind of turn this way and turn that way and whatnot, but you can just go in lines if you wanted to. I try to mix it up. Just adds a bit more fun to it. A little less efficient, but still very efficient overall. And now we're going down another level. I typically like to crouch so that the sound of the auger is a lot less. They're just trying to avoid any cascading failure. So if you start undercutting stuff, what happens, the one up above will come down, and then that'll pull all the other stuff down. And you might be thinking, Kismet, that's not possible. You have to put supports in if you're going to really dig really deep. Well, I can tell you, the proof is in the pudding, right? Look how deep we are, everybody. Look how deep we are, 0 supports. Even in the desert. I don't just tell everybody, I show. There's a huge difference between people who show and people who tell. The people who show are the ones who know what they're doing. The people who tell are 50-50. You never know. Maybe 80-20. You can decide whether it's on the good side or the bad side. I'm very much a show kind of person. Let's do it kind of thing. Roll up the sleeves, get in there, get it done. Man, we aren't even done with this iron yet. Look at this. Our buff's almost done. Again, I like to do it for a certain amount of time. I'm not even looking at how much I'm gathering. But I can tell you it's going to be a lot. And we'll just reload there and then we'll dip. But dang, man, we got a lot of that done. Oh, look at that. The ladder's about to turn red, so I can't do it anymore there. So I need to come up to the ladder from down here. Let's assume it's right about there. Okay, gonna be awkward. All right, there we go. And then again, using the ground as a support now. See if anybody's still alive down there. Whoa, God, my drone made me jump. Thought somebody was coming up real fast. Darn drone. I'll see, look, I get scared even my drone coming to get me. All right, I don't know how much we got, but I bet it was a lot. I bet it was over 50,000 iron there. Check it out, everybody. My thing's still going down. My infection. Man, you let that infection go too long, man, it'll build up. Oh, we got to cut this way. Again, trying to learn all the major roads now. And I love these little roundabouts. I'll even go somewhat in the right direction. Going back to our cool Kismet kill box, aka the round Kismet kill box, which looks awesome. All right, let's go in here and let's see what we got. Iron-wise. Okay, to our resource box. Holy moly, we're about to start dropping some iron. We had so much. Wow, we got too much that doesn't even fit in the box. That is a fantastic problem to have. All right, we're going to pull our concrete out of here because we're going to make a different box out of that. Raw cement. Oh, see, look at you can see his shadow on the wall from up there. Very cool. All right, see, he's over there. Stop that. Again, we'll get our turrets to do a bit of this work for us. We get those set up. Our outside turrets, our remote Kismet kill box. Make sure all my weapons are loaded. What are we doing? Raw cement right here. There we go. And that's going to give us more room here in our resources. Ooh, not enough. Not enough room. Oh, man, that's a great problem to have again. Very nice. Up here in the trader. Resources. Just enough room. All right, awesome. In fact, we have so much soil and so much iron, we could probably get a bunch more going. Let's go ahead and see how we're doing on our items here. Okay, so we've got enough for 3 and 3 here, so we could get those 3 more going. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to scale up based on what we can do now. Versus the last one, we had 2 forges that we were using for iron. Now we're going to have 6. So really, it's like tripling up on that if we have the resources. So the first thing we want to do, just take a bunch of clay and run it in there. I don't need the steel right this second. What I needed to do is I need to get a ton of clay in there. So again, we'll get this. How are we doing on our coal? We are definitely going to need some more coal. Let's put that on our list. By the way, we don't need this here anymore. So let's just go ahead and split this in thirds here. Let's say 300. Go. And again, the more of these you have running, the more they're going to come running at you. And again, this is going to help us do a tremendous amount of iron. Turn that on. Put that back in there. And that's going to run and run and run. All right. Nice. Looks good. And we'll come back later and we'll double up on all this iron. But what we really want is all of that. Okay, now we got that going. We want to see where our vent is. Our vent is over here and goes right down in there. We'll work with that vent here in a bit. We've got that going. Now on this side is where we're going to have our ammo stuff. So this side's more of like general stuff where you're working on, iron and whatnot. And then on this side, we're going to need some more forges because we're going to scale this bad boy up. I see we have another bench there. We're going to use that. We got to put out our electricity. We got to get our dew collectors going. Let's start with our dew collectors. Not that we really need it right this second, but let's go ahead and see if this thing still works. Now, I know a little trick, everybody, that you may not know. Now, some of you might know it, but we're going to see if you know this particular trick. So we're going to go ahead and take our dew collector here. Oh, track it. There we go. And we're going to make ourselves a dew collector over here in the bench. And we're going to come back to that in a moment. And again, we might have to rework this a little bit up here, but we'll see if it does work. Again, just kind of looking at where that's lining up. I could probably take this hatch out. Since this goes all the way down. Yeah, we could take that hatch out and just put that. Oh, we'll deal with that here in a moment. We'll wait for our dew collector to be done. And then what we're going to do is just take our dew collector without any vent. And we're just going to set it. Let's just set it over here to the side. Come on, you. Whoa, you are just crazy. Right there. Now, if we look inside here, we can see that it's red. And you're like, well, Kismet, you don't have a vent up there. And that's why it's not working. Well, they did change it now where you have to have the jars in there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take the jars and we're going to put them in there like this. And then all of a sudden it's going to blow your mind. Like, wait a minute, it's collecting water. How can it collect water when there is no there? And that's because if you have a high enough gap above the dew collectors underground, they will work. And you don't need the vent. The only time you need the vent is when you have it way up by the roof edge. But since we're going to offset it down here, we don't need to do that. I know, pretty cool, right? So again, showing you some cool stuff right here in the stream, everybody, that you probably never knew. How many of you in the chat knew that, everybody, that you could put it underground without a vent? Put a 1 in the chat if you knew that. I would imagine most of you do not, because I haven't done that in quite a long time. But I do know that it does work. And so here's what we're also going to do. Put all the little mods in there as well. You're going to see it's going to turn blue here. If it wasn't working, everybody, it would be red. It would be red. Say, sorry, you can't do that. You're too close to the top. But again, if we put these down far enough, we can do that. And we're going to go ahead and make some more of these while we're at it as well, since we had to get rid of our previous ones and couldn't pick them up. What else we need? We need a lot of our plastics, and we have a lot of plastics, so that's good. And we're going to get that going. We'll just say 3 of them. Now, 3 of them I find is more than enough, and I want to put these down first because we also want to try another little trick I'm going to show you. And that is where we go ahead and get, actually we use our concrete. Where's our concrete here? And we're going to see if we can get this really working here. And we're going to put a thing of concrete here, and we're going to use our bars. Now, our bars really help a lot because they are transparent and you can transfer through them. So we're going to do this and this, and we're just going to make a little platform up here like this to set another dew collector on top of there. So we'll get to that. Again, we gotta get some defenses up here so we don't have to run up here every time. Hello. We'll get that going eventually. I wonder if I can reach that bag from here. I can. Hey, let's grab it. And then immediately learn all of that and scrap that. We're good. Okay. So we got our 6 forges running now. We got our dew collector popping off. And again, remember that they did update it where you are going to need a lot of these jars. But man, you can just let this run forever now. Let that run and run and run for a really long time. 2 more dew collectors. So let's go ahead and see what happens if we go ahead and put a nice little ladder here. And with this, nobody knew that. Oh, I didn't see any ones in the chat. I'm guessing you guys did not actually know that you could do that. Now, another thing that you can do with your dew collectors, I'm going to have to get onto the ladder to get out of the way. There we go. Is you can actually set them directly on top of each other, and as long as you have them on the bars here, they will sit on top of each other and transfer the water through. And again, you can see this one needs some stuff. But look what happens, everybody. See how it is not allowing me to do it, even though it's in the same spot, in the same area, right there. It doesn't have enough headspace above it, right? And it's usually about 6 that it needs. This has like a 2 headspace above it. So we can't actually put them and stack them vertically. But you know what we can put up here? We can put benches and other things like that. But I definitely wanted to show you that because that's really cool. If you do have an underground base like this, you can, again, offset that, leave a 6 on top. Usually I leave a 7 because always great to leave a little extra. And then we also need a land claim block. So let's go ahead and get our land claim block going. We're going to stick it right over here so we can utilize it right here. Up here at the top. And we'll probably put this down lower eventually, but right now it allows us to access the upstairs and the downstairs. You can put multiple land claim blocks down. And that's going to allow us to go back in here. Let's grab these jars out of here. Oh, our inventory is full. Hold on. Well, let's put that back in there for a moment. And so we can jump up here and we can pick that right back up. So again, you can put them vertically. Now, if I did cut a vent right there, I could stack them perfectly vertically, but I don't want them to be too close to the surface. Again, you saw that bomber blow up on the side of my base. We don't want to have anything underneath there. That is going to cause us to take that damage. And now here's the tricky part where we see we can't quite put that in there. So this is why we want to figure this out before we get into all this other stuff. And we want to just put these in the most optimal spot where it's using up the space. But if you notice, you can still get by there pretty easy. I think I'm just going to put both of these over here if we can get it to cooperate. Yeah, put these over here in this corner. There we go. And then we'll have one over in this corner. Then we'll have a bunch of cooking over here. Kind of feel like I might want to move that over. Let's move that over a little bit. Now, if you do pick this up and move it over, bam, full again. Full again. There we go. And actually, I probably could go do these first so we can get all of this going. In there. And solo, everybody, with the new updated dew collectors, you need 3 of them, maybe maximum. You don't really need that many of them because it's just going to make a massive amount. Now, if you're in a hurry for it, then that's a different. Then you might want to make even more. But me, I'm going to do 3. And again, since I have that massive gap, we can just use our blocks so you can see that it does have a gap up above. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get the idea. You get the idea. All the way up, perfectly set up for that reason right there. Okay, now we just need a bunch of our stuff again. Our jars. And this will do 19 water, by the way. And it will purify all the waters for me, by the way. That means I don't have to go and put them in the thing. There it is again. So you're learning new stuff. See, even you old pros like me, showing you all the secrets. I got a whole bunch more secrets that I never even showed anybody yet. And that was one of them right there, everybody. That's one of my tricks that I have used way in the past. I like to reuse stuff every now and again and say, okay, hey, we're going to try this out again and see if it still works. And it still does work. Again, if you have that 6 gap up above, it's like all the dew that's right here is being collected in there, even if you're underground. And again, you can see I can put dew collectors all the way around and just have this whole area here at the top be dew collectors and then have my base underneath. I do like to have my base close to the surface and then things that I don't do very often further down, which is what we're going to work on next. That stuff down below, but we need to prioritize getting our dew collectors going. So those are all working. Again, we can see it's collecting, and we're going to let those run for a really, really long time. Put this water stuff back in here. We got plenty of jars, plenty of water right now. Let's see, back in a miscellaneous crafting with those parts over here. Other ammo over there. And we got that workbench that we're going to use here in just a bit. Let's see. Now we need our forges. That's what we need. Forges. All right. We're going to need a bunch of forges. So first thing we're going to do is go to resource, get ourselves a nice stack of that stuff, which is our cobblestone. Do we have our wood blocks? What do we do with those wood blocks? We didn't make that many of them. All right. Or we used them up. One or the other. Our little wood log here, we're going to make like 20 of them. And I like to have these just laying around in miscellaneous crafting so I can manage them. Oh, and there's a storm up there, everybody, but look. Storm all you want, brother. I'm down here. And if you feel a little nervous, everybody, you can't come up here and you can just go ahead and flip your hatches like this. So you all good, right? You all good. Hold on, we got someone who wants to get shot. Who is it? Where are you at? There you are. Get wrecked. Again, a little nervous about this middle area here again. Well, look at you see him running in. That's cool. A little nervous about that middle area that they were going to glitch in there. And that one guy did. Not a lot of them, but just that one guy got glitched under here. Again, because the sheet of glass is so thin, but it is super strong. So, it's all good. All right, more forges. We need a lot of our leather. Ooh, we got a lot of duct tape. Very nice. When we get a lot of steel, we'll make a lot more duct tape, and then we'll try to get that second turret going. So we're ready for some serious forges over here. How many we feel like we want to do? Probably 3 and 3. Get the bees first, then the guy. Whoa, dual screamers again. Where are they? Like a little mini horde night every every day or so. Get out of here, crazy ex-girlfriend. That's what I call those mobs, everybody. The crazy ex-girlfriend. I don't need to reload. I got a second weapon. Are they still twitching? This guy. Think they're being sneaky. Think you're being sneaky. Close that hatch. Keep falling in that hatch a little bit. Another screamer. What the heck? That's the third screamer. Get them before they get you. That's my motto. All right, and reload between things so that the next time you won't have any problems. Thought I heard somebody. Grab that free loot. Back on the base. GG's, suckers. All right, close this down. Open this up. Back to work. All right, we got to work on our defenses there, but we definitely want to get all of this stuff running as well. Man, they are just not giving me a break, are they? They are not giving me a break. Every 2 seconds, another mob I got to run up here and deal with. What? Get out of here. Get those remote kill boxes up. Get our electricity and our kill box going at some point. Okay, we're trying to build forges. That's what we're trying to do. Distracted. We need 6 forges. Let's go. Actually, I can do 1 forge on me. Or 2 forges, apparently. And then forge. And then 1 right there, and 1 right here, and 1 right there. And then by the time I'm done doing that, my inventory will be ready to go again. Oh, there it is. And just like that, boom, I made a bunch of forges. And we'll take our forges, stack them nicely right over here. And we're going to put 3 on that side. 3 on this side. Very nice. There we go. Now we're going to need all of our things. We're going to need crucibles for all this as well. Stupid robot. Always seems to be in the way. Let's see. We could probably use these for the anvil. How are we looking here? Yeah, nice anvil there. Anvil there. Anvil there. In fact, let's just do 2 anvils on these. Like that. That'll give us our anvils. Now we need... Do these have anvils? I think I had enough for 6. Yes. That has a crucible. Need 4 more crucibles. Let's just do our crucibles. Need a good amount of stuff here. All right. More of this. More of this, more of this. And again, look how OP this base is, everybody. Again, once you've cleared the mobs, you can be down here. And again, I'm really far away from them, so it's hard for them to detect me down here. The only thing they're attracted by is the heat signature of my forges. But once you get your underground base kind of squared away and you're down here and you're not coming up and down that thing, pretty much just chill, which is pretty awesome. They can see me from up there, though. So if they do get close enough, they'll see me down here. And then activate. That's the only drawback of this stuff. What am I doing? I am doing crucibles. And so we'll do 1. That is not a crucible. Crucible there. Crucible there. And what else do we need? Oil. Plenty of that. Make another one there. How many did we need? We needed 4. 2 there, 3, and 1 here. Nice. Okay, we'll let that run. Over there. Very good, very good. And we don't want to block any of this stuff We can go ahead and probably just take this down. That was just for example to show you that you could put it up on top there if you did have a vent all the way down. I'm going to try to avoid adding too many vents that I don't really need. And drop this on my head. We're going to need this spot right here. Okay, and I know exactly the perfect thing to go right here. Boom. Okay, and again, waiting on that. We got to do our... Oh, this one. Again, you see we're safe from the storm because we have the hatch up above closed. And we're just kind of manually taking care of that until we're ready to do the other things. But we want all this stuff running while we're busy working on the base. So that's why we're doing this. Then we need our bellows right here, advanced bellows. And we need a lot of nails. Luckily, I have made a lot of nails. So we got that. Oh, and then over here is where we want to use our bellows. So I put this down. Bellows, we'll make a one. We don't need a lot of those. We're going to need 6 of those, so 5 more of those. Put that in there. Let that run. Now, while we're doing this, we're letting all that run. We are going to get all of our stuff. Again, remember, this stuff doesn't do you any good sitting in the box in there. In fact, I can't even take that out. There's so much. There we go. And then we're going to, again, double stack these with our clay. Because that's what we need. We definitely need to get some more coal. We'll just start with around 200 right there. And we'll just work all these. 200 at the top. This. And next one. This. I'll leave just 1 in there. And then 200. All right, we'll do 300 on that one. And we'll do 300 on this one. 300 on that one. All right. We're doing our bellows. Bellows are ready to go. Our bellows in all of these. Again, as you can see, everybody, before what I did is I had 1 for each of this, and this is actually 3 times as much because the one side's going to be brass and the other side's going to be lead. So we're 3 timesing the amount of stuff that we have. And these anvils take a while, everybody. They really do. They take a while. So we're going to let those run for a bit, but we'll grab these anvils and we can start this side going. They don't have to be in sync. Just let them run. Now that we know what we're doing, there we go. And this on. And that one on. Now those are going to run for a really long time. Any more? No, we got all that looking good, good, good. Okay. And again, this is our production level here, where we're keeping all this stuff running. We need our crucibles. Let's see how our crucibles are doing. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of crucibles. Okay. And so we'll put, not that. This, there we go. And then this middle one, we want to put 1 back in there again. Oh, we got to stop this for a second, and we will restart it. Though it did cost us a couple minutes there, but we're not in that giant of a hurry. We're fine. Waiting for another crucible over here. 3 minutes on that last crucible. Let that run. Okay, let's just double check. Got that one. Got that one. Got this one. That one's good. This one, no. Oh, we need 2 more crucibles. Huh. I thought I made 5. But I might be wrong. Okay. Or I might be just going blind. Need another crucible. Make another one. Okay. Because again, we need one here and one there. And then we're going to have 6 forges that can do steel. And that's going to be awesome. We'll let that run. Really, the limiting factor is going to be clay more than iron. Because clay is one of those things we got to really go get it. Hey, Blitz, good morning, everyone. Hey, Kismet, how are you? I'm doing awesome. As you can see, playing some 7 Days to Die, having lots of fun. Do bars no longer block Kismet? They do. Bars do block it. Sometimes they get a little bit through if you're right up next to it. I would not be right up next to it. Is that a new thing, or was it the height issue from the start and not open to the sky? It's been since the Dew Collectors first came out. And so I figured it out when it first came out and just never bothered to do it again. Again, because I don't build underground bases, everybody. And the reason why I don't build underground bases is, as you see, they are massively OP. But I'm showing you all the OP stuff, everybody. I'm showing you all my tricks, all the OP stuff. So you can absolutely dominate 7 Days to Die like I'm doing right now. I mean, come on, everybody. We knocked 5,000 blocks. This goes all the way to bedrock, and we're just getting started. This is just the top of the base. We have a whole bunch of layers to do on the way down as well. So we'll get to that here in a bit. I think we've gotten all of this stuff going. Let's go ahead and put this stuff back away. Put our parts back away here. Actually, this would be considered part of crafting. There we go. Resources back in there. Look how nice and easy this is to sort it once you have it going. Very, very easy. All right, this back in here. Let's get our jars out of there. Put our jars back in here. This here. Let's actually put this at the end. So we have all of our stuff. We got a bunch of rando stuff that loves to get into my lock slots there. Looking sharp. This here, we need some food. Let's check and see if we got any more food. No. Okay, we need to make some more food and just have this running and running and running. And we found our corn. I could have sworn I made a bunch of corn, and I was right, but I had put it in another box. So let's go ahead and get a ton of this. We're going to get a good amount of that. And again, we have gotten a bunch of water, but when we use our water here, we're going to need more. And again, the Dew Collectors are popping off now, everybody. Again, you have to use jars, but you don't need the crucible anymore to make jars. So you can make them in your forges. Just put a bunch of sand in there, and your other stuff. I forget what the other thing is for jars. It is clay. So put a bunch of sand and clay in there, and you off and run it. Oh, there's that crucible. I put it in the output. All right, never mind this other crucible then. I knew it was going to be something like that, as it often happens to me. So I do silly stuff, and I could have sworn I put 5 of them in there, and then you go to do it, and you're like, oh God, what happened to it? I usually end up finding it somehow. I usually end up going, oh, okay, there it is. That kind of thing. All right. How we doing? How we doing? All good, all good. We need 2 forges. Or 2 iron thingies, anvils. 2 anvils. How we doing here? Are we making those anvils? Doesn't look like we are. Okay, make another anvil. That's okay, we have extra. We're going to definitely use them later on. There's one right there. Oh, we already got them. Hold on. Again, they're already there. I just couldn't see them. Going blind. It happens. I call it going loot blind, which happens quite often. Like it'll be right there in front of you, and you're like, I can't see it. Especially when you're doing a lot of sorting. That'll literally be right there, and you'll be like, I don't see it. Okay, so we don't have a lot of clay to use over here. So the smart thing to do, other than that one's got a bunch of clay, is to just leave one, cut this in half, and then cut it in half again, so at least it's doing something. And then over here, same thing. Again, we're just going to burn up all the clay for right now. Now, if we need more, well, we're in the desert. We can get a bunch of sand, but if we need a bunch of clay, we'll need to work our magic. Again, that's working real good. Okay. Tons of forges running. Now it's time for an obscene amount of forged steel, everybody. How about 332 on that one? 332 on that one. 292 on that one. This one over here is still doing our clay, so we'll let that run. Again, we'll probably end up with some clay left over, too, so we can use that clay in the other forges over there. And we'll let that run. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, what are you going to make those into? Why are you not putting the brass or the lead or anything in there? Because I don't need to do that. I can actually just let those run because I already have some pre-crafted raw ammo, which you can see right here. And I can go ahead and start getting some of that started. I gotta put my water back and all that. Let's put our water back, our food back in here, our raw food anyway. And then we can get some of this other stuff. Let's put this resources away. Put miscellaneous crafting. I always end up with a bunch of random stuff because I'm like out there fighting mobs every now and again. And there we go. All right, and then we'll get out all of our gunpowder because we're going to burn up our gunpowder for sure. And we're going to need to get a whole bunch of that running again. Let's see. We've got just kind of back and forth on these. So we have enough. Okay, now over here we have our workbenches. Actually, we'll use this one over here first. We have our workbenches, and we have a bunch of stuff that we favorited here, including boxes of 7.62 ammo. And this is AP ammo, and I can make 24 of them. Now, 24 times 100 is 2,400 ammo. And that's, about as much as I use, between 2,400 or really about 3,000 to 4,000. If I'm just going ham, if I'm just like shooting them and trying to kill them as fast as I can to kill as many zombies as I can do up to about 5,000. So we need to do this twice, basically per horde night. And I do try to get ahead as well. But here's what we're going to do. Right now we have 4 workbenches, and really they're not doing anything that I need them to do right this second. So we can just divide 24 by 4. Hey, Suri. What's 24 divided by 4? I already knew the answer, but I thought I'd ask her and double check anyway. So 6. Now, sorry if I just activated your Suri, everybody. Apparently, I am the default receiving voice for Suri. Also for Alexa as well. So if I do say, hey, Alexa, she's going to activate right now. Sorry. So there we go. So we're going to start 6 over there, and it will remember how many we're doing, so we don't have to type it in again. And then now there's around 2,000 ammo. Now, I know the first thing I'm going to run out of is going to be gunpowder, everybody, because I do have a lot of casings and bullet tips. So I'm now out of gunpowder. So we want to get that going as well. That's all good there. We'll let that run. We'll put all this back. All right. Now, what do we need for gunpowder? Now, we have 3 chemistry stations here, and they should never stop running, ever. We have our regular gunpowder, which is coal 1, nitrate 1. But we can do stacks of gunpowder here. And you can see that we have a little bit of coal, and we're going to need some nitrate powder. So we really need to get our coal and powder going. Over here, no coal in here, a little bit of nitrate. Now's a good time to figure out where our nitrate and coal is. Now, first thing I typically do is I look by wherever my iron is and see if they just happen to be there, because then it would be super convenient, but rarely that ever happens. We also have a bunch of shell here as well. These purple ones are shell. We're looking for nitrate, which is white, which is right there. So we found the nitrate. Now, the other one is black, not to be confused with gray, right? So you see this gray, that's actually just a rock. But you're looking for a black square, and that black square is going to be awesome because that's going to be where your coal is. So we'll look around. I'm seeing a lot of rocks, but not much coal. At least sometimes it blends in with these little dots here, which makes it really difficult to find. We might need to dip into another area if we can't find it again. And also these ones, notice how they're smaller than this? Like this is lead right here. They're actually smaller than these big gray ones. So you're looking for kind of like a smaller one. There is actually potentially one there. But I want to go ahead and go by wherever we are. There's no obvious ones. We might need to scout around a little bit. And there could be one over here. I just can't see it because of the background terrain. Maybe here. Yeah, you know what? Let's go try right there. Because the one I need the most is the coal. Because I also use coal for my base. All right, so how are we looking? We got all that. We're going to probably want to refresh our coffee here by just pressing this one button. It'll fill that up. Notice here in my ammo, I've got 27 ammo there and 3 stacks of boxed ammo. I can just press this once and it'll automatically fill all of that as well. Probably don't need to carry my corn around with me. Probably not. Oh, did we ever make that meat stew? I don't think we did. I think we got totally distracted. Hold on, distracting me from making my meat stew. Oh, I heard the other guy. There he is. Get him first. Now, if you leave them up here long enough, they will definitely breach the top of your base. But we're going to steal all of that up, everybody, including the whole top part of that base. We're going to steal it all up in case we get another bomber on us like we got earlier that actually blew up against the base. That was very nerve-wracking. I kind of felt like it was going to breach the entire base, but they did not. Luckily, we built it nice and strong. Had we had built it only a single layer, we would have been in big, big trouble. All right, and now we're just going to basically grab all this water and make as many of these as we possibly can. We're going to use the rest of our coal here. How many can we make? 30. Oh, that's going to be more than enough. We're going to actually take some of that back. Right here, that's going to run for 91 minutes. Let's just go ahead and right-click until we get about 100 or so. There we go. Go! And that's going to make me a crazy ton of stuff. Wow, we got water left over, too. Put that back in there. All that food back in there. We're going to double this up just to leave our space open. For that, we can also go to our gas here. We can press that. Notice that that filled that up as well. We've got our shotgun ammo. We got all of our other stuff. In fact, we have probably a little bit too much wood here. Let's go ahead and take that out. Like so. We got our repair kits. We got all of our other stuff. Might want to think about some turret ammo. Take that, lady. Again, we're going to eliminate the problem of us having to run up every time. But again, we want to get all these going. And again, more of this we get going, the more they're going to just come after the base. Okay, we got that. We're doing the thing. She distracted me. Well, turret ammo. That was the other thing. First thing we're going to need, though, is we're going to need a workbench to make us some workbenches. So let's see how many more workbenches. So it's going to be based on our duct tape. Let's say 2 more benches. Again, you'll see me put it back, take it out, put it back, take it out. It just keeps it organized because I'm going to be doing a lot of that kind of stuff. Nope, didn't want to do that. Okay, right over here. We're going to actually tell this to make as many workbenches as it can. First, right there. Then we're going to stop this ammo and get that out of there and then start the ammo again after the workbenches. And there we go. And those workbenches take like 6 minutes or so. So we'll have that running while we're busy doing other things. Our dew collectors are running. All 6 forges there are running. All 6 forges here. 12 forges running there. Again, 3 dew collectors running. We got all of our workbenches running. And now what we want to do is we want to get our conversion of our gunpowder running because we need a massive amount of that as well. We don't need to carry this stuff with us, though. We'll leave that there. Plenty of bullets, plenty of stuff. Our biggest problem probably going to be food. I'm not sure how long one of those is going to take. We'll just leave it. If we need to, we'll come back. We don't need to go up that ladder anymore. In fact, we could take this ladder out now, so I stop thinking I need to run up that ladder. There we go. And I have this ladder here so we can get underneath here and we can repair this under part here. I might even put a level here that's just 2 levels down where I can just kind of run under here and repair. We'll see. Kind of like a 3rd layer. But the problem is if I make that 3rd layer, it may mess with my dew collectors, so we got to watch out for that. So yeah. Kind of wish that the empty jars would stack to 10 so you don't have to keep clearing out the forge, then making a lot of them. Yeah, they'll stack more than 10, I think is what you're saying, Rotisserie. Yeah, they used to stack to 500. When they stack to 500, it is massively OP. The reason why they added the dew collectors in the first place is to make water more difficult, so it's more of a survival thing. And I actually liked it the way it was before you had to have the crucible to make the jars. Which makes it tougher. So you have to go and collect jars from different POIs. You have to buy them from the trader. All of that stuff in the beginning of the game, which I think really adds to the survival part of it. And then we get to Crucible, well, then you make a bazillion of them, and then you're off and running. Again, I like that progression a bit better. Man, we got everybody in the mother coming over here. Get wrecked. And it's a wandering horde out there. All right. I got things to do, people. Lay down and die. You too. Come on, have that one magazine I need. Nope. Another cool thing is, again, I'm over here where the residential is, and by the residential has mailboxes. So this is a really good spot because all the mailboxes are pretty much right here. No such luck. No such luck on that one. Take this. Man, these guys are just dropping me crazy tons of loot. And then again, I just learned these just for the XP. And we're going up. And we'll just put this in the drop box so we don't have to deal with it. Okay, we are going over to the red flag, which is that away, which hopefully is some coal. Let's go. I also have a tendency to find coal by where iron is. So if you are extracting that iron, if we kept extracting it, we might run into it. And then we'll be good. I just love the fact we just keep going past that other roundabout every time. And we'll go out here. There's usually like a little dirt road along the edge here. There it is. You're going to run into a lot of cactuses when you're out in the desert. Because there's little small ones too that are hard to see. Like that one. Oh, I just missed those. Alright, is this a coal node or is it just a black square on the map? Survey says... kind of hard to tell. And again, we should see a cap on the top of it if it is coal. And sometimes it's just a square on the map. You know, it's just like a black square. Kind of hard to see now, but... yeah, we can't even see, because again, it's about the same size as this. So that could be one, but again, it is difficult to see. Now also, sometimes you find coal by nitrate, and it won't even be on the map. It'll just be, happens to be by that thing. So let's go try some nitrate. Oh, what do we got here? See, this is just a rock, and if you look at it on the map, it's going to be a gray square, like this one over here. It's going to be that gray square right there. I'm currently standing on top of it, so hard to see. But let's go ahead and dip down here. And again, you're looking for that thing on the top. I can already see this is nitrate. Again, you got your little cap on top here. Let's go ahead and build out around it. Just like this. There we go. And we know where our center is going to be. Okay, we'll build down a couple, bounce back up here, and we'll go ahead. Just leave this one as wood. Oops, did not mean to do that. Need my chainsaw. Actually, I need that. What do I not need? Concrete blocks right now. Okay, which way is my base? It is... Which way are you, base? That way. Over there. And we'll get our little ladder. Again, always try to aim when I'm coming out. I'm going toward the base. And then hatch. By the way, when I heard that bird, I looked down here at my health. The reason why I did that is so that if you have taken damage, the birds will come after you. If you haven't, they won't. Again, turn the arrow toward the ladder so that when we come in here, because again, we'll be coming in from our base to go right here, then we just bump and then down we go. And again, I don't bother to make it steel or any of that stuff. Sometimes I will cut out it and make it flat with that edge, or sometimes I'll make it like this. Whatever I feel like doing. That bird gets close over here, we'll blast him. Alright, down in here we go. We're going to close the hatch. And we're going to make ourselves a nitrate thing here. And I'll go down just a few to see where it stops. It's kind of right there. And then we'll widen this out. Remember, you're in the desert, so be careful. This can fall down in on you. Now I'm not going to worry about the nitrate that's up there. I'm just going to follow this nitrate down. See where it ends up. And this could be a hit or miss. We could have a little bit of nitrate. We could have a lot. Nitrate is one of those things that really takes a minute to take out. All right, definitely looks like it's going that way. All right, let's go ahead and use our coffee. In fact, we can just put our coffee down here. Much easier to do on your bar. There we go. Maybe 60 or 120. Yeah, well, I seriously doubt they'll change it. So again, it was so OP before. I really feel like they might want to evaluate whether they put that back to the Crucible. I was perfectly fine with it being the Crucible, but again, I've not played through with the jars on the Dew Collector from the beginning yet, so we'll see what happens. I'll try it out when 3.0 comes out. We'll do a bit of playthrough there. See how it plays. Character's starting to get hungry. And more than getting nitrate, everybody, I'm really just trying to find the edge of it first. Like, what's the edge of this node? How far does it go this way? How far does it go that way? That kind of thing. Back this way. Oh, and there it goes. Dip under here. Then dip back this way. Again, just be prepared that that's going to happen. From time to time. Now we're going to be doing an open pit mine. I like how they all like come toward me, everybody, like my little minions. Come to me, my free looty loot. It's a bunch of sand. So this is going to happen. You're like, well, Kismet, how come you didn't die? Well, I didn't die because I do have my Art of Mining. And then over here, take 50% less damage from collapsing mines. Plus, I also dipped under the part that wasn't cascaded yet. So it was kind of bringing down the other part and then move back. And again, once it becomes an open mine, I just leave it an open mine. I'm good with it. Then you don't have to worry about it falling down. And this is when it falls down the most, typically in the desert biome. But you saw we did that other iron mine and we were fine. So I just try to push my luck until it either cascades in, or if it doesn't, then what I do is just keep cutting it down once we've found the edge of what we're working on. This looks like a lot of nitrate down here. And some people just start with an open mine, open mine, not mind, open mine, maybe open mine too. I don't know, maybe both. There we go. Again, cascading in. And then you get a bunch of sand that you can use for making jars and stuff. Very nice. And we'll just keep going. Keep going on the same level until you can't go anymore. Let's see how wide this nitrate goes. There's a lot of sand wherever nitrate is as well, so much higher chance it's going to cave in. This is still going this way. Oh, there we go. Again, you can add supports and all that stuff if you want to keep it from falling down. I never do. I just do it, and then if it starts to break down, oh well, I just keep going. More sand. And the trick is as you're cutting downward, there's no ladder, right? So if they do jump down here, the mobs, they'll end up, and probably should check our ammo, they'll end up just falling all the way down. But if it's an emergency, you can't get out. So make sure you got your weapons nice and loaded. All right, let's keep going. This just keeps getting wider and wider and wider. All right, there we go. So now we found the total area of the nitrate, and now we're ready to go to town. See a bird flying overhead. Gonna come after me because I have 199 health out of 200. By the way, max both my health and my stamina there. At the earliest time you can max it as well, because again, 0 deaths. When you die, that goes down, right? So 0 deaths, and that stamina will go down, so try to avoid dying. I feel like nitrate's one of those things that take a really long time to get started up, but once you're started up, you're good. Feel like we get some coal and nitrate here, we can get this gunpowder queued up, and I think we did a whole lot today, man. We really did a whole bunch. We moved all of our resources from our other base. We decommissioned the previous kill box. We even got a horde day in there where it was too dicey for sure. Did not have enough repair kits. Just absolutely massive onslaught of mobs. I didn't really feel secure in my base there. I felt like the definitely high chance if I even gave up for a second or slacked out for a second, they were going to breach. But we held them off just long enough. All right, another level go. Broken. Oh, I haven't been paying attention to my auger. You don't want to let your auger go that far, everybody. Because it's actually doing less damage. It just dawned on me. I was thinking of all the other things I need to work on, making a to-do list in my head. I got to work on that electric fence. We got to work on the turrets and stuff. Man, we got lots to work on. Yeah, look at it go now. There we go. The lower the durability, the slower the auger does. The less damage it does. That's night and day right there, man. You can definitely see a difference. All right, 10 seconds left. And again, I just go until my buff runs out there. Or I'll do like a full level and then stop there. Kind of feel like I might do that here. Our buff has run out. And there we go. Look how far down we are, everybody. Now, the cool thing is we put our vehicle far enough away from here where we can, we didn't lose our vehicle. And that's good. All right, we'll just make a little ladder here, and we'll just leave this as an open pit mine. Now, if you are playing with other peeps, everybody, I highly recommend that you do, and even if you're playing solo, you go in here and you find the cone, which I like to do. Turn the favorites off. There we go. Actually favored it. There we go. This cone here used to be the spikes back in the day. So I go ahead and I do a little bit of this and just kind of remind myself, hey, there's a big open pit right there. And this won't fall in anymore because we're just working in the center now. Because we're just going to work that center until that's all gone. We could also come back here, by the way, and fill that in if we wanted to. I feel like it's a complete waste of time, but you could do it if you want. Okay, since we're just on the way back, we'll go ahead and do just a quick and easy way. Throw this down and we're out. Of course, that allows you to bypass everything, get up over everything, though the actual motorcycle's faster. Physically faster. So if I was up here flying and someone else was on their motorcycle, they'd actually go faster than me. But what this does is it eliminates all of the ground-based stuff, so it's not in your way. Plus, I also want to test this. So we're going to come right in here. We're going to nose up at the last minute, just like this, and then down, and look at that beautiful, beautiful landing. Hey, get off my lawn. There we go. And then we all good. And now we got a bunch of nitrates. So we're going to go down here and we're going to drop it off in our resources, along with any other stuff that we might have gotten. Up here in the trade box, we're going to put in all of the silver and whatnot that we got. Put that like this. There we go. That there. How are we doing up here? Maybe we just do this. Oh, I hear some more screamers. Want to bring me some more XP? Come on, let's go. Anybody else want to die? Feel free to bring it. There's somebody smacking something over that way. Okay, apparently nobody else feels like dying right this second. All right, let's go down here. And again, looks like our coal's going to be the tough one out of this. So let's go see what we can find up here. Might want to switch this ladder. I want to switch that ladder. We'll see how that goes later. Okay, so again, we got to scour our stuff here. And again, you can notice that there's really not that much resources in, or no resources in the town itself. I don't think I really found anything in the resource itself. But not really seeing. Wow, look at that. Triple node right there for shell. Holy moly, we want to mark that one. Triple shell right there. Oh, and it didn't show up. Ah, you little. Always trying to make my job more difficult. Sometimes you got to do it multiple times. Come on, there we go. And again, we're looking for that later. We'll have it marked. Oh, there's an orange one here. Look at that orange one. I think that's iron. Yes? What do you want? Where are you? There you are. Alright, we'll go check that one. Which way is it? This way. Now, see, we can just put this up here. And if we're really tricky, we can dip. And somewhat take off without bumping into too many things. There we go. 100% would have been easier just to use my motorcycle, but such is the way it goes. So most likely this is going to be iron because it's orange, but maybe that the terrain is changing its color. So we'll go over here and we'll just check it. That is pretty unusual. Yeah, it was iron. Okay. Because it's kind of already an orange, but this is definitely iron there. Not seeing any coal. Not very lucky when it comes to our coal here. It could be here. I just maybe don't see it. That could be the problem. There's a lot of coal in the burnt biome. We can also dip over to the winter biome as well. I hear somebody coming at me. Where are you? Way over there. Oh, looks like a storm coming in. We're not very close to the winter biome. We're somewhat close, I guess. Also, burnt biome way over there on the other side. Where's our forest at? Probably way down here, right? Oh, forest to the north. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I think we could dip to the north and just try to see if there's some in the forest that we can grab. Well, we have some nodes previously as well that we have. That's a double nitrate, double shell with some lead and iron next to each other. Just not seeing that coal node. I think they're in the desert. I could have sworn there was. Kind of far to go all the way back to the burnt biome for that coal. Though the burnt biome is a great place for coal. It's a bit far over. Right there. There it is. Right along the road there. See, that's a dead giveaway. That's one. How far away is that? That's pretty far. Anything else over here? Again, it could be mixed in with this other black dots. It's usually pretty obvious when you see it. You'll see it kind of thing. Again, there might be some nearby. I just haven't discovered it yet. Not seeing any there. I feel like I want to just go check that one to confirm that it is actually in the desert biome. Might have could have sworn I marked it. Where did I mark it? Did I mark it or did I unmark it? There's a question. Along the road, wherever it was. Over here. 2.7K that way. Up here to the left. Holy mackerel. Yeah, way over there. That's really far away. Kind of feel like we're going to go over here. Let's go explore a little bit of this. Now, the gyrocopter is one of the best ways to explore because obviously you're up above. You can also fly and just kind of look around for the coal nodes. Again, when they're blending in. Look at that cool bunker right there. When they're blending in with the terrain, then it's really hard to find those. We're just going to fly down the middle of the street here and discover some of this stuff out this way. Just trying to find something that's fairly close to my base. Got stone there. Shell there. That's our iron one that we did. Thank you for knocking me way up in the sky. Hit a cactus there. Again, I thought it was possible to get coal in the desert. But we'll go and confirm it. All we gotta do is find one coal node. Got nitrate right there. That just looks like a rock with nitrate. Yeah, rock with nitrate. Guess those bees decided to follow us. Swap back out our thing here. In fact, we could just do that. There we go. All right, let's dip around a little bit. See what we can find. There is shell there, nitrate there. Shell. Also good, I'm just exploring the side of the map over here as well. Just kind of emptying that out. That does not look like a full node. Again, it should be about this size. So this one kind of looks like one, but it's could be just, again, a little black dot on the map. And not actually the node itself. Again, don't tell me. Part of the fun is me trying to remember if it's true. As is a black dot on the map. Okay. So maybe no. Of course, when I'd done it previously, but maybe very unlucky. What we got going down here? Look at all this water and stuff. Cool little sneaky river there. I say we also go around the town here and extend our little town area there. Back the other way. That way. Back it this way. Gonna get it done. Yes, I've unlocked all of the biomes already. Yep, got them all unlocked and have all of my gear up there, as you can see. Got them all unlocked, and we're just kind of progressing. Whoa, what do we got back here? Hold on a second. Saw something out of the corner of my eye. We got lead and iron. Okay, well, it's actually not too bad right there. Lead and iron next to each other. All right, back this way. It's sometimes just good to drive around, see what you can find. Oh, ho, ho! I don't think I've ever done that before, everybody. There's that triple node right there. I was going to look at the triple node, and that bird flew a little too low, and I smoked that bird. Oh, wait, that's a different triple node. Nice. Well, we know where to go for shell, that's for sure. Shell is, there's a lot of shell in the desert. Obviously, not as much coal, as you can see. Yeah, just kind of dipping around the outside of town here. That's just a rock. Dream on, sucker. Hold on. Hold on. We got a big rock there. Look at that one. But not what we're looking for. We're just dipping around. Oh, man, I almost got another one. Nitrate there. Shell. No moss. Iron. Something on my leg. Leave my leg alone. No moss. All right. Yeah, I say we take a little flight. Bird's chasing me down. We take a little flight on out of here. Let's go ahead and do this. Do this. We outie. I love these little random places that you find out here. Pretty fun. We're here. We might as well grab this airdrop, I guess. You never know. See, sometimes when you stop looking for something, everybody, that's when you find it. I know it seems counter to the way it should work, but doesn't matter how it should work. Only matters how it does work, right? I say that all the time. Where's my chainsaw? Keep my chainsaw in here. I don't feel like walking around. I'm just gonna go through. Come on, bring it. What you got? You ain't got nothing. I'm out of here. Don't do that. Oh, they still... Those birds came from behind, huh? Let you be all sneaky and stuff. Right there. Grab that. I don't bother to pick up these birds anymore. We all good. Yeah, cool. I was looking at the water towers. I find water towers fascinating. Okay. Sneaky bastard. Trying to get me from over there. Where are we going? We're going to get these airdrops. Let's do it. This Captain Idiot keeps dropping them way over here. Oh, look at these storms. Man, I'm just bumping into everything today. Not getting us any coal, but it is picking these things up. Sometimes I end up like 5 of these things just laying around. Wow, that was an auger. That would have been awesome early game. Alright, and again, since we're here, we'll go over this way. And again, by stopping what we're doing, you never know. We might find the thing we're looking for. Hold on. Hold on, is that lead? Oh, that looks like lead. Need that eventually. I was hoping that would be a bit of coal, but that's totally lead. Totally lead. Alright, off we go. Again, I can't remember if there is coal in the desert. There might not be. I could have sworn I found it, but you know, who knows how many playthroughs ago that was. Definitely seeing a lot of lead. That one was lead I just went by, right? Yeah. Or you're camping my stuff. Alright, let's dip over to the winter biome. Apparently, we ain't finding none over here. Oh, my moly. That sucker is way over there, too. I think the winter biome is up to the right and not actually down here. But we'll go this way, and we'll see what's over that way. Or we'll just kind of play Ring Around the Rosies here, or Ring Around the Cactus instead. Again, look how mountainous it is, everybody. I was coming in and out of these mountains on the other side anyway, with my vehicle. And man, you have to get down in here and you're like, with the gyrocopter, boom, right over the top of it. I think some of this we haven't even explored yet. Yep. See, I love the fact that you can see all the little POIs way off in the distances. And they made it where all these roads actually lead somewhere, these little side roads. Makes me want to go to every single one and see what's in every single thing. Which is really cool. Like this one here, this road that's going along the backside of that water. It's going to lead to something over there. Looks like some sort of... wait, that's not... Is that the radar radio tower? That looks different than the radio towers. Again, see, I still see new ones, everybody. I've been playing 4,000 hours. Not just today. But I see new ones all the time. Oh, this is... the Area 7. Yeah, that is the new one. I have actually seen this one and have done it with my crew. That one's unusual because it is along that major road there. Very cool. There's a city over this way. And we've already been through that city because that's where we found our Trader Bob. Just fly low and look for stuff. And then it's going to make me wonder what's closer. Is the winter biome closer, or is the forest biome closer, or is the burnt biome closer to my current base? And I pretty much put that base like in the middle there. I could have brought it over here. It's, again, even closer to the winter biome, but that's a bigger town, I believe. And again, there's a roundabout. We could have done it right there. But I think the other one feels bigger because it has larger POIs. This one doesn't have any big... towers, though it does have a few of these big ones here, like the Shamway. I think that's the Shamway or whatever that is. But it doesn't have the big buildings like the other one does. So. Oh, this is just the water edge. Again, I think if you can see it, it should automatically just fill all that in. That's what I think. Yeah, I think I've seen it in the past, but of course I could be remembering it wrong, or it could have been on a really old version of the game. But, you know, I still go and look. Again, you never know. They might have added it, or they might have taken it away. I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? And I think most of the time, I think I find it whenever I'm doing iron and there'll be coal right there, or you're doing nitrate and there'll be coal right there. But that's okay. We can always just dip over here to the winter biome, see what we can find. Or to one of the other biomes as well. But we definitely need to get a bunch of coal here, and I'm going to run out of time, so we got a boogie here. And I love how that's the moment my headphones start to die. Put those in the charger. Get the other ones. Take my hands off the controls for a minute, and we can look around right here. It looks like there might be something down here. Let's just go ahead and land here in the winter biome. We're going to pick this up. I'm going to put this down. Then we're going to fix my headphones. It's funny, my headphones can't last another like 10 minutes. One side of my headphones could have lasted another 10 minutes. But let's do this. Okay, now we're in the winter biome. Going to be very obvious which ones are the coal. We have iron there, but no coal to be found. All right, let's go toward this way. I see some lead in there on the right. Aha! We have found our destination. Nice, right here. Let's go. And we need our boxes. Oh, is that concrete box? Those are concrete boxes. We need these boxes. Hey, Chuck! Whoa! He threw it from way up there. Crazy Chuck. Hey. I hear another one. Stay down. Chuck's pretty strong. These people are all over the place today. Look at them all. They did increase the difficulty of the winter biome, everybody, so you are going to get a lot more mobs, and they're going to be more difficult, so keep that in mind. How do you know? Check my game stage, everybody. 642. It was 400 in the desert, so I just like, whoom, it doubled up. Be very, very careful when you go to the winter biome. It is very, very deadly. All right, this one we'll just go ahead and cut around. I hear Chuck again. Oh! That's why I have a secondary weapon. Keep moving because they get behind you. Tons of mobs out here today. Okay. Let's get this in here. Where's our base that way? A lata. And a hatch. Now, the reason why I put a hatch in is just to give you a little extra time to react to them coming at you. Like that. And we will put our vehicle always on the I'm getting the heck out of here direction. Like that. So you can run out and get to your vehicle. Might be a little far there. You don't want to put it too close. If you put it too close, then they'll just keep hitting your vehicle. You don't want them smacking your vehicle. That's not going to be good. All right. Oh, probably would have helped if I had dug down first. There we go. Close the hatch. Give me an extra sec. Widen this out just a little bit here, just underneath here. And away we go. Go down by 2. Widen it out again. Now, coal is definitely hit and miss, everybody. And you're looking kind of where this this dirt is going. So you want to kind of follow that dirt. Wherever that dirt's going, that's where you should be going. We're widening out enough so that we're not bringing down this. Again, we're about 4 blocks down. But enough so we can find where our coal is, which is right here. And I don't really use my buffs until I really didn't think, oh, you know what else I should be using? I should be using my rock biters. Just dawned on me. I just remembered. Now would be a great time for those rock biters. Okay. Let's get our thing here. Let's go ahead and clear up our inventory a little bit here. Don't need that. Don't need that. Have another veggie stew there. Got that as a drop. Let's go talk to our little guy up here. Yeah, or we can fall down, whatever. All right, where you at, droney guy? Come here. Give me some of my rock biters. Right here, rock busters actually is what they're called. Rock biters in the never-ending story, by the way. That's where my brain is getting that from. Okay, here we go, everybody. Do we have enough time for this? We got about 5 minutes, so we're going to go ahead and do About 3 minutes there. How long do these last? Oh, this lasts 6 minutes. I hate wasting those, but there we go. We'll get 20% more from harvesting. And we also have our mining outfit on. So we're going to go to it. Again, first we widen, then we go down. Make sure to get the width of how much... wow, this actually is a lot of coal. This is a good amount. Keep widening. Trying to find the edges. Wow, okay, still going. See, that's still widening. Oh, here's some peeps up there. You want to get shot. Thought I heard a bunch of them. Winter biome is sure next level, isn't it? All right, and you can see they were trying to dig down to me there. And I started hearing multiple of them. And I was like, oh my God, there's a bunch of them up here trying to dig down to try to get to me. And I just fill that in with blocks there to keep them from using that same thing again. And then back to work. Ton of mobs there. Wasting my buff. Wasting my boof. My Shia LaBeouf. Ooh, we're filled up. Uh-oh. All filled it up. Now we're going to dip using our flying vehicle, so we could probably just do that now. Get that going. Do this. Drop that. Grab this so we don't leave our bike behind. And back to work. Hey, wasting resources. Where to go? Right here. Give me that coal. Give me that coal. All right, our rock biter's still good. And I think we probably have enough time for maybe one more coffee. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Yeah, perfect. Okay. This is a tremendous amount of coal. Holy moly, still going. Again, look at this, everybody. Look how big that area is. Well, I guess it was a bit of fate that led us over this way. To one of the largest coal nodes I've ever seen. There we go. I'm finding the edge that way. You can see I'm actually collecting more sand and stone than actual clay or actual coal right now. And again, that's just because I'm trying to find the edge of the nodes. And once I find the edge of the nodes, then I no longer need to cut it horizontally. I can just cut it vertically down. Again, just keep cutting this back. This is a very, very massive node. Seems like a lot of sand and not really that much coal. Definitely looks like coal down here, though. Not a lot of coal at this level, but definitely a lot of coal underneath. That's what this sand is telling you, by the way, everybody. It's telling you, hey, there's more this way. Whoa, cascading! Oh, the dyer brought it down! That's really scary. Really scary. Alright. Dyer started digging and it broke our thing, made an open pit, but that's okay. We got this. Now what we'll do is we'll temporarily use our motorcycle as a storage. Like that. And then work our way back down. Grab our gyrocopter. How's our gyrocopter doing is a good question. Grab all that as well. Again, our we cut underneath where our gyrocopter was, so it fell down there. It was a little worried it was going to get destroyed, but seemed like it was fine. How's it looking? Oh, it was very close, 14%. Let's really give that a lot of love right there, baby. All right, that was very close, but luckily we triumphed. Okay, where is my motorcycle? Over here. And we're all out of time anyway, because our timers are up over there, as you can see. Okay, so now we have a really awesome coal node here. Really like that one. We definitely coming back and visit that. We're going to call that winter coal. And it doesn't show up. Ah! Come on, game. Why do you make me do stuff twice? It might show up again when I leave and come back, but why risk it? All right, back to the base. Get this fired up. And we should be good. Now, we definitely need to come back and spend a bit of time on that. Just get a massive amount of coal out of there. Which we do. This isn't too bad. This is about 3K out. So at least it's not as bad as the other one. And that is a huge, huge node, everybody. This is massive. Massive node. And we definitely need all the coal we can get at this point. Again, we're just trying to get everything running as best we can. And once we get all of our forges and workbenches and stuff running, then we're going to get back to working on our defenses and kill box and stuff. And we're day 115. And if I had more time, I would keep going. But I do have to run out and get the car repaired. And then I will maybe be back tonight. Again, it is Monday. We might do a Monday bonus stream. We'll probably do, if we do a bonus stream, probably some more Astroneer. Then on Tuesday, some Satisfactory. Wednesday, Thursday, some Fallout 4. Maybe bonus stream on Friday. And then some 7 Days to Die with my crew. Saturday night. And I try to start the stream around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but life's never that easy. It's always some sort of chaos going on. But I'm hoping the chaos greatly reduces once my kids go off to college soon. Then they can deal with their own chaos instead of me having to deal with it all the time. And again, you can see there's a higher end city because it has these big buildings. For those who just tuning in, everybody, check out this killer, it's massively OP underground base. Check out the moon. Underground base that I built right in the middle of a cul-de-sac. Right here. And the rounded Kismet kill box, the first of its kind. The very first one. I see you over there. It's going to shoot bees at me, so I'm just going to shoot you from here. Screamer coming in. I don't think so. I got time for no screamers. Get wrecked. Got her before she even got close. All right. There's somebody. Doing something. Grab this. Up here. Drop box. Nice. All right, let's see what we got in here. I'm trying to find this one last book. Or did I get that book? I can't remember. Learn those, learn those. Learn all these. Don't need those. What one do I still have? Now, this is how you really know you're crushing it, everybody. Yeah, no, I do need one. Ranger's Guide to Archery. And that's it. Number 1. And I have all the others done. And then also same thing with my crafting skills. That's 100% done. And you're like, Kismet, how'd you get that done so quick? Well, what I did is, of course, here's the nerdy outfit, which gives me a chance of having 2 perk points every time I learn one of the magazines. And then, of course, I got my intelligence up and used my intelligence mastery here. And only really need to get it to 3 here, which you can get pretty early on. And get your photographic memory, and that has 50% chance all the time. You don't have to wear anything. It's not a buff or anything like that. It's a passive skill. So 50% chance of getting 2 skill points. You put both your nerdy outfit, your level 6 nerdy outfit, and your intellect photographic memory together, 100% chance. So instead of collecting 1,000 books, you only collect 500. And that's a lot. That's a lot over a playthrough. For sure, for sure. And we got a point available here. All right, what are we going to do? We're going to go into strength. I think we're just going to finish our junk miner here to get 100% more resources when we're running around. Nice. Okay, what do we get down here? Oh, some mods. Okay, and then a whole bunch of books that we already know. And again, you can sell them to the vendor. You're going to get both cash and that as well, but really not worth my time because I have a lot of cash already. Let's put our Rockbusters back in there. Let's go ahead and fix up our ammo a little bit here, like so. And then just put the rest of this away. We'll deal with that next time. Do this. Take this out of here. We don't need to carry that around. We can have that veggie stew. This we can put in our ammo there and then put that back. Turret instead of this. What else? Hello? What up, Mr. Green hoodie guy? It's a really good spot. Crazy ex-girlfriend. Trying to get her... trying to get back into your house to get all of her stuff. That somehow is actually not her stuff, but it's your stuff. And she's claiming it as her stuff. You know how that goes, right? Right, Chad? Am I giving you bad flashbacks? All right, I think we have absolutely crushed it. We added the whole top part here. We went in here, we added the inner frame, we added the stand there. We did all of our forging and stuff down below. We closed that in, so we had a vent. We put in all of our dew collectors. We got all of our forges running. We got 12 of them running now. We got all of our workbenches running. And now we just want to get this running. So I think we get that done. I think we done what we set out to do today. Let's get over here and see if I have more coal in here. I do. Okay, we'll take all... Actually, we got a pretty good amount of coal there. Pretty good amount of coal. Down we go. Okay, then we're going to get our nitrate that we have here. This is probably going to be more nitrate than what we need. And then we'll put 1 coal in here so we can put coal in there later. Look at all those resources. We put those in the forges. All right, right over here we go. All right, now we're going to be making some stacks of gunpowder. Now, the cool thing is we're going to use some of this to make them stacks of gunpowder. Let's see, 468 hours. So that's going to be a total of, let's say, around pretty close to 300. Let's say 480. Okay, and then we'll put this back in here. And then the funny thing is this is actually more when I put it back in there. 468, and that's why I went a little bit over. So we need 289 of this is going to go toward running this. Now we have 3 of these. Hey, sorry, what's 26 divided by 3? 8.66666. Not kidding. That's exactly what it is. Let's just go ahead and say 9 in this one, and that's 162 right there. We'll go ahead and get pretty close to that. Let's say a little bit more. Let's say this. 165, that's too close. Let's say 170. Pull that back out of there, start that rocking and rolling. Up here, same thing. We'll put this up here. And we'll just get close. Good enough. And then mix that. You want to have it be more, obviously, than what you want to run. 162. Close enough. And then run that one. Okay, and then we got a little bit of coal left for us and a little bit of nitrate as well. So many screamers in a day. 2 of them. Oh, it's on. Oh, let's go up here and have some fun. Death from above. Another screamer. 3rd screamer. I don't know why I get so many. Maybe they're like, this Kismet is super OP, man. Kismet is too OP. We got to send more and more screamers after him. Here comes Fred. Feel like just giving him one of these. Burp. What up, Fred? Burp. Oh, he's going to do the Kismet drive-by. Here we go. Meep, meep, meep. Gave him the Kismet drive-by there, everybody. That's why I run past him and hit him at the same time. All right, get off my lawn. Kismet doing some work over here. Doing some of his best work. Let's go. Get rid of all these recipes that we don't need. All right, there we go. Nice. We need to move our ammo up here later on as well. We'll stack those up and move that up there. Again, they're very deep base. And of course, if you only learned one thing in my stream today, everybody, it is that the fact that you can put your dew collectors underground, make sure that you do leave a gap of 6 above your dew collectors, and you don't have to make any vents. You're welcome. You're welcome. So look at all that water in there, everybody. Again, you can just let that run for a really, really long time and come and pick that up. Especially in a solo playthrough, everybody. In a solo playthrough, that is a tremendous amount of water. It absolutely is. And we'll get back to making more jars and all that other stuff. We got a whole wall over here we haven't even used yet. Oh, no, it's a storm. I know how to fix it. All right, all good. And we can close this one, too, if we want. Okay. So we got that going. We have, oh, it's kind of cool up here. Look, we can see all the things going. Because, again, those are attached to the wall. They're not sitting on top of each other. They're attached to the wall. You don't want to try to put them on top of each other if there's no kind of backing, or they'll just get destroyed. And, again, look at this verticality we're doing here. Very nice. I think, again, how much time we got? We got a few more minutes. I could probably sneak some more of this in here. Let's go. Now, here's the fast way to redo this. Just hold down Shift and left click. That'll just go ahead and get that going again. We're going to do all of the iron first. So iron does us 0 good sitting in there. Oh, this we can take out now. We're going to put the iron in. Let that run. Holy moly. We're going to have a lot of steel, everybody. And we're going to need a lot, so that's going to be handy. All right, there we go. Got it all melting down. These ones are going to take a little while because I don't have any iron. But this over here, we can get going. That's 24 minutes right there to let that rock and roll. Let's go over here and check in on these. These are about halfway, 15,000. So we're going to let those keep on running. 4,600. This one is out, so we'll just put that right over there now. And then over here, same thing. In fact, we'll just go ahead and max that out. There we go. because we didn't have enough clay for those ones over there, but now we do. And we'll put the rest of these resources, if we have them, in here. There we go. And again, glad we bought or got all that iron. We didn't buy it. We collected all that iron. And that's it. I think we're good. All right. Now, when I log out, everybody, I typically like to be above my base. And the reason why I like to be above the base, is that sometimes when you log in, you might glitch or something weird might happen. So I prefer to be up on top like this. And, of course, we'll come back in. It'll be a storm right when we come back in. I'd expect nothing less. All right, time for the Kismet Love Train. Let's roll on out of here. Hey, good morning, Seth. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I hope you're doing good. Yes. Yeah, I've seen coal there before, I think. Again, you know, I'm older, so sometimes I forget what's where with what. But we looked around, but even better, we found that awesome coal node, man. That was a really awesome coal node. A little sketchy when our vertibird fell into the hole, though. I thought, oh, God, here we go. We're going to be driving back with a motorcycle. But we lucked out, so that worked out just fine. Again, we didn't panic. We wiped out that dyer. We got a bunch of loot, and then we bailed. Got that processing back at our base. Again, that's a lot of gunpowder that's going to be running. And that little will be running for a very long time. We're going to need way more chemistry stations, though, so we're going to be putting a bunch of chemistry stations over there where we can just set a whole bunch of them running simultaneously and not have to worry about it. So we can process all that stuff really easily. Now, again, we're going to go ahead and bring up the schedule, let you guys know what's up. All right, so later tonight, potentially there might be a bonus stream. We'll see how it goes, see how my IRL shakes out. If there is, then I'll probably be back, maybe with some Astroneer. We'll see. And, of course, I have a bunch of other games that I do have to do. Maybe I might do those instead. Again, those are usually a toss-up on Mondays and Fridays and whether I'm going to stream and what I'm going to stream on those days. But if you come back on Tuesday, we're going to try to do some Satisfactory. I don't know, 1.2 came out yet. I don't think it did. So we're going to keep on going on 1.1 on our mega playthrough right now. We have collected all of the oil in the general area. And we have a little bit, I think a little bit more oil to go. Then we'll have all the oil in the entire game being funneled to our primary area. Then what we want to do is start to funnel all of our coal as well. So we'll have our coal, we'll have our oil, and then, of course, we can use that for processing our turbo fuel and then even our higher level fuel. So we're just working primarily on maximizing all of our fuel, and then eventually we will get to our nuclear power and all that other fun stuff. As we go along. Again, it takes a long time to do it at that scale, everybody. That's a giant mega playthrough. Doing a lot of mega builds. Also, we'll be back on Wednesday, Thursday, which we're also doing a mega playthrough, The Rise of the Tycoon Empire, the ultimate modded playthrough, where we're using mods to, of course, enhance the story as we go along. Very, very fun. Potential bonus stream on Friday, and then back on Saturdays, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and Sunday with 7 Days to Die, team on Saturday, solo on Sunday. As well. All right, I think you guys know what's up right there. Now, you can't help out the stream tremendously, everybody, by just simply following those links you find right there in the chat. If you're already at YouTube, you can just hit subscribe. If you're not, pop on over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, leave a comment. And you can also check out twitter.com/KismetBP. Notice the BP part. And hit the follow button over there. And again, it's totally free, massively helps the stream, allows me to do more giveaways and more fun stuff here in the stream. You can also check out the Discord, check out the website, and check out the Patreon, patreon.com/Kismet. Bunch of exclusive content up there. If you enjoyed today, if you learned something new about like those dew collectors, and learned all about underground bases and round Kismet kill boxes, and enjoyed the stream, consider becoming a patron over there. It is the single greatest way of becoming a Teamwork Tycoon, and also becoming a patron as well, but also supporting the stream, not only here on the stream live, but also videos, guides, highlights, and so on. You get the idea. So yeah, pop over there, patreon.com/Kismet. So I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out, and you were super smart. You hung out all the way to the end of the stream, so I'm going to go ahead and shower you with a bunch of love. a bunch of kids caps. I'm going to go get my car fixed so my kids can drive it. Not that I'm going to drive it. And then I shall be back hopefully later tonight if bonus stream does work out. But definitely going to shoot for Tuesday at 10 p.m. as well. So basically just hit the follow button wherever you are so you know when I go live, or unless you're on YouTube, then you hit the subscribe button, which is basically the follow button. All right. All right, everybody. We'll see you guys potentially later tonight, but for sure we're going to shoot for Tuesday as well. All right. We'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norber. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe